Hello, Sarah. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. Everything's looking good. Everything's looking good. Okay. Oh, thank you very much for the fish. Tasty, tasty fish. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Okay, yes, everything's looking good. Very good.
Death God said, want to know what goes after fish?
What goes after fish? What goes after fish, friend? What goes after fish? You know the way to the hospitalum yourselves. Of course. Off you go then.
Death God
Cat.
said,
Well, that's a lot of
cat.
cat emotes. Look at all those cat emotes. So many kitty cats. I bet they're all just as fluffy as each other. Yeah. Very cool. Are those all from the same person or that's a lot of cat emotes? May you find something useful. Angela and I bowed and I left the office. I could hear muffled arguments beginning as soon as the door closed.
Death God said,
Two people.
that is from two people and not all my cat emotes.
Oh, so many kitties. Everybody loves a pretty kitty. Yeah, that makes sense. It was raining rather hard by the time Angel and I made it beyond the Abbey walls. The clouds were dark and dense. The whole world was gray. We traveled side by side in silence for a while, which allowed me to take in the grim majesty of the surrounding hills as I pondered what to ask the stable boy. Our last conversation had exonerated Catherine to a degree. What else could he have seen? Would he remember smoke? Did that matter? I glanced over at Angela. I wondered what she thought about all of this. What is it? Excuse me for staring.
Death
Spit
God
it out.
said,
A moth
also
with
have
a
a moth with a
shotgun.
shotgun.
Oh my, we better not mess with that moth. That sounds like a dangerous moth. Moths can be really pretty too. I do like a pretty or handsome moth. Praise Mothra, isn't that right? Yeah. Or Mothman. Or Mothwoman. I've just been wondering what to ask James. Anything and everything we can think of. The smoke, for one thing. I would think a moth would prefer a flamethrower, though, wouldn't he? Or is he too afraid that he's going to get caught in his own fire? Because you know, moths like flames. Eh, flamethrowers are fun, just in general, though. Irrelevant at this point. We know what we need to know about that. We should ask him for exhaustive details about the moments leading up to his capture. Perhaps not too exhaustive. He was betting Catherine after all, and Jealous sneered. How did your little rendezvous with her play out, by the way? Well, she wanted to make sure I excised that part of the story from anything I wrote in my chronicles. Goodness gracious. How sad. I might respect her more if she was proudly shameless.
Death God said, can
Oh,
also steal people SUGIO
oh no,
cards.
not the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Well, depending on the Yu-Gi-Oh card, some cards need to be stolen. Others are maybe not so good at being stolen. I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in a long time. They started getting so complicated. So many different ways to just end the fight on turn one or something. But she wants you to hide that fact for her. Unbelievable. Have you and her
Death
always
God
been so
said,
adversarial?
I
Ooh,
always
Pot
say
of
I stole
Greed.
their pot of greed card.
Pot of Greed. That's a good card. Get to draw two cards. I think those two. Or was it 30? Something like that. She snorted and brushed some raindrops off her face. No. You may find this surprising, but I was on rather good terms with most everyone until Kathy reads the lines. Really, don't ask me to repeat myself. When I speak to you, I speak the truth. You can listen and ask thoughtful questions, but I loathe repeating myself. I apologize. I've always had a bit of resentment about this place, but I used to enjoy the company of its people far more. Kathy Reed and I were good friends. Likewise, I was on grand terms with the other Kathy Reed for a while. What happened? Kathy Reed II. I cannot stand that schema, by the way, and I used to study classical literature together. We would read old texts, and she was particularly interested in my language skills. I speak Italian, you see. It came in handy when she found stories or poems she fancied translating. Il Commedia. Yes. How did you know? It has been recommended to me a few times now. It is ancient, lowbrow trash. But I cherish Kathy Reed's company and eagerly helped her translate it out of Italian into something more readable. Then she suddenly decided she was more interested in the theater and told the other Kathy Reed that she was a great actress, and I was left alone. I've heard several similar stories now. Both Kathy Reed II and Catherine were, and are, inconsistent, inconsiderate, and lightning. I made enemies telling everyone else at the Abbaye that they deserved better than being useless for a woman with no follow-through. Somehow I doubted this was the only reason Angel was so disconnected from her fellow sisters. Nevertheless, I appreciated the candor. It did, at the very least, make some sort of sense, even if it was a half-truth. I had a new sense of empathy for her. Everything I've heard about Catherine makes her sound difficult. She was. She used people, even if that wasn't her intent. Nothing and nobody was ever good enough for her. She was ravenous, as we found out in more ways than one. That's why her gaze fell to you, eventually, I'm sure. She could never resist something out of her reach. I considered this quietly. It was hard to argue against Angel's characterization of Catherine. The behavior of the other sisters certainly fit her assessment. Is that all I had been to Catherine? Pray? It's all I was to the others. I shivered and crossed my arms over my chest, suddenly feeling self-conscious about how my robes were beginning to cling to my body in the rain. I decided to change the subject. Why do you stay at Lynnborough? Because I have work to do. My service comes before anything else. But surely it must be miserable. You seem to be making friends, yet you are miserable just the same. No, I am not. Yes, you are, and you will be until you are relieved of your duty. We have a good job to do, a calling, and if we should suffer until it is done, so be it. Perhaps I will leave, should I ever feel satisfied with this mystery's conclusion. I do not waste time thinking about that. Where would you go? Italy. You attended a convent there before. I remember you telling me. Yes. Or would you return to the same convent? Perhaps. Why did you leave? I think that is enough conversation for now. I did not press her. We walked the rest of the way to the hospital in silence. The rain never let up. Our traveling cloaks were nearly soaked through when we arrived. As Angela unlocked the door to the dungeon, I could not help but notice that rainwater was falling through the hole that was James's only source of light and fresh air. Calling it a window would be a disservice. I felt a pang of sympathy for the poor wretch as we descended the stairs to his cage. In an instant he rushed forward to the bars and gripped them. His fingers were dirty and bloody. He looked far worse than he had the last time I had seen him. You, are you here to let me out? Am I free? No, I am sorry. You ain't sorry. It's you who put me here. He leveled a bony finger at Angel. She didn't flinch. You have some nerve visiting me here. I ought to wring your neck. Angela merely arched an eyebrow. That would be ill advised. I have been convinced of your innocence, but there's work to be done before we can release you. Will we have some more questions for you? More? What else could there be? I told your superior everything, and I told you everything. We are working for you. Fuck off. No, you isn't. If you was, I would be free by now. Let me out. Set me free. I won't tell no one. I'll run away. Far away. I would rather take my chances in the woods than spend one more moment in this godforsaken pen. His clothes were ragged. His eyes were sunken. There was an unmistakable sense of waste permeating the room. I understood the bishop's perspective. It was hard to believe that this was all in Sir Misericorde Andre or James. Did you see or smell smoke the day you were apprehended? Smoke? What does that matter? It matters a great deal, believe it or not. So answer truthfully. Smoke. Smoke. Yeah, I smelled smoke. Figured it was the kitchen or a fireplace or some at. Angela and I exchanged a look. Or I didn't see smoke. I smelled nothing at all. Which is the right answer. I'll say whatever you want, whatever you need. Just please set me free. Pick one. What? Smoke or no smoke? This is very important. No smoke. No, wait. Yes, smoke. Yes to smoke. You're certain? Yes, I'm sure of it. Smoke, smoke, smoke. Smoke, 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 smoke. He was babbling now. I almost did want to see it set him loose. Tell us everything you saw. Every last detail of that night and the morning when you were caught. Again. You want to hear it all again. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. You threw me in here. Please, we're close to discovering something important. I am sure of it. If there's anything in your account that we have missed, a detail about who was where and when, it could make all the difference. I brought the mail up late that night. Supposed to do it in the morning, but I wanted to do it early, see. Got word from Catherine that she wanted to see me. Parked the cart at the front stable, gave the mule something to eat, snuck up to the doors like I normally did. I thought Catherine good and proper, and then we felt a squeak. Woke up to somebody banging on all the doors saying, get up now, something horrible had happened. Catherine left first and told me to lean out the window to get to my cart. Said her door was too squeaky for me to leave safely, see. But I'm no climber. I panicked and bolted out the door as soon as I could. Noise be damned. I saw that dopey sister of yours coming through the archway, where I would have to pass through to get to the cart, so I turned around. Thought I would just run around the long way. But then you failed me. He pointed at Angela again. And now here I am. Naught but the devil to keep me company. Is there anything else? No, I don't. As I said, I'll tell you whatever you want. Just let me out of here. We spoke to your family the other day. I let them know about you, like you asked. Do you think I could see them like this? They shouldn't ever see me again. There's no one left for me. Just me and the prince. the prince, the only one who can help me. He lets me out, gives me things to do, says I can earn my freedom another way. What are you talking about? He's a funny old sort, voiced like a woman, dressed all in black, blacker even than you lot. Can't see his face. Pretty boy, sounds like, and he brings me gifts. He's helping me get out of here faster than you lot. Delirium. He lets you out. Not for long. Keeps me on a leash. Gives me very specific instructions. Can't run off or he'll kill my poor folks. Fair is fair, I suppose. Can't complain. He's giving me real help. This is ridiculous. His mind is utterly gone. These are the dreams of a desperate man. Look, look. He scurried over to the corner of his cell. There was not much light, but eventually I could see what he was gesturing at. When I recognized it, I gasped. No, what on earth is it? A spell. One that'll set me free. All I have to do is what the devil asks. And that is a small, small price to pay compared to what you all have put me through. No, Angela, we have to get out of here, right now. Calm down, Hedwig, it means nothing. He is mad. No, no, I mean it, Angela. James began to laugh, a horrible, raspy cackle. Explain yourself, Hedwig. I've seen that circle before, in the walls of the Abbey. Get a hold of yourself. She whipped her arm forward and gripped my right ear, tugging me back up the stairs into the rain. I could still hear James's horrid cackling echoing throughout the dungeon below. What is the matter with you? That thing on the wall. It's real. I don't know what it is, but it works. It summoned that creature I saw the night everyone thought I was playing a prank. I thought that was Eustace. It wasn't Eustace. She claims it was, but I've seen it too many times now. I've seen it while Eustace was standing right in front of me. Flora drew that same sigil on a wall, deep in a hidden passage, and I think it summoned something terrible. She insists it wasn't meant to do that, but seeing it again here. What else could it be for? Whoever gave James that information gave it to Flora as well. And it works. In the background, James's laughter gave way to a horrid dry wheeze. Flora drew a magic circle on the walls of the burrow. Yes, this is the mystery holding me back from accusing Eustace and calling it a day. As obvious as her behavior is, it does not satisfy all of my questions. That is understandable. We absolutely must focus on what we know is real first. James says he saw smoke. That is our North Star, as far as I am concerned. I agree that it is important, but you must believe me. Flora wasn't simply unlucky. She didn't get her leg caught in the door purely by accident. When I found her, she was being chased by something. It was a terrible beast, billowing smoke, and it smelled of brimstone. I would not tell you this if I did not think it was important. Angela, please believe me. Please, please believe me. If I accept this story, what would it change? What could we do differently? That young man is hungry and thirsty and most likely mad. He will say anything to upset us. And if he is telling the truth, what would change? If the devil has agents walking the earth and offering James bargains, would our role not still be to do the Lord's work? To do things the right way? If he is making deals with the devil, that is his loss. Perhaps we can save his soul as well as his life. But Angela, I've seen this beast he speaks of, the faceless figure. I have seen it outside my cell, and on the landings of the Abbaye, and atop the tower overlooking the garden. Coincidences. There tend to be a lot of people dressed all in black around Abbayes, Hedwig. What about creatures that bring the very fires of hell with them wherever they go? Or ghosts that can light swords a flame? Did you really see those things, Hedwig? Yes. Sister Angela, do you remember that night in the workshop? I know you must fear something greater is at work here, because you asked me if I thought we were all in danger. I answered honestly. I said yes, because I had just been face to face with a creature straight out of the darkest recesses of hell. If this is true, why haven't you fled this wretched Abbe? I hardly believe you're that brave, or that stupid, because I have work to do, Angela, just like you. Angela stared at me through the rain. She looked disbelieving, but also, dare I say it, impressed. Then I must ask again, what should we do? Is Eustace your suspect, or is Satan? I peered through the rain toward the abbey, far in the distance. One is much easier to deal with than the other. You're right. All we can do is focus on what we know is real first. But perhaps we can find the truth before the devil wins. Angela nodded. In that case, we should be getting back. There's nothing else we can get out of that poor wretch now. It was raining even harder by the time we made it back to the Abbaye. Angela guided us through the outer courtyard, where I had fainted in front of Catherine, where I had stared down the beast, and toward the treacherous stairs I had carried Laura down. We shall split up here. I'll head up the stairs and through the door, and you can continue on to the cloister, just in case prying eyes wonder why we have been traveling together. A sound idea. Should we tell the superior about our discovery? I think she might overreact. Let Moira or somebody else bringing James meals report it to her, if they not ice it. Our job is to piece a whole story together, not jump at every shadow. But very well. I suppose if James did manage to summon a monster, it would just as likely kill him as any of us. And then we would all have bigger problems. Nobody is summoning any monsters, Hedwig. I hope she was right. She began she began to climb the stairs. The hook finally tugged at me. You said I would be rewarded. Excuse me? Last night, you mentioned that I would be rewarded for my work. I I think I performed admirably today. Angela smiled ruefully. Have I overstepped? It hardly seems like an appropriate time. We have work to do. I had no argument for her. I said no thing. After a moment she snorted. Very well. She turned away again, but then She hiked up her skirt to reveal her bare bottom. I stared in silence, satisfied. Yes. No, you aren't, but that will be all you get for now. She let the cloth fall back to the ground. Whatever depravity you engage in with the others in the course of your mission, remember that I am the only one who truly understands what you want. Well, what is that? The impossible. The thing just out of your reach. All the pleasures of Sodom would leave you empty. A glimpse of flesh where it should be excites you more than anything a man could give you in the bedroom, or one of these sisters could give you behind closed doors. Am I correct? I I think you have thought about this far more than I ever have. There was that smile again. Of course. We will reconvene tomorrow night at the garden. Yes, Angelica. She leapt up the stairs, and I hurried toward the cloister. I hoped that nobody would see how red my face was. I was feeling rather motivated. A touch jumpy. Perhaps I should have taken a breather, settled down for a moment. A million ideas were bouncing around inside my head. However, the sky was gray. I hoped I had not missed my opportunity to speak to Flora. As I restlessly paced back and forth in front of the cell upstairs, I heard an odd sound. I looked around. There was no immediately apparent source. Just then, I heard another sound, the familiar clinking of Flora's wheelbarrow being dragged up the stairs. Here we are. Did either of you hear that odd sound just now? Something of a whistle. Maybe a bit hard to hear anything over this thing bouncing around. I did not hear anything. No matter. There were more pressing things to attend to. Thank you, Darcy. And thank you for agreeing to this, Sister Flora. I didn't agree to anything. Darcy just sort of yanked me away. Sorry about that. Whatever. Hedwig, by the way, did you still want to help me with the sheep? Right. Of course I would love to help you, Darcy. I just couldn't bear to disappoint her. She beamed at me. It will be fun. This is the big one. We will be taking them down to the village to be stabled for the rest of the year. There will be snow soon, and they will freeze up in those mountains. We're herding them all the way down to the village. Goodness, that will be quite a trek. We will be back just in time for supper, I imagine. That's quite a busy day. Anyway, I'm going to go and prepare for that. Come and find me by the archway when you are ready, Hedwig. Very well. Can we get this over with? I'm sorry, Flora. I didn't mean to pull you away from your work or your friends. You've been treating me odd ever since I got my leg stuck in the door. You hate cripples or something. That's not fair. I might have saved your life that night. Why do you treat me like common vermin then? Sister Flora, I would rescue you 1,000 more times if I had to, but I find some of your recent behavior unstable. Forgive me if I have a hard time speaking with you. My behavior? The hell are you on about? I moved behind her and picked up the handle of the wheelbarrow. If you try to dump me down the stairs, I will scream. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just going to take us somewhere more prudent. I maneuvered the cart over the cobblestones, wondering where a good place to speak would be. I would rather not speak at all, but my big fat mouth had chastised Flora before my rational mind had been able to warn me away from disaster. There weren't many places free from rain. I decided that the opposite corner of the cloister would have to do. I set the handles down as gently as I could, and then stood in front of Flora, my arms folded. I'm sorry, I should not have said all of that in front of Sister Darcy, but you have made my life very difficult. Poor you. Go on then. Let's get it over with. My behavior. I've been stuck in this bloody borrow. I could behave any sort of way even if I wanted to. What have you been hiding from me? Hiding from you? We've barely had time to talk to each other since I admitted, you know, the sigil. Last time we spoke about that, you were very withholding. I need you to tell me everything you know. Now. I did. Please don't lie to me, Sister Flora. You wouldn't tell me where you learned of it or what it does. And now I've seen another one just like it. I can't tell you. All I know is that thing isn't my fault. It can't be. Why not? It's been here for ages. You had seen it before that night. Yeah, couple times. And that would have been before I finished the circle. When did you see it? Told you one already. Remember my ghost story? Back in the Misericorde? The figure you saw outside of the Superior's office. That's the one. It can pass through walls and things, I think. Well, what do you mean? Well, when I saw it in the office, I hid as soon as I saw something at the window. It was definitely outside, yeah. I heard it moving around inside, for sure. My goodness. I saw it once before then, too, up on the tower near the garden. I tensed up. This detail echoed eerily with things I'd seen myself. What was it doing? Not sure. It looked like it was holding something or throwing something, but I didn't want to stick around. Was a bit worried it would see me. Maybe it did. Maybe that's why it tried to kill me. It's changing, you know. It looks a little different now. When I saw it in the hallway my first night here, it looked different than when it chased us. Yeah, it's like it's growing or something. I don't think it's caffeine anymore, just so you know. It's something else. Have you told anyone else about this? Has anyone else seen it? God, no. Everyone would think I'd gone completely mad. Well, I don't think you're going mad. But I do need you to tell me all about that sigil, even if you think it did some on that beast. Not that. I'm sorry. I've said everything I can say about it. Flora, please. This is extremely important. It's important to me as well. I can't tell anyone. Where did you find out about it? How did you learn about magic sigils in the first place? What, you think you can wear me down? I don't want to talk about this, Hedwig. You have to tell me. No, I don't. What are you going to do? Smack it out of me? I raised my head instinctively, and I saw Flora tense up in her seat. If I have to, this is deathly, gravely important, Flora. I stopped myself from slapping her across the back of the head, but it wasn't out of mercy. A better idea had crossed my mind. I marched behind the wheelbarrow and gripped the handles and spun Flora around to roll her out into the rain. I stood under the stone ceiling, gripping the wheelbarrow handles tightly. Rain began to fall into Flora, gently picking against her metal boot. She cackled. What the hell? You are fucking insane. And you may well be an agent of Satan, wittingly or unwittingly. I promise you that circle isn't anything evil, alright? I won't tell you what it does or who told me about it, but I can give you my word it's nothing too nefarious. That's not good enough. The very meaning is nefarious. Look, I know it's not good, it's not biblical or anything, must got nothing to do with inviting anything evil to the Abbey. Like I said, what's evil here has been here for longer than me or you. I've seen it all over. Darcy's probably seen it. She talks about how haunted this place is all the time. I would wager that those other ghost stories they all told in the Misericorde that night were the same thing. You need to tell me what it was meant to do, Flora, and who taught it to you. She shifted in her seat. She was getting uncomfortable. It's not related, I swear it. I fucked up. I'm bad, and you can hate me all you like with African magic and whatnot. But I'm telling you, the two aren't related. I'm not moving you and you tell me what I need to know. Suits me. What, you think I'm going to drown in this drizzle? She shifted in her seat again. What does it matter so much? I swear to you, that circle has nothing to do with that ghost. I've already proven it to you, yeah? It existed well before I carved anything. I need to know more. Or what, you'll tell the superior I carved something nasty on her Abbey's walls. If I have to, go ahead. Maybe she would send me away, get me out of here for good. She would send you to a tribunal, perhaps. The bishop is here. Your punishment would probably be harsh and swift if he thought you had been trifling with devilry. It's supposed to be some sort of transportation spell, alright? Takes you away. Where? No, that never really mattered to me. Listen, can you bring me back underneath? I'm getting soaked. Who taught it to you? I can't say, and I won't. I wouldn't tell anyone. I made a promise. Was it Eustace? I'm not saying. I paused for a moment. Was it Kathy Reed? Kathy Reed II? The fuck off. No, it wasn't. The magic circle being transported made some sort of sense, I suppose. At the very least, I believe that she believed that's what it was for. Laura had expressed a desire to for, and naturally that would be the kind of Master James would want in his predicament. Even if he, too, was being taught something far more dangerous. But Flora wasn't budging on the source. It was infuriating. I felt a pang of guilt watching the raindrops pelt on her hood. I wheeled her back into the hall. You really won't tell me. Never, especially not now. What the hell was all that about? I am sorry. It's just, I need to find out more about this beast. Doesn't it bother you, knowing it's out there? I don't feel safe. If I hadn't been there the night your leg was broken, yeah, well, you'll just have to learn to live with it. I did. We all did. And it isn't my fault. I carved that thing slowly. The ghost was showing up well before it was even close to finished. I never got to finish it, in fact. So that's that. Maybe I'm held out for messing around with magic. I did it for good reasons. I can rest easy knowing I did some of that thing. I'm comfortable keeping my promise.
Spin-Dash Diva said. More hysteria.
Indeed, more hysteria. Welcome on in, Spin. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. And please don't tell the superior I carved anything. Just then, two pairs of footsteps came echoing down the cloister. Oi, Flora. What? Me and Bridget were looking all over for you. We was about to go play chess in the library and wanted to know if you would come along.
I missed the end of the movie again. LOL. What did I miss?
You missed death and destruction and zombies. Not a whole lot, honestly. They pretty much just wandered into hell and died forever. The two main characters. The bear's smile flickered over Flora's face. Violet kept scratching and adjusting her hood. Chess is for two people, though. We play fast. We can take turns. Have you all completed your work for the day? Didn't have any. Only a tour from the superior.
Said. Last thing I remember, the blind lady got ate by the dog, then there were Satan zombies.
She's nice, isn't she? A bit stuck up and all, but not too bad. Nicer than my old one, that's for certain. The library's locked today, I believe. We knocked earlier and Sister Eustace said we could use it. Whatever Eustace had been doing was finished then. In that case, would you all mind if I came along? I suppose so. I was hoping we wouldn't have a chaperone. It's only chess. We aren't looking to burn the place down. No, I don't intend to get in the way. I don't want to play chess. I wasn't able to get my own work done today, since the library was locked up. You have to work in the library. Violet, let her. We don't have the right to say what the other sisters can and can't work. Well, no, but you know, courtesy and all. It's fine. Let her. Hedwig is no trouble. Laura was offering me a baleful look. Was this a peace offering? An apology? Or was she afraid of me? Regardless, I moved to pick up her wheelbarrow and guided the younger sisters toward the stairs up to the second floor. The girls had been telling the truth. The library was indeed open now, although Eustace was nowhere to be found. In truth, I had no intention of working on my protocols. I wanted to know what on earth Eustace had been working on all day, cooped up in here with the door locked. Luckily, Bridget, Violet, and Flora seemed to care to know what I was actually up to. They procured a chessboard from a shelf near Eustace's desk and set to work arranging the pieces, seated around the game on the floor cross-legged. Hang on, I can't play stuff like this thing. Crumbs, that's right. We could lift you out of the wheelbarrow if you like. I could hear shuffling and scrambling and a protesting Flora behind me as I scanned the room for changes. Fuck that hurt. Let me back down. Sorry. Only trying to help. What if we put the board on your lap? What, like, use me as a table? Aye, that would work. I could hear footsteps as the more mobile pair of sisters darted away to retrieve the chairs from Eustace and I's desks. Is this alright, Miss Hedwig? Yes. Just put everything back when you're finished. Of course we will. They set about arranging the chessboard on Flora's stomach and began to play. They bickered all the while. I did my best to ignore them as I looked at the rows of books, looking for anything different. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. It was rather odd. I sort of have to tilt my head down to watch this. Sorry. Better than nothing, though. Suppose so. I wandered over to Eustace's desk and nonchalantly looked through the scattered papers. I flipped over the notebook and on her precarious stack of ledgers. It appeared to be simple accounting. Load a spent on food, clothes. The freshest ink on the page pledged a large amount of money to someone for building. That must be the clock tower then. The sum was rather large. I was beginning to see why the clock tower was such a controversial project, but there was nothing out of the ordinary here. I flipped through the pages to older reports. Boy, I saw that. Violet's cheating. No, I am not. You breathe too much and move the piece a square ahead. That's all. Put it back, Violet. Goodness sakes. November, October. I was looking at monetary reports at the time Kathleen had been alive and well. There was nothing out of the ordinary here. More food, mostly. I kept flipping back, further back, hoping to find something strange. What's the best present you two have ever gotten? Are you trying to distract me? Just chatting. You know my answer. True enough. You know my answer too. Well, I don't. It's a secret. Sorry. Oh, well, mine is as well. I was nearing the end of the book and beginning to think that I wouldn't find anything, when finally I thought I saw something strange. A truly eye-popping amount of money had been taken into the Abbe's coffers 2 years prior. It would likely have paid for all of the items in the book thus far, and more. The note next to it simply read, Sherry. I flipped back a few more pages, but there was nothing else out of the ordinary I could spot. I closed the book and looked around the library. A luxurious sum for the Abbe Sherry was certainly interesting, but this book was old. If Eustace had been working on something sinister, or hiding something from me, she wouldn't have let something this important sitting on her desk. Interesting, but not what I was looking for. With a huff, I realized that Eustace probably wouldn't write teach more evil spells down anywhere. Can I write letters while I'm here? Of course you can. We used to write letters to each other all the time, didn't we? I just didn't know if that was, you know, a secret or something. Moira writes letters all the time. How does she send them? I think just with a mail card, probably. What's wrong? Nothing, it's something happened here a while before you lodged joined, and I just remembered we haven't had a mail cart down to the village in a while. Well, that's no good. Need to fix that sharpish. I tried the door to the sacristan chambers next. It was locked naturally. What's in there? Nothing important, really. I was just hoping to find a broom. Eustace has you sweeping this place? No, no. Just thought it might be nice to help. I looked over to the back of the shelves. Dare I? It was the only remaining place I hadn't checked. I would be dead meat if Eustace walked in and saw me snooping around back here. And if any of these younger sisters mentioned that they had seen me poking around in the back shelves, even in passing, I had to be brave. I took a deep breath and walked into the rows of shelves as casually as I could, as if it were the most natural, normal thing in the world for me to be exploring the darker recesses of the library. I walked ahead. It was dark, but not as pitch dark as the last time I had ventured here. A shining object emerged out of the ink. Standing upright in front of me was a suit of armor I had seen in the side room during Eustace's little tour. This was odd. I turned around. I could see Flora, Violet, and Bridget playing chess in the light, far away. I turned back around to face the suit of armor, but as I did, something new caught my eye. All of the shelves beyond it were empty. There wasn't a single book on any of the shadowed racks. The shelves nearer to the front of the room were still stocked, but the more dimly lit brackets were utterly bare. I quickly made my way back into the light. My mom cried when I told her I was joining a convent. You cried when they cut your hair, too. Well, it was emotional, wasn't it? I cried, too. I didn't. Really? Piss off. I bet you did. Not a sniffle. Rubbish. I tried the door to the sacristy room once again. It was still locked, of course. You really want that broom? It's very dusty back there. I winced. Why would I call attention to the fact that I had been back anywhere? Libraries ought to be a bit dusty. Means the books are good and old. I was no fool. I was certain that Eustace.
Are you getting bullied?
Maybe a little, I guess. I don't know. I spent the day moving books from the back shelves to the side rooms. But why? Angela had to hear about this. The superior as well. She would be able to give me the key. I could feel panic rising inside me. I burst out of the library, not caring how deranged I must have looked to Flora and her newfound friends. Where was Angela? It would be time for supper soon. Perhaps I would find Angela downstairs. It was still pouring rain outside. I flew down the stairs and scanned the cloister. Where was Angela? Where was anybody, for that matter? Through the lashing rain I heard voices. I followed them out into the archway, and my heart sank. There was a large procession of carts outside the abbey, and a large crowd of nuns surrounding it. The builders were here. I had never seen so many carts or so many people. It was as if a whole town was knocking on Ninbaro's door. There were horses and oxen, men and stones. The superior was talking to a well-dressed man with a well-kept beard and dark skin. He was smiling, bowing, and making a show out of introducing himself to all of the present sisters. Behind him I could see more men, mostly younger, all of them dressed far more plainly, stepping out of carts, tending to the Andy Mouse, and gesticulating toward the abbey. I felt light-headed. I took a few steps forward. If I could join the other sisters, at least, and appear present, perhaps I could avoid keeling over. I sidled up next to Margaret and Kathy Reed. There's so many of them. I know. Isn't it splendid? There was no witty rejoinder from Margaret, which surprised me. Thank God for rain. You could see every muscle. I saw her glance at Margaret. She too, then, had not iced her friends on silence. Are you quite all right, Margaret? Sorry. Having a moment. That's my father over there. She nodded toward the man the superior was speaking to. Really? I suppose I see the resemblance. That did get the smallest smile out of Margaret, although it was quite fleeting. Shut it. I haven't seen him in almost 10 years. I wasn't sure I was ever going to see him again. Wasn't sure I was supposed to see him again. Do you not get along? On the contrary, he's the best father anyone could ask for. Why so glum then? She cast her eyes downward again, and Kathy Reed was left looking bewildered. Margaret was not alone with her thoughts for long, however. Sister Margaret. Do you recognize this man? This man recognizes her. Montague, my dear, it's Margaret now. Of course, Margaret. A beautiful name for a beautiful daughter. You will forgive me if it takes some time for me to adjust. You shall always be my little Moby. Yeah. Are you well? You don't seem pleased to see me. No, it's just overwhelming. That and it's raining. I am drenched. I am so overcome I hardly know Christ. When the men are done building the tents, we must catch up. I want to hear all about your service. Of course, Father. The man beamed and affectionately tousled the top of Margaret's hood before turning around to bark commands at the men unloading the carts. Margaret retreated back under the archway out of the rain, and the rest of the sisters followed her example. Everyone milled about, talking at the workers as they pitched tents and tended to their oxen and horses. It isn't half pissing down. Count your lucky days. It'll be snow soon enough. Marta turned to me and smiled widely. No cloak. You're a brave one. I realized that all the sisters were wearing heavy cloaks over their keyboard, just like the one Angela had on the other evening. I don't have one. Goodness. Well, tell the superior when you can and she'll find you. We can't have you wandering around all nippy this winter. Especially not with that lot out there. She gestured to the workers, who appeared to be having a difficult time in the nail floor. A few had already slipped in the mud, much to the delight of several sisters. I can't believe you're complaining. I'm in heaven. Don't trust them. And they're building a bloody town right outside our windows, for goodness sakes. It's going to be campfire songs and broken balcony all night, every night. Mark my words. Well, if you ever hear about an all-woman construction company, be sure to let us know. We can hire them next time. It's not a place for men, that's all I mean. It's bad enough having the buy shop here. Sister Marta, he is a holy man. He's meant to come and give communion in the holiday law. He's a dog like any other. You shouldn't say that sort of thing. I'm old enough to know a lecturer when I see one. Those two. She waggled her walking stick toward the superior and the buy shop, who were now walking back to the archway as well. Those two were made for each other. Now, girls. As you can see, the builders are going to be living quite close to the dormitory. I must ask that you behave while they are here. Be polite, be demure, and above all else, do not embarrass yourselves. I wouldn't dream of it. You can count on us. Good. Now, the men will be taking their meals in the tents, but naturally they will be spending time within the abbey walls working on the clock tower during the day. They are not to be bothered. I understand that it might be strange having so many people here, especially men, but they have promised to stay out of the way. If we can extend the same courtesy to them, I'm certain they'll be barely be noticed. Everyone murmured in approval. The superior nodded, and she and the bishop took her leave toward her office. Who wants to visit the tents tonight? But of course, it would only be polite. That's what the superior wanted. Another night, perhaps. Why not? Marta rolled her eyes and took her leave as well. Oh dear, never mind her. She'll get over it. I'm sure she'll change her tune after she sees a few of the lads lifting stones. Margaret, who had been standing quietly to the side, finally spoke up. I'll probably steer clear. Bit weird, you understand. Right. It's not like your father will be in the big tent. Besides, you're a big girl. You're allowed to talk to the other children. Sure, I don't know, it's still weird. They all know him. They report to him even. I understand. Do you wish us to avoid them? God, no, I wouldn't ask anything like that. Go make friends. I'll just avoid it. Probably. As long as you're not upset. Margaret offered a thin smile. Of course not. The conversation sputtered out, and people began to take their leave. Charity dawdled off in the direction that Martha had disappeared, and Catherine walked with Margaret toward the stairs up to the doors. Adela smiled pleasantly at me, then left in the direction of the cellars. Well, it's going to be a strange few weeks, I fear. Things are already strange. True enough. Speaking of, have you seen Eustace today? No. I know she was busy in the library earlier, but I haven't actually run into her. Me either. I hope she's well. She seemed rather out of it when we last spoke. Oh well. What are you up to for the rest of the day? Realization hit me like a brick. Oh no. I was actually meant to help Darcy with the sheep this afternoon. She'll be so cross with me. No, that's not like her. Darcy thinks the world of you. I got caught up with Flora and the newcomers and just forgot. Yes, poor Flora. Is she making friends? I'm not so sure. They were all playing chess in the library earlier, but they seem to be bickering quite a bit. That's good. That's friendship. Real. Of course. Look at Kathy Ring and Margaret, or Charity and Marta, or, well, I was about to say Eustace and yourself, but what? Have things been strained between you two lately? Forgive me for prying. I just worry. No. I appreciate the concern. I don't know. She is rather difficult to work with, I suppose. Yes, I've noticed this as well. You've worked together before, I take it. Of course, we all end up working together here on something or other. Eustace is very particular and a bit intense, but I wouldn't worry. You've butted heads before. She'll get over it, whatever it is. I tried my best to smile appreciatively, but I just couldn't believe her. Anyway, I suppose I should go and check in on the kitchen if Darcy's been busy with the sheep today. I'm sure she could use some help. Has she not returned? I don't know. I didn't see her. If she did, I'll go with you. I feel bad about leaving her to tend the sheep on her own. We hurried toward the kitchens through the rain. Darcy was nowhere to be found inside. so she must still be busy. I hope she's not stuck walking up the hill in this weather. My goodness, no. She usually gets a ride from one of the farmers after taking the sheep down to the village. She's probably just waiting out the rain. Moira looked around the kitchen, lost in thought. I don't want to tread on any toes, but perhaps we should make supper. Us. Well, if Darcy is indisposed, I don't know how else we're going to eat. I'm sure she would appreciate a meal when she returns too. It's a lovely idea, I don't know the first thing about cooking. Nor I. Wouldn't it be fun to learn? She picked up a big metal pan and held it the way one might imagine a soldier testing the weight of a new weapon. I don't know. There's a lot of fire involved. I'm sure it's easy. I've watched her do it loads of times. Now, do you know how to start a fire? She was resting her hands on her knees, bent low, peering into the bottom of the stove. I haven't the slightest idea. Perhaps we could ask someone for help. Eustace would know, surely. So shall I go find her? Good idea. I'll scrounge up some ingredients in the meantime. She wandered over to the larder and began selecting cuts of meat. I hurried out of the kitchen. In truth, I had no intention of asking Eustace about the stove. I was more concerned with delaying disaster, or at the very least, not being responsible for whatever inevitable mistake might ruin supper. Or worse, the kitchen. What a coward I was. Still, I hurried out into the rain and made my way back toward the superior's office. I could pretend that I was looking for Eustace. Perhaps I might even suggest what I was doing to anyone who passed by. My story would hold up to any scrutiny Moira might apply to it. It was Angela who was on my mind. However, the fact that Eustace was absent at all was suspect, as I had been distracted long enough. My hope was that Angela would be with the superior, discussing the Abbe's new guests. She was the prioress, after all. As luck would have it, I was correct. The door was opened for me by the bishop, who offered an apologetic smile as I was ushered in. He and Margaret's father were standing on the far side of the room nearest the door, while Angela prowled around the superior's chair, arguing with her. Which I find unacceptable. This is wanton disregard for our safety. You're being more than a bit melodramatic, Angela. It is warranted. This is carelessness I thought beneath even you. Sorry to interrupt, but is this about the men outside? Of course it is. Tell me, Hedwig, will you feel safe going to sleep tonight? What a question to throw my way. Don't answer that, Hedwig. Angela is hysterical. She's just trying to wind you up. My laborers are all fed, Sister Angela. You have my word, if you will take it. How many men are there? Dozens, surely. You can guarantee that not one black bar has slipped past her notice. My company's reputation is everything. We work in manor houses and the like. Misbehavior is punished swiftly and brutally. So you admit then that men in your employ have misbehaved before? I heard the tiniest sharp exhalation from Crispin. but his polite demeanor never faltered. I feel as though I've walked into an argument I cannot win. If I admit to the reality you describe, I will never claim that nobody has needed to be punished in my incorporated story. Then the way I've dealt with this reality can never be enough. I think you and the superior are attempting to ignore the reality I am critical of. A handful of restless men, young and old, exhausted by work and full of drink, sits outside of a nunnery, within a stone's throw of the windows to our private rooms none the less. We have no game, no laws. These or worse have unfettered access to any treasure they might desire. Ridiculous. With all due respect, Sister Angela, if my word is not good enough, what would be? Should I castrate all my employees? That might be a good start. What about a curfew? My men are not children, Lord Bishop. They would not take well to that sort of treatment. It certainly sounds like you have them under control. Respect is the greater part of control, good sister. I have no doubt your dogs respect you for giving them such a long leash. Will they respect us, though? The superior slammed her hands flat onto the desk. Enough. The meeting is over. There's nothing to negotiate. I am sorry, Angela, but you would just have to put up with our guests. They are here to do a necessary job. Out of season, no less. We should be grateful. Crispin gave the superior a little nod of appreciation. We shall work fast and work well. You will have your tower before the year ends. By that token, I should get back to the camp and see how things are progressing. Have a pleasant evening, ladies. Lord Bishop. He offered everyone another charming smile and left the office. If I hadn't already known he was Margaret's father, I would have made the connection then and there. That grin was unmistakable. What did you need, Hedwig? I was actually looking for Sister Angela. What luck. She is all yours. You are both dismissed. She waved her hand toward the door. The bishop offered yet another apologetic expression to me as he saw Angela and I out into the cloister hall. When the door closed behind us, Angela huffed. Unbelievable. She has lost her mind. Because of those men. Follow me. She took off toward the chapel. We eventually stopped behind a shadowy pillar just out of the brain's reach. I will ask you again, Hedwig. When you go to sleep tonight, will you feel safe? No, I must admit that has very little to do with those men. Their presence does not bother you. Not any more than the presence of a murderer, or the devil himself, for that matter. I suppose you have spent your whole life in a little locked room. Men love to take, Hedwig. They will be a problem before you know it. I suppose I just have bigger things to worry about, Sister Angela. Angela looked oddly forlorn. The idea that I did not see eye to eye with her on this matter seemed to genuinely baffle her. Then I shan't belabor it. You said you were looking for me. What did you want? Well, I was unable to speak to Darcy, but nevertheless, I wanted to report something rather odd. Eustace has been missing all day. Or rather, not missing, but indisposed. I think she has done something very strange in the library. Angela's face morphed back into a familiar stony expression. You were right to come and find me. What have you found? I was unable to complete my writing this morning because the door to the library was locked. I was able to enter this afternoon. I discovered that Eustace had taken many of the books down from their shelves and locked them away in the sacristy. What on earth? Nearly everything past a certain point in the library is missing. We should go at once. Show me. She began to walk briskly toward the stairs. I felt a small sense of triumph as we made our way through the cloister and up to the second floor. Finally, it was beginning to feel like I was making real progress. If there was some piece of evidence Eustace was hiding, it wouldn't be long until this mystery was solved. Even proof that Eustace was hiding something might be enough to finger her. I was almost excited as I opened the library door. Who's that? I can't see. The beaky one again, and the other beaky one. Both Angela and I ignored these barbs. Try that door, Angela. The sacristy. Yes. That is always locked. I'm such a fool. I've been to ask the superior for the key. Never mind. Show me the missing books. Missing books? It wasn't us. We've just been playing chess. I hesitated for a moment and moved toward the shelves. Then I stopped. This is where my story might start to stretch credulity. But I swear upon my life that this is true. The shelves did not extend as far back as I remembered them going. In fact, the back wall of the library was perfectly well lit by the candelabra hanging from the ceiling. Where are the missing books, Hedwig? My guess would be in the sacristy. Of course, but which shelves were emptied? Every visible shelf was fully stocked.
Said. Stay moist, my friends.
I don't know. I stepped forward, hoping that I was just missing something obvious in my nervous state. I can't see anything out of place. Nor I. Laura, did Eustace come back while I was away? Nope. Angela had stepped into the row of shelves I was in, peering up at the very present books in confusion. I headed back toward the younger nuns and turned to face the shelves once more. I stepped into the row adjacent to the one Angela was perusing. To my great relief, I could now see back into the inky depths of the full library. Here we are. Angela, come over to this row. I jogged into the darkness. Now I could see the empty shelves all around, just barely visible. I heard Angela's footsteps approach and turned to beckon her toward me. Hedwig, where are you? I'm right here. It's just a little dark. Hedwig, hello? Just step forward. It was as if she could not hear me, let alone see me. If this is a joke, Hedwig, it's not funny. You know that I dislike having my time wasted. I'm not joking. Sister Angela. Sister Angela. I shouted as loud as I could. Angela tilted her head quizzically, but otherwise did not react. Bewildered and a little frustrated, I marched back into the light. If I had to drag her back into the shelves by her hand, I would. There you are. I've been here all this time. Just follow me. I turned around to head back into the dark shelves, but they were no longer visible. Found them. Once again, there was only a well-lit wall at the back of the room. The bookshelves around us were perfectly stocked. I half expected Angela to chide me, but her expression was oddly grave. There's nothing there, Hedwig. Yes, but there was, a moment ago. I promise I am not pulling a prank on you. I don't think you are. She was staring at the wall. I could just barely see her lip quivering. Did you did you hear me shouting for you a moment ago? She did not respond. Flora, did any of you hear me calling for Angela? Maybe. I didn't hear anything. Nor I. Really, I swear I heard something. Angela, you didn't hear me. I gave quite a bellow. We should leave. Right now. She spun on her heel and practically ran out of the library. I chased after her, letting the door slam behind us as we flew out onto the second floor landing. Angela braced herself on the stone railing overlooking the cloister. She was white as a sheet. Are you quite all right? Could you truly not see or hear me? I could see you. Enough. Enough. I shut up and stood awkwardly while Angela collected herself. What did you see? The empty shelves I told you about. They were just as I left them. Angela slammed her fist against the stone railing. There was nothing there. But you were gone. And then you were back again. Perhaps I blinked or turned away, but I only stepped to you. You have to believe me. I do believe you, which is why I am in such distress. There's no explanation for what I just saw. I. Well, we should find Eustace and demand the key to the sacristy. Then we can find the books, and whatever trickery this is won't matter any more. Yes, that would be wise. She turned her gaze to the library door. Do you think they're safe in there? They seem not to mind at all. True enough. I suppose nowhere in this abbey is safe. Not until we find what's in the sacristy. Indeed. She pulled herself up. She still looked rather shaken. A tiny glint of her usual resolve was flickering in her eyes. I will go and ask the superior if she has the spare key for the sacristy. You start asking around the sisters to see if you can narrow down her location. One way or another, we'll get into that room. I nodded. We headed down the stairs together and parted ways at the bottom. I made my way back toward the kitchen to check in with Moira before anything else. I could tell her the truth. I was still looking for Eustace and would be unable to help with supper. Despite everything, I was still determined to keep up appearances. I entered the kitchen and was immediately overwhelmed with smoke. Moira, I couldn't speak. The air was thick and made me cough as soon as I opened my mouth. Hedwig, did you find you? Moira also began to cough. I held the door open to allow the gray wisp to dissipate outside. I stood in a daze for a moment, overwhelmed by the memory of the beast's sulphuric stench that night on top of the wall. Moira finally collected herself. She was still smiling, though her eyes were watery. Did you find Eustace? I managed on my own, but I could still use some expertise. I couldn't find her. I'm still looking for her. I just wanted to check on you here so you weren't waiting. Not to worry. I'll manage by myself. I just burned one bit of meat, but I think I can cut the worst of it off. The next one will be easy. Learn by doing. That's what I always say. I nodded wearily. and watched as she plopped another cut of meat into the frying pan atop the stove. More smoke began to billow up as the meat sizzled violently. Could you leave the door ajar for me on your way out? I nodded and popped the door open. The kitchen had a chimney, but Moira was managing to produce far too much smoke for it to handle. I wandered back toward the cloister, unsure of who to check in with next, or where I might start searching to find her myself. Her dorm room, the garden, the cellars, all seemed about as likely as the other. I entered the hallway, surrounding the cloister, barely paying attention to where I was going. Boy, a sudden voice made me jump. Watch where you're going. Be nice, Violet. She was off in her own little world. I'm a bit hard to miss, though, eh? I'm sorry. I was lost in thought. Us too. You don't see us nearly barging into people, do you? Well, we almost did barge into her, didn't we? She nearly bumped into us. It takes two to bump into each other, doesn't it? I could feel my patience waning already. In an attempt to be helpful, I changed the subject. You were lost in thought as well. But might I be of assistance? We're looking for Sister Kathy Reed. Any idea where she is? I'm afraid not. I'm looking for someone as well. Have any of you seen Sister Eustace? Sorry. It's no trouble at all. No need to apologize. I offered as pleasant a smile as I could, but none of them returned it. We walked past each other to return to our separate searches. I took a few steps forward, but something caught my eye. The cloister lawn had been ravaged terribly. Deep divots and tracks lining the previously green grass. I turned around, suddenly quite irritated. Did you push the wheelbarrow over the cloister? We looked at each other briefly. No, sister. You think this little thing could have done all that? It was all those blokes moving stones. You mean the builders? No, the Plantagenet army. Of course we mean the builders. But very well. I apologize. She was only looking out for the upkeep of the Abbe Violet. Fair enough. No reason to treat us like criminals, though. I did apologize. She did? She did. Oh, right. Sorry about that, Miss Hedwig. Apology accepted. I hope you find who you're looking for. You as well. Laura continued staring at me as Violet turned her wheelbarrow around. I turned back the way I had been walking and continued my laps. After a few laps, I wandered toward the garden, hoping Eustace might just materialize in front of me. People had a habit of bumping into me at the right time, after all. Unfortunately, I would have no such luck today. It was still raining, and there was nobody in the garden. I sighed. There was no use getting drenched unless I had to. I turned back toward the cloister. As I paced up the gravel path, a puddle caught my eye. An idea struck me. I had a good idea of where she might be. The rain kept coming. I pounded on the door to the superior's office once again, hoping that I wouldn't bother her. I had a strong suspicion that Eustace was off fishing, but there was no way I was going to walk there in this weather without one of those thick cloaks the others had begun to wear. Raindrops felt good against my skin, but soggy clothes did not. What is it? Sister Hedwig. Sister Angela was just here. She said you were busy. Did you need something? Nothing important, but, well, the rain has been getting awfully heavy lately. I was hoping I could be spared one of the traveling cloaks the others are wearing. You weren't provided a heavy cloak. Goodness, how embarrassing. One moment. I should have a spare. The bishop was still here, leaning against the superior's desk. He smiled warmly at me. It didn't work, however. I felt annoyed. What did he do all day? I immediately felt ashamed for being so judgmental. However, I quickly returned his smile. Let us see. I usually keep one or two at the bottom of the wardrobe, just in case somebody damages or loses theirs. She opened a large cabinet set against the wall. Perhaps I spoke too soon. How odd. I could have sworn I had one. You are certain there isn't one in your new room. It should have been folded up underneath the bed. I am quite sure. How queer. I gave Darcy very specific instructions on preparing your room. Well, if you need one right this moment, I suppose you might borrow mine. She retrieved the single cloak that was hanging in the wardrobe and handed it to me. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. Nonsense. I don't plan on stepping out into that nasty weather for a very long time, if I can help it. Just take good care of it. Of course. Thank you, Your Reverence. My eyes darted toward the bishop. You have a deep well of kindness, ma belle. I do what I can. I slipped the heavy fabric over my shoulders and fastened the clasp on my neck. The sensation was immediately overwhelming. Snug, warm, perhaps even a little stifling for the indoor air. Is there anything else? Do you have anything new to report about your investigation? There is one thing. Did you wind up giving Angela a key for the sacristy? That's my next port of call. No. Eustace has just the one. Really? Goodness me, that seems rather irresponsible. She insisted there should be only a single key. Our collection is too valuable to leave multiple keys lying around, or so she says. I was reminded of Flora's story about sneaking into the superior's office and found myself agreeing with Eustace. On principle, at least. Not to worry then. I shall simply ask Eustace for help. That had been my plan in the first place. I was grateful for the new tidbit of information, however. I was beginning to feel more and more confident in my suspicions. I don't have anything to report in that case. I may just have something conclusive soon, however. I was nursing a desire for approval, and part of me wanted to spill everything to the superior right away. But if I was wrong about Eustace's books, I would look utterly mad, no matter how suspect the rest of her behavior was. Not to mention the fact that I might need to explain what had happened to me and Angela in the library, which might destroy whatever shred of credibility I was holding on to. Why so mercurial? For no reason. I just don't want to promise anything too grand before I can deliver. Suit yourself. Have a good evening, Hedwig. I nodded my head and took my leave. I started toward the path to Eustace's secluded fishing spot, getting used to moving in the superior's cloak. When I stepped into the rain, I noticed the difference he gave me. The thick fabric absorbed the beating raindrops effortlessly. It was a very strange sensation. As I made my way down the path to the outer wall, however, I became more uncomfortable than I had been seeing his cloak. My clothes had been soaked through already today, and the traveling cloak trapped the soggy loose fabric in a way that felt awful as I moved. When I made it to the stone passageway, I paused for a moment to adjust my clothes. I did my best to peel the wet fabric off of my skin, fluff it a little, hoping that it would sit a little more comfortably under the cloak with a little fiddling. Alas, it was easier said than done. As I leaned against the wall for balance while rearranging my robe, a glint of metal caught my eye. Why was the sword here? I bent down to retrieve it. Once again, I marveled at how natural it felt in my hands. I turned the blade over to inspect it. Sure enough, there was the Hebrew engraving. Why had it been deposited so unceremoniously out here? Keeping good care of the sword was Eustace's job, as she had complained about so many times before. More evidence of her strange behavior, I thought. I decided to carry it with me. It was her responsibility in the first place. Plus, I would feel a degree of satisfaction asking her why she had left it to rust in the rain after Kathleen's wake. I could demand the sacristy key. She would have no choice but to give me the key. The sword must be returned to that room for safekeeping. Eustace would be in a real bind, wouldn't she? She would have to give me the key or let me into the room. I held the sword. The alternative was showing the superior the neglected blade. See how wet it is? What if it had been damaged by the elements? Rusted? And failing those scenarios, what if Eustace resisted me? A surge of anxious energy passed through me as I navigated off the path onto the trail to Eustace's fishing spot. She might panic when I asked her for the key, I thought. Or if she truly had something to hide, she might attack me. Well, in that case, I would defend myself bravely. I hacked at a few branches along the path to practice my swing. When I finally reached the log I had had to clamber over twice before, I gave it a good slicing down the middle. Nothing could slow me down now. I hacked the log in twain with a few more hits, and the path opened up to me. I jogged ahead. I was beginning to feel excited. I was so close to finding Eustace. I was so close to freedom. I was so consumed by the idea of catching Eustace in her lives that I ceased worrying about the beast that had attacked me and Flora, or the magic circle, or the strange events in the library. Those things followed this thing. The head counted far more than the limbs. If Eustace was forced to tell me the truth about what she was up to, if she was made to admit that she had something to do with Kathleen's death, everything else might follow. I practically pranced the rest of the way to the riverbank. Alas, my giddiness was all for nothing. There was nobody else here. I had been wrong. I surveyed my surroundings. In retrospect, it should have been obvious. Fishing. In this weather. How stupid was I? I let out a howl of frustration so loud I surprised myself. Even with the tree cover, sitting in the damp grass for hours on end would have been miserable. I had imagined Eustace slinking out into the woods to contemplate her nefarious schemes, huddled in the rain, beating fish against her bucket to calm herself, and made perfect sense in my mind. But here I was, alone, full, drenched to the bone. I had had enough. I was humiliated and uncomfortable. I felt hot and clammy all over. I had had enough of my sodden clothes. In a fury, I flung the sword to the ground and began to tear my garments off. I let the cloak fall to the ground and yanked my robes over my head, rolling them into a squishy heap on the ground. Enough. It was colder this way, but at the very least I was free from the awful sensation of soaked fabric steaming underneath a thick cloak. I held my arms aloft, inviting the raindrops to cool me down. Slowly but surely, the oppressive sticky sensation my damp clothes had imbued me with was replaced with a cold but crisp sense of comfort. Frustrated, everyone heard that bellow, I'm sure. Leave me alone. We are alone. For now. Someone will come looking eventually. We should enjoy ourselves while we can. Nobody knows where I am. Eustace might guess. Then let her come. I was looking for her anyway. And let her find you like this. Be quiet. She chuckled and then picked up the sword and examined it idly. What are you doing? Just looking. Looking at what? Nothing. Goodness, you are paranoid. I glowered and sat down in the tall grass. I I just need some time to collect myself. By all means. I lay down and shut my eyes, exhaling deeply. The rain pelted my body, messaging me, relaxing me. What had I come looking for? A game. I opened my eyes. Hello? What are you doing? The same thing you are. Nonsense. You tricked me. You wanted to get me out alone. Hold me here with your infernal lie. She did not respond, but leaned down to kiss my forehead. So stop that. Stop what? She picked up the sword again. What does it say, do you think? I can't read Hebrew. Isn't that a shame? That seems like it would be useful in your line of work. You're right. I wouldn't even be able to read the Septuagint. How do you later separate you from gospel truth, I wonder? I don't like to think about that. That's quite all right. I think about it for you. I think about a lot of things for you. Oh, is that why you pull me around with that invisible thread of yours? Thread? What thread? I don't need you anywhere. Not on purpose, at least. I just wander freely. If you feel compelled to follow me, that's on you. I am afraid. I do not understand. Is there not need for attention in your spirit? What happened to Kathy Reed? What might happen to you? Will you see heaven? Why do you feel all funny when Kathy Reed holds you close? Stop it. Why do you feel funny when you look at Adela, or Moira, or Margaret? Stop it. Or Eustace. Why, oh why do you feel the most when you look at Angela? You're wrong, you know. Don't deny it. You're forgetting one. Am I? That's right. You feel it the strongest when you think about Kathy Lee. Yes. You could never touch her, though. You never will. What would you call it, that feeling? I don't know. Gnawing, I suppose. Loss. Emptiness. Yes. She turned the sword over in her hands, examining the handle. This was Kathy Green's sword, was it not? Somebody said that in the Misericorde. The night, Eustace pretended to be the ghost. Why? Kathy Green's sword. She ran her fingers over the pommel, deep in thought. We have some time to ourselves, don't we? Time enough, I'm sure. She traced her fingers down the handle, all the way past the crossguard. I'm carrying another thought for you. Indeed. She guided my hands to the base of the blade. Hold the card, you stupid woman. Just relax. I'll take care of things. It was beginning to get dark when I finally rose to my feet again. The rain had dissipated. I was shaky and unsure of my footing, but undeniably calm. My hands stung in the rain. I looked down at my palms and grimaced. I told you to be careful. She was washing the sword in the stream. Water's not good for metal, is it? Blood is worse, I should think, especially on the leather. I blanched and turned away. I picked up my clothes, meaning to get dressed. They were unusable, however. I sighed and retrieved the superior's traveling cloak. This, at the very least, was still usable. I fastened it around my neck and pulled it closely around my naked body, just as Angela had worn hers before. You did that on purpose. To what are you referring? Let your clothes get soaked. Now I have to walk all the way back wearing naught but a cloak. That is not true. Yes, it is. Want to know how I know? Because I thought it for you. Enough. She handed me the washed sword with an impish grin. The trek home was as exhilarating as she had insinuated. Of course. I was cold, wet, and shivering, but I was happy. Happier than I had been relaxing on the river bank, even. Why is that, do you think? I don't know. Isn't that your job to think about? It's a puzzle, even for me. You could lay with anyone you like here, surely. But you don't want that, do you? I do. I do sometimes. I know it's wrong. Is it any more wrong than this? It's different. You don't want to ask. You're just advocating responsibility. Giving is wrong. Being taken from, well, that's not on you, is it? I just like how the air feels against my skin. I'm sure you do. So do I. Naturality. But must be something more than that, surely. Must it? And is it so wrong? So surely there are far worse vices. I'm inclined to agree, but is it my blessing you need? You know what I think? I think it's even more than putting the burden on your onlookers. I think you want to be worshipped. Enough. Let me enjoy this walk in peace. Suit yourself. I walked the rest of the way home in silence. the sword in one hand, my clothes in the other. I let the cloak flap open, inviting the cold air to dry my skin somewhat. It was getting dark, but I could see the glint of torches ahead. As I approached the outer wall of the Abbaye, my thoughts returned. What if all those men saw you? What do you think might happen? I suppose they might see me. Then what? I know you've often imagined yourself under the acacia trees. I know you dream of Absalom. Perhaps they would erect a tent just for you. I meant to argue. I could not. I was distracted by a dark shadow looming above the Abbaye. At first, I thought it had been a rain cloud. As I drew closer, I caught a familiar scent on the breeze. Smoke. I broke into a sprint without thinking. It was difficult to run with both arms occupied. I looked ridiculous, I am sure. The traveling plug billowed out behind me as I sprinted. I let out a growl of frustration as I passed into the walls of the Abbaye. This would not do. Even in an emergency, running around naked as anything was too much, even for my adult mind. My clothes were still unusably wet. There was no other choice. I tossed the sword back into the grass I had found it in, and covered it hastily with a pile of lawn dry. Now I could pull the traveling cloak around myself, at the very least. I would come back for the evidence. Everyone would be distracted by the fire anyway. I made my way toward the source of the smoke, following my nose. I felt terrible. Leaving Moira to her own devices had been selfish of me. I had no doubt in my mind that she had become overwhelmed by the intricacies of what only Darcy could do. But as I passed through the cloister, I realized that the fire was not in the kitchen. It was coming from upstairs. Several men were rushing up the stairs carrying buckets. I pulled my cloak a little tighter around myself as I passed me. A horrid realization was building inside of me, and as I pressed the final steps, my fears were confirmed. Hedwig, Hedwig, I'm so glad you're well. What happened? There's a fire in the library. I only just found out. I thought I was just smelling the stove until I heard men shouting and running. Another one of these men pushed past us as she said this. They've almost got it under control, I believe. The other sisters, the bishop, and the superior were all scattered about the second floor hallway. Most were leaning against the stone railing, looking concerned. Margaret and Kathy Green were pacing about, discussing something in grave tones. Charity, Gorda, Adela, Thor, and the newcomers were speaking with Angela, who looked apoplectic. Darcy and Eustace were nowhere to be seen. Did Darcy ever return? No, no, she must be spending the night on the farm. Thank goodness. What about Eustace? Moira cast her eyes downward. I'm not sure. I ran into the library, desperate to see what had happened. I could hear Moira and the superior shouting at me to stop, but I ignored them. A half dozen of the men were charging on the room empty buckets. Sister, get to safety. I'm looking for my friend. Well, not a friend as such. I didn't have the time nor the wherewithal to explain the intricacies of my relationship with Eustace to a stranger. It's a complete and total mess in there, good sister. Stop dawdling. Buckets. The muscular man looked at me pleadingly before following the others out to refill their buckets. I coughed and forged ahead. The cloud of smoke was billowing out of the sacristy, as I had dreaded. It was hard to see. It was harder to breathe. I struggled to keep my eyes open as I searched for signs of life or worse. Bits of burned paper were fluttering about in the air. The worst of the flames had been contained, it seemed, but there were menacing piles of ember everywhere. Dull, black debris were scattered throughout the room. The amount of refuse was unbelievable. Everything in here had been utterly destroyed. I coughed and hacked the weeds as I scoured the area for any hint of Eustace. A pair of hands stopped me from falling face first into a smoldering pile of ash. The same man as before had gripped my shoulder to steady me. It felt strange. I yanked myself free as forcefully as I could and wheeled around on him. Please get yourself to safety, good sister. We'll take care of the rest. I couldn't argue. I staggered out of the room and back out onto the landing. I coughed again, and several people rushed forward to help me. Careful. Smoke is terrible for you. Steady, steady. I began to sob. There's nothing left. Yes, it's a shame. I'm just glad everyone is safe. I was so worried. But everyone isn't safe. I had so many thoughts running through my head. With Eustace gone, any trails I had left to follow would go cold. I was able to enter the sacristy, but whatever had been hidden in there was long gone. Worse still, there was a sinister part of me that was relieved to be rid of her. How wicked a thought! But nonetheless, it was an honest feeling. Without her breathing down my neck, and with no way to pursue the mystery any further, perhaps I could live normally. Hedwig, what do you mean everyone's not safe? Have you not realized? Well, where's Eustace? Margaret grinned in an confused, almost condescending manner. Uh, you had me worried for a moment. She's right there, Hedwig. She pointed over her shoulder toward the stone railing. Did somebody need me? Here came Eustace, alive and well. Hedwig, glad to see you're well. That's everyone then, isn't it? It would seem so. Eustace, why aren't you wearing anything, Hedwig? I didn't want to say anything. Why did you have to go and ruin it, Eustace? It's cold. I'm just concerned. Is that my cloak? I could have died right then and there. I was looking for you, Eustace. I slipped and fell into the stream. My clothes were soaked through. I had to walk back in just the cloak. So sorry, Superior. Then I saw the smoke and, well, I forgot myself with worry. Goodness, you've been in the wars. Are you sure you're feeling well? Why aren't you wearing anything? You two should get to bed. Now. All right. Keep your clothes on, lady. The teenager skulked away, Violet scratching her head all the way. Angela shot me a look before turning away to interrogate somebody else about the fire. The reality of the situation was beginning to set in. I was all but naked, surrounded by all my peers and betters. The bishop, who had been standing off to the side of the superior, was covering his eyes in shame. I was soaked, my breath was short, my feet were sore. I was covered in ash. Worst of all, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Horrible as it is to admit, there had been a small part of me that hoped that God had removed Eustace as an obstacle. There she was, looking as stoic as ever. I I was having a very bad day. Here you are. They only had cans. Hope that's all right. Yeah, sure. I felt kind of strange all of a sudden. I remember blinking and flipping the pages of the book. Right, yes, I was holding the book. I wasn't able to read much though. Jet lag or something. Words stuck out to me as I skimmed. None of them made sense. Nosy. You can borrow it if you like. To know if you have a telly in the room you're staying in. Not sure. Don't think so. There you are then. Branch out a bit. Try a genre you're not familiar with. I thought you needed this for work. It's work, but I'm in no rush. I'm here to get a little more hands-on with a project anyway. I considered for a second, looking back down at the page I had opened too. None of the words made sense. They felt like they were shifting in front of me. They gave me a headache. I really was jet lagged, and I wasn't interested in the premise anyway. I slid the book back across the table. She smirked as she put it back in her bag. I didn't want to play games. I changed the subject. You mentioned location scouting on the plane. You making a movie out of this or something? She smiled and raised a finger to her lips. That's cool. I can write this off as a busyness deal. Do you ever stop working? She unfastened her handbag and retrieved her shiny pack of cigarettes, lighting one as she spoke. You into compensation theory? God, it's nice to hear someone say that instead of work-life balance. I'm sure it is. You might not like my answer though. I love working. My work is fun. I mean, I think structural functionalism is a fascinating field. And I suppose it's true that you want to give factory workers enough holidays that they don't strangle their wife and kids. But me, I always want to be working. Ever strangled anyone? Work's too fulfilling to even fantasize about it. Wish I could find a job like that. Where do you work? Nowhere right now. Explains the uniform. She waggled her cigarette at my baggy clothes. Jesus. Too far? Do you like me or not? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't tease you. Sorry, I thought we were developing a good rapport. Sort of a buddy cop thing. I don't know, something you wouldn't protest. Buddy co-op grocery cashiers. Her above it all stick was really starting to piss me off. What really annoyed me was that she was funny. I was used to being the mean one in conversations. All I could do was scoff. Is this all off the dome? Is this your open mic material? Like I said, love, I'm always working. American, unemployed, perhaps unemployable, left-wing in the sense that you really want people to know you're left-wing, punk aesthetics, academic vocabulary when push comes to shove. I'm going to guess your parents are wealthy. Not in academia. If that was the case, you would probably read less. You would never be able to keep up arguing with them. You feel like you like feeling smarter. Let's say liberal. Do they work in entertainment? Your natural distaste for me might stem from that. I remind you of them. I don't have a distaste for you. You're kinda weird, kinda mean. I don't even know your name. I buy you drinks though. We do have a rapport. Yes. Thanks. My name is Tatiana. Really. Real. That's more Russian than I was expecting. Now who's being mean? Maybe I'm a spy for the Reds. You would like that, I imagine. Whatever. Anyway, you're wrong. Neither of my folks are in entertainment. I'm very close, though, aren't I? Politics? God damn it. Yes. Can I have a cig? Of course. Thanks. Yes. My dad's a mayor. She laughed really hard at that one. The mayor's daughter. That's almost too good. I bet you're popular in the papers. God. Does he ever ask you to dress normal for reporters? Do you argue about Afghanistan's nuclear power over dinner? He's the mayor. He has no say in any of that shit. Answer the question. Well, yes. All the time. Like he's the mayor now. What if he becomes a senator? The president? I'm always right. What's his number one poll I see? What did he run on? What won his campaign? Prison shit. Carceral State Beer Ballroom poll. I was right. Liberal. Sure, yes. Well, that paints an absolutely fascinating picture of you. But why are you here? Why Linbaro? I was getting tired of the interrogation, but looking around the bar. Sorry, Cobb. I realized my options for conversation elsewhere on this trip were slim. You're the location scout. You know about the weird shit that went down here. She blew a large cloud of smoke out of her nostrils. Pretend I don't. Okay, sure. There's this abbey at the top of the hill here. You know, for medieval nuns. It burned down a long time ago. Nobody thought it was very important. You know, like it was sad. It's not like the Tower of London or whatever. It was just another abbey. There's weird shit about it. Lots of conspiracies. Ghost stories. I'm familiar. Do go on. There's a whole bunch. I don't know. Some of it is silly. I'm not like much of a kooky theory type, you know? I just thought it was interesting. I wanted to get away from home for a while. Tell me the theories. Some people think there was a coup or something being planned there. That there was like a medieval terror cell there. Like they were going to do something about the War of the Roses. I don't know. It sounds pretty stupid when I say it out loud. I never felt less confident in myself than I did explaining myself to this rich lady. I don't know. It had made sense to me up until now. Look, I had a big argument with my parents about my future. You know how it goes. I'm not into occult or supernatural shit, really. A TA in my English lit class put me onto this cool story about this weird abbey in England. A lot of weird stuff happened there. Murders, suspicious fires. He's been trying to write a paper, something about it. Was going to come to do research. I needed a place to go clear my head, get away from my family for a while. I thought, good excuse to get out of the country. I'll go check out this weird old haunted building with a friend of mine. What was I doing? You and a friend are taking a gap year together. I get it. Barely normal for rich girls. I'm not taking a gap year. I'm not a rich girl. Who bought your plane ticket? Your parents. Nice of them to pay for your getaway. Why did you come alone? Couldn't get on the same flight as this friend of yours. Look, it's supposed to be a surprise. She threw her head back, started cackling. Please, I thought, get me out of this fucking pub. This is good. This is really, really special. This friend isn't a friend, is that right? You're in love with him, aren't you? You don't care about the Abbe at all. You're trying to impress him. I downed the rest of my can of cider. I don't want to talk about this. It's so cute. What's he like? Aloof, cool, I'm guessing. Deep down you know he really cares. Does he know you're into him? I wasn't going to play along anymore. I started to scowl and focused on my cig. You're upset. That's okay. You're still swanky from your flight. Time zones are a bitch. Cranky from your flight. Time zones are a bitch, aren't they? Clinky. Someone else was being a bitch too, but I didn't want to start a fight. I made a show of glancing at the clock and stood up. Thanks for the cider and the cig. Sit back down for a moment. You'll want to hear this. I doubt it. As it happens, I've also been working on a book about the goings on up at Limborough. She was right. Unfortunately, I did want to hear that. I sighed, sat back down. What's it about? The killings, of course. The mystery of it all. Well, yes. What's the angel? It'll be a bit difficult to explain all in one go. Would you like to borrow it? I have a copy in my bag. If you'd like to do a little light reading tonight. She produced a rather thick paperback from her handbag. There was a photo, maybe just an illustration, of a rich-looking woman on the cover. None Left Alive, Chronicles of a Killer's Sister, was embossed in big bold text above her smiling face. It's a novel. I was expecting a textbook. Historical fiction is all the rage, based on a true story, you know? Sure enough, I was emblazoned on the cover where I would have expected the author's name to be. How accurate is it? It looks kinda over the top. Don't know. I haven't finished it yet. It incorporates some interesting new evidence. Okay then, what kind of evidence? You could read it, find out. I could show you tomorrow. You're going up to the Abbaye, I presume. I'll meet you there. Even better than a book, I would wager. It was hard to argue, as weird as she was. Okay. I pushed the Nobel back across the table. I want to see the real thing. She slid the Nobel back to me. Keep it. I doubt you'll spoil it for yourself all in one night.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
It's rather long. I could skip to the end. I suppose you could. Will you? Dunno. She smiled. My guess is no. I'll pick you up bright early tomorrow, yes. What? To see the Abbaye. I already have plans. No, you don't. She said this with a wide smile. As luck would have it, my work is taking me there too. That guy Jim is going to drive me up, I think. Of course he is. Well, in that case, I'll meet you up there. Whatever. She let go of my wrist. I left the pub to head back to Jim and Mary's. The door was unlocked when I got back. All the lights were off. They must have been asleep already. Made sense. They were old. I kicked off my shoes, felt my way to the stairs in the dark. I swung my leg onto the bed, flopped into it. The mattress was squeaky as shit. I felt bad. I didn't want to wake Jim and his wife up. I stared at the ceiling for a few minutes. I was tired, for sure, but I couldn't sleep just yet. I turned the bedside lamp on to check out the book that Binky had insisted I borrow. I opened the book to the first page. No publishing info or anything like that. That made sense, I guess. It was an advanced copy. There was something there, though. Don't. Bit creepy. I shook it off, though. I figured it was just a fragment of a note she had typed for herself. Don't forget to do something editory. You know, some shit like that. I was just on edge. Then I turned to the table of contents. Don't. Every chapter was titled Don't. This was pretty weird. Hadn't she said this was based on the true story? I was freaked the fuck out, but I couldn't resist turning the page again. Empty. I skimmed through the whole thing. There wasn't a single word printed in the whole book other than don't. It was so weird that I couldn't get all the way through it. I snapped the book shut and set it on the bedside table. I was too tired for this shit. I closed my eyes and zoned out. When I woke up, the first thing I did was check that novelle again. Still blank. Fucking weird. Had I imagined all of that don't stuff? I rolled out of bed and put my clothes from the previous night back on. I had only worn them for a few hours. Plus, looking at my suitcase made me realize that I had probably packed a little light. I could hear voices downstairs. After glancing at the empty book one last time, I walked down into the kitchen. Jim and Mary were seated for breakfast, chatting pleasantly. Here she is. Toast? Yeah, actually. Thanks. He smiled and picked a piece of crispy white bread off of a large pile on the kitchen table. Butter? Absolutely. Marmalade? You know what? Sure. I ain't ever had marmalade before. No marmalade? Yeah, not really a thing stateside. You hear that, Mary? Cancel our holy day. Mary chuckled as she scraped a generous helping of orange goop onto my toast. As if we'll ever have an overseas holy day. She handed me the plate, and I bit into the toast hungrily. Wow, that is good. No marmalade. Might as well not have a country. On that we can definitely agree. What's that? I swallowed my food. You don't like America. Of course she doesn't, Mary. She's a punk. Isn't that right? Yeah. Probably doesn't like the Queen either. Talked about it in the car, funnily enough. Mary looked upset. Oh, James, you said she wasn't one of your little schemers. Don't know what you're talking about, love. She's just a traveler who happens to have a valid taste in music and politics. Isn't that right? Never met this guy before, I promise. Oh, me. Only you could make me want to believe that you just happened to pick up a teenager in your car. Don't make me sound like some pervert. Lord above, woman. I'm only saying, you probably looked quite strange inviting her into your car. It was her friend that suggested it. I am an airtight character witness. Besides, I have another alibi. Short hair does nothing for me. Mary slapped her husband on the shoulder playfully, and he laughed quietly. Watch it. So then, Alex, you want a lift up to the Abbey, yeah? If you wouldn't mind, yeah. Mary gave me an oddly serious look. I'm here to explore the ruins. Fascinating bit of history. That Abbey. Macabre, more like. You should be careful up there. Lot of shady types go at night, get up to no good. It's just kids, Mary. It's just a good spot to have a bit of fun away from prying eyes. You were young once, hard as it is to believe. Another playful shaft slap on the shoulder. How long are you planning to stay up there? Not sure. A while, probably. I want to take some pictures. All right then. How about I drop you up there after breakfast, then come collect you round tea time? I've got to run some errands today. I'd rather like to do some gardening. I can't stay with you. Works for me. I finished my toast, then ran back upstairs to grab my jacket, my camera. When I headed back downstairs, Jim was already waiting by the door. Ready? Yep. Bye, Mary. Bye bye. It was so beautiful outside that I had to stop for a second to admire the view and take in the crisp morning air. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? I can't believe people live here. Feels like something out of a kid's book. You get used to it, but not that used to it. Still blows me away sometimes too. Go on, get in. The top of the mountain will be even more impressive. I hopped into the front seat of Jim's car once again. Right, off we go. Driving through the narrow street of the village was kind of scary. City driving was bad enough in the States. None of the roads here were straight. All of them were crazy fucking narrow. Eventually, we made it out of the town. We drove past a large farm at the base of the hill. Then the road began to get steeper. The hill was like a big wall of pain. It was breathtaking. The drive didn't get any more relaxing. The road was only wide enough for one car, which led several sudden swerves to allow other drivers to buzz past us. Jesus, how the hell do you decide whether to get out of the way or keep going? No, instinct knows me. Do you want me to slow down? I guess you've got it under control. Just takes some getting used to. Doesn't faze me at all. I barely notice. Driving jeeps is a lot more dangerous. I can tell you that. I imagine throwing a grenade into one of the passing cars. After 20, maybe 30 minutes, the road turned into gravel. Things got really bumpy for a little while. Then, finally, I saw stone ruins up ahead. Here we are. Glenborough Abbey, or what's left of it. There were a few cars parked in the gravel lot. I could see a really weathered plaque near the ruins too. Jim stopped the car and rubbed on the steering wheel. Right then, I'll pick you up back here a little after dark. Sounds perfect. Thanks a lot, man. Not at all, not at all. Look, your friend's here. God fucking damn it. I've been kinda hoping she wouldn't show up. She was walking straight to us with a huge grin on her face. A black turtleneck, khaki riding pants made her look kinda like a stormtrooper. I wondered if Jim would say anything. He was perfectly polite. I stepped out of the car, unable to escape. Hello. Hi. Fancy meeting you here. What are the odds? Quite good this time. We chatted about being up here in the pub last night. Well, you do have a nice day. I've got to run. Things to do. Of course, don't let us keep you. Yeah, thanks again. Jim gave a salute as I closed the car door. The car rumbled away over the gravel. Brought a camera, did you? That's fantastic. I could do with some new shots. I need an author photo. You're an author now. Sometimes. For real, is this like a ghost writer thing? I do have several collaborators. Do you know anything about 15th century metallurgy? No. Why would I? I don't know. People take all sorts of useless classes at university. Never mind. Shall I give you the grand tour? I couldn't believe I was stuck with her. I had flown so far to see this. She was oblivious to how annoyed I was, though. She swung me around on her heel, marched right to the plaque in front of what looked like a ruined archway. Welcome to Lindborough Abbey. I'm something of an expert if you can believe it. You already know all about what the plaques say, I'm sure. Built in the 1300s, served the community until it tragically burned down in 1484. Some say it's haunted. They still age award-winning wine here, graciously open to the public. A bit of a silly thing to put on a plaque like this. I suppose that's tourism for you. Well, yes. I know all that, obviously. The extra is why I'm here, though. She kissed her teeth. You're interested in the haunting bit too, though. That's not all, though. I mean, I am interested in ghosts for real reasons, not just like because I think ghosts are cool. I don't think that, really. It's a special ghost. You're definitely interested in it for reasons beyond trying to impress a boy. You're not going to let that go. It's important. I just need to be sure. Sure about what? That I can trust you with something interesting. Okay, fuck it. Sure. I'm related to one of the sisters. It was built in the 1300s. Narrow it down for me. This would be going way back, obviously. This teacher's aide I'm meeting here who got me interested in this stuff. He helped me dig through my family tree. It turns out I'm way distant relative of one of the later period nuns. I'm on the edge of my seat. Do you know anything about a Sister Kathleen? The corners of her mouth twitched, stretched into a creepy smile. Of course. What Minbaro Skodar doesn't? She was quite a character. You think you're related to her? I don't know. Maybe. My friend's piecing together some family tree stuff about some of the nuns here. She died, though, quite tragically if the stories are to be believed. Maybe she didn't. That's the theory my friend's been working on, anyway. You reckon your sister Kathleen is great, great, great. I can never work generations out in my head. Come with me. She passed under the ruins of the archway, beckoning me to follow. There wasn't much left of the place. The gravel path took us past square plots of stone. I assumed these were whatever was left of the building's foundation. A few chunks of wall, covered in moss, were still standing. Some pillars still stood, and most impressively, a few intact building facades. A couple of tourists stood on the cloister lawn, snapping photos. Beautiful, isn't it? Yes, not much left, though. 500 years is a very long time, even for buildings that didn't catch fire. Yes, I've been meaning to ask about that. Wasn't it made of stone? How did it burn down? She let out a condescending laugh. Stone buildings can still burn down, love. There was plenty of wooden framing, and mortar can catch fire. At that point, being made of stone is a bit of a liability. If there's nothing holding together, squish. I took a few photos of the ruins, looking for anything in particular while you're here. Well, yes, that friend. Friend, right you are. She winked. What's he like? Serious, moody. Deep down, you know he cares. Knock it off. have it your way. Let's pretend he got waylaid. What did you come here to see besides him? You said you could show me something crazy at the pub. What's your friend's theory? How invested is he in all of this? Did you come here just so you could hear all about it? Knock it off. Maybe he wanted to show you the same thing I'm going to. Are you afraid I'm going to spoil things? I love spoiling endings. Did you know they build another big space ball next in the next Star Wars? Do I look like a nerd to you? Anyway, that came out months ago. What is your favorite movie of the year so far? I don't know. I like streamers. Saw that a couple weeks ago. Of course you like streamers. You are a nerd, just not the sci-fi kind. Would you do me a favor and fuck off if you're just gonna be an asshole? Her smile never, ever wavered. If I did that, I couldn't show you my super secret special evidence. I rolled my eyes. Fine. Show me what you want to show me. She grinned, began walking again. I followed her, determined to get a whole story out of her. You're into politics. How much do you think that played into what happened here? It burned down at the end of the War of the Roses. You didn't skip ahead in that book. I was right. It wasn't political. I didn't say that. That book was empty, by the way. You gave me a blank on accident. Really? That shouldn't be the case. Are you quite sure? Positive. Didn't say anything at all. I couldn't trust her. Nope, just blank. Well, misprints aren't unheard of. Anyway, the war was absolutely one backdoor. Are you familiar with Richard III? Kinda. Well, that's a huge spoiler for you. He stayed here. In fact, he was staying here when it all came crashing down. What? I mean, I read that theory once, I think. It's out there, I'm pretty sure. I thought you said you knew some really mind-blowing new stuff. We had come to a stop at a staircase. She kept checking her watch. Be a dear. Make sure nobody sees us slip down here, yeah? Wait, hold on. She was already halfway down the stairs. God fucking damn it. She was taking us into some kind of wine cellar. I could hear her calling to me from up ahead. You want your mind blown? I want you to put up or shut up. Open this. Open what? She turned her head toward one of the wine barrels. Do you think I'm fucking stupid? I don't want to get covered in wine. Suit yourself. She fumbled with the front of the barrel for a moment. I braced myself. I know this sounds insane. It wasn't a prank. The lid opened like a door. Inside was something that looked like a rolled up piece of paper. Put that back. Are you crazy? Thought you were a punk. She unrolled the paper and grinned. I looked over my shoulder, just in case a security guard was coming around the corner. When you said new evidence, I didn't realize you meant you were stealing shit. Stealing? I'm not stealing. Nobody knew it was here. I'm finding. Whatever. Would you like to see it? She turned the thing around before I finished answering. Now isn't this interesting? It was a painting from the cover of None Left Alive. Indeed. She kept holding it out for me. She looked expectant. I wasn't really sure what else I could say other than cool. Well, I mean, yes, it's cool. It's a ruined painting someone lost, I guess. All right. Christ, if I knew you would be this hard to impress, I might have not I might not have bought it. Sorry. High story isn't my thing. Good thing there's plenty more than follow me. She stuck her head back in the barrel and started crawling into it. Come on then. No way. You are crazy. Am I? Her voice had suddenly got all echoey. Confused, I stuck my head into the barrel, saw her smiling at the end of a small tunnel. Interesting thing number two, there's more in here. Get a move on. Hell no. Do you think heritage site security guards work for MI6 or something? We're doing a little exploration. That's all. If we get caught, we can just say sorry. I sighed and took my leg off before squeezing into the little tunnel, closing the door behind me just in case. I crawled through into the little room Tatiana was now pacing around the edges of, looking for something. I sat on the lip of the tunnel and put my leg back on while she yapped. It should be around here somewhere. I stood up and took it all in. We were in some kind of underground chamber. It was dirty and dusty, but surprisingly dry. It's an old pantry. It's held up quite well, considering. And nobody's found it until now. They've just never opened that particular cask. Those are all decorative now, part of the exhibit. I'm sure people have found it, they just didn't have a use for it. Why are we here? Because of can't find what you're looking for. Give me a minute. I started pacing around. Maybe I could find the cool thing before she did. Get one over on her. It became obvious that people had indeed found this room before. There were broken beer bottles, condom wrappers, old fast food containers all over the floor. Not the most romantic hookup spot, is it? She had climbed up one of the rotting wooden shelves. Careful. The wood under her boot gave way. She managed to land on her feet. She was clutching a long bundle of rags to her chest. Waving me over, she held it out to me. Open it. No thanks. How long has that been there? About 500 years. She smirked. Why are you showing me all this stuff? We want to impress your friend. How chuffed will he be when he shows up? You have incredible new evidence for his research. He might propose on the spot. Stop being so countercultural for 1 second. See what I've got. I rolled my eyes, reached for the crusty old fabric. Tatiana's permanent grin stretched even wider as I revealed what was wrapped up in the old cloth. A rusty sword. The sword that killed your sister Catherine, so they say, as well as the Mother Superior, the Infirmary, who knows who else. Wait, for real? Spoilers. Whatever. The sword was rusty as shit. It looked really brittle. Looking at it closely, though, I could see a faint engraving. Urim. Well done. Are you practicing? No. I don't go to temple anymore. Well, what's your best guess on the meaning? I mean, it's Urim. Is there a Thumbim as well? Goodness gracious. Give her one sword. She already wants another one. You asked. I'm teasing, love. You're spot on, I think. Urim, Thumbim are a pair. Guilty, innocent, in it. Kinda. Sure. It's more complicated than that. Whatever. This is new. Like nobody else researching Minbaro stuff knows about it. What about that painting? Mysterious, isn't it? Who could it be? I'm going to take a wild guess from your tone. Say Kathy Ringy. You really didn't read much of that book I gave you, did you? It was blank, remember? Right. Well, maybe it's her. Come on, though. You've got to admit I'm doing pretty good here. I remembered the cover of the pre-release book she had shown me. Wait, isn't that on the cover of that novel? How come it's here? Right you are. How I loathe the tyranny of continuity. Any suggestions for how it could have gotten here? None. Look, what's your game? Like, do you want something in return? Not in the slightest. Unique here is enough for me. I just like showing off. This is a great opportunity. Weird. What's next? Next, we wait for your friend to show up. Greedy guts. Then you show him everything you found. He swoons. We share a nod from across the Ave. Fuck off. It'll be fun. Yes, well, I don't know how long he's gonna be. We might be waiting a while. Not to worry. I know a great way to pass the time. Yes. She held out her hand, snapped her fingers. I woke up slowly to the sounds of laughter and music. I groaned. My head hurt. My nose was stuffed. I still felt awfully clammy. I immediately tried to stand. I could feel someone holding my shoulder down. I sat up in bed with a start, terrified. Easy. One step at a time. Another fainting spell. Indeed. I must have looked a right fool. Well, details of the situation re-emerged in my mind slowly. The fire. Everyone is safe. Thank God. I was so worried. I just couldn't stand idly by. You were very brave. At least your sentiment was brave. I'm not sure what you plan to do without a bucket of water. Anything to help with the fire. Dashing in was admirable, especially in that state of undress. State of... I was mortified. Inwardly, I'm not going mad. My clothes just got soaked through. I just couldn't bear squelching around for the whole walk home. You don't need to justify anything to me. I appreciate that. Surely everyone thinks I am either mad or a whore. Well, everyone is concerned. I won't deny that. It's only because they care. She bent down, gave me a kiss on the forehead. I tensed up involuntarily. You ought to relax. Everybody here has had an odd moment or two. I think I've told you before. Yes, surely my moments are the oddest. Don't be too sure. There was a particularly loud laugh from outside. You hear that? I'm sure Catherine will be up to no good in the camp tonight. Nobody will remember you streaking around the Abbey. She suddenly started to chortle. So sorry, just covered in ash, you look like a druid or some such. I glanced down at my chest. There was a scattered line of gray powder running up my torso and neck, revealing where my borrowed traveling cloak had failed to cover me. The bishop would like to speak with you. I wouldn't worry. He seemed very concerned for your well-being. He's really a sweet man. I insisted you get some rest first. Not to mention that you need a bath. Yes, most definitely. Catherine will do what Catherine is wont to do. That's none of your business. Come on, let's get you cleaned up, shall we? Where are my clothes? You'll have to don that cloak again. I'm afraid. I washed your habit. It's all still drying. I stood up, retrieved the superior's cloak from the back of my writing chair. Not to point out the obvious, you're a touch less skittish about nudity these days, aren't you? I'm too exhausted to care, to tell you the truth. It's nothing I haven't seen before. I, true enough. I fastened the clasp and sighed. Moira, I feel as if I am failing myself. And not just myself, everyone around me. Did you ever feel that way, coming here? I know that my circumstances are strange. Sometimes I marvel at how far I've fallen. Fallen? What do you mean? I used to recite the hours. There was a time where I might have been able to repeat the entire Bible from memory because I lived inside of it. Now I am very much outside of it. Do you know what I did today? Moira smiled, reached out to stroke my cheek. Poor thing. What did you do? Can't say it. Sweet Hedwig, let's get you to the bath. I'm sure a wash will calm you down. I nodded, followed her out of the dorms. She retrieved a candle cricket from the fireplace on the way. The sounds of revelry were echoing throughout the cloister. Nobody seems too worried about what happened. There's not much else to do about it. The superior is furious, of course. After you fainted, she dragged you Stace to her office. I haven't seen them since. Moira giggled as she held the door to the bath open for me. Poor Eustace. I shouldn't laugh. It was pitch dark in the bathhouse until Moira touched her candle to a sconce on the wall. One tub had been prepared. I hesitated before disrobing. Are you? No, I wasn't planning to. I shed the cloak from my shoulders and stepped into the bath while Moira set about lighting a sconce with her candle. The cold water was a shock at first. As I sank into a sitting position, it became unbelievably comfortable. Once again, it had been created with a pleasant smelling salts and herbs. I sighed, allowed myself to enjoy the sensation. Moira moved to better look at me, evidently still interested in chatting. You did all this. I thought it was the least I could do after making such a mess of supper. Goodness, I forgot all about that. What happened? Well, I thought I had made something mostly edible. It turns out Darcy really is just irreplaceable. Did everyone eat? Against their better judgment. I'm sorry I left you to it alone. Pay it no mind. Truth be told, I doubt having two of us would have made much of a difference. Have you ever cooked? Never in my life. Nor I, until today. In the end, it was probably for the best you ran off. Two clueless cooks would have only doubled the chance of setting the whole kitchen on fire. What a strange coincidence. Strange indeed. When we smelled smoke in the refectory, I was certain I had left the fire in the stove going. There was a candle in the library, apparently. Speaking of smoke, this is reminding me of something. Do you remember whether you noticed we smoked the morning Catherine was found? Yes, quite clearly. It's one of the first things that comes to mind. Why? No reason. I just have smoke in my mind. I remember some of the others mentioning they had noticed it that morning. I'm beginning to associate with ill portents, I think. That's understandable. I'm just relieved it wasn't something awful like that. How did the superior react? She assumed it was Flora's fault at first. Eustace admitted to leaving something burning while she had been working in the sacristy. Where had Eustace been? She didn't say. She just ran over to defend Flora and her friends. I furrowed my brow, sunk into the water. Even the comfort of scented water could protect me from the sickly sense of dread welling up inside of me. Eustace had moved many of her books into the sacristy. Then she had disappeared for the day. Then a fire broke out, supposedly because of a candle or torch or what have you left in the small room. She realized her mistake and came clean to the superior. This was a fairly simple story about a dangerous but understandable moment of carelessness. But that wasn't the only strange thing about the library, was it? I popped my head back above the water for air before I could finish this thought. Moira had moved. I rubbed the water out of my eyes to see that she was chatting with Sister Angela. Hedwig, Sister Angela wants to talk to you. You don't mind if I leave, do you? Of course not. Wonderful. I'm off to let the superior know you're well. Hopefully she's not being too hard on Eustace. Oh, and don't forget to visit the buy shop when you're feeling up to it. Moira smiled at both of us, then went on her way. Angela watched her leave, eyebrow cocked as always. What does the buy shop need with you? I haven't a clue. Despite everything, Moira seems to think you are well. Are you? As well as I can be, I suppose. She began to pace around the top in a slow circle. Are you going to ask if I am well? Are you? I am not well. Hedwig, I am not well at all, and I doubt you are either. What makes you say that? Must I explain? You fail to control yourself and your urges, clearly, but even more pressing. We both understand what happened in the library tonight, sure. Eustace was burning evidence. She knows. One of us was careless. Or perhaps she has a collaborator that tipped her off. Do we both understand that? I should hope so. Are either of us stupid? I felt a pang of despair imagining what ironclad evidence had just gone up in flames. Of course Eustace knew that I was still investigating Catherine's murder. I had done my best to mule and prostrate myself during our confrontation in the cellars, but frankly, if I was Eustace, I wouldn't trust my word either. What had motivated Eustace tonight, however? Why now? No ideas worth sharing out loud with Angela came to mind. However, one useful thought did strike me. There's one thing she could not have earned. Kathy Vane's sword. It's been sitting outside, exposed to the elements. How do you know that? Because I saw it today. Scarcely even hidden. It's in a patch of grass along the outer wall. And you left it there. It was right as I thought I spoke. I shouldn't have liked to run upstairs naked and armed. I suppose not. Still, knowing that a weapon is just sitting there for anyone to take has me ill at ease. So should I go retrieve it? And John looked thoughtful. Do you have any idea why it might be there? None at all. Where is it exactly? By the exit that leads toward the hospitality. Have you seen anyone there lately? It's not far from the stairs I carried Flora down. I ran into the monster there. Angela looked as if she had something to say. I realized something before she could speak. It wasn't wielding the sword that night. I hadn't thought about that until just now. It only grabbed at Flora and I. The only person I was near where the sword rests. An image formed in my head. I had, in fact, seen somebody acting rather shifty in that spot once before. Sister Kathy Reed. What was she doing? I stopped short. Angela and I had made a pact. I had also made Kathy Reed a promise. I don't know. I suppose I could ask her. Angela nodded. Do it tonight, if you can. Then retrieve the sword as soon as you can move it discreetly. Until then, she stopped pacing, began to remove her clothes. Angela, there's one other thing we must discuss. You and I experienced something very strange today. I cannot stop thinking about it. I almost protested as she shed more of her clothing, but a tightness in my stomach forbade that I speak. Without asking and without saying a word, a rather naked Sister Angela stepped into the bathtub with me. I was forced to push up against the side to make room. Describe what you saw to me. I saw what I always see. A large library, full of long shelves. It wasn't until you lost sight of me that I thought anything of it. You understand that is impossible. Yes, as do I. Which concerns me greatly, because I have no other explanation for it. It was no trick of the light, nor a difference of opinion. You were somewhere I could not see. I was surprised at Angela's candor. I am relieved. in some sense, that you feel this way, because I too am quite sure of what I saw. But I must admit that I am surprised by how readily you are taking to this. After all, I have seen many strange things here, many of them impossible, and I have told no one. I have been so afraid to admit these things, or consider them as part of my investigation. Dark things, evil things, but you won't deny yourself. Why? Because it would be far more foolish to pretend otherwise in the face of evidence. When we all piled out of the refectory to investigate the smell of smoke, I was the first upstairs. Flames were leaping out of the doorway to the sacristy, but do you know what else was in the air? Paper, bits and pieces of pages. Yet the shelves I could see, at any rate, remained full. Ergo, that is very sound reasoning, Sister Angela. Indeed, she sighed deeply. Would you run away with me, Hedwig? For run away, leave this place to its doom. I fear there's little we can do about it ourselves. There is no more evidence for us to gather, and it would seem that Sister Eustace is capable of significant devilry. And not long ago you were so full of purpose. That was before I saw you reappear out of thin air. I felt strong then. I was brave. But I am not stupid. We have been vested, handily. I... Coward. I could not contain myself. Angela looked up at me in complete shock. Do you know what I have done for Kathy Reed? I have lied every day, to everyone, about who I am and what I am doing here. I've cheated, I've stolen, and worst of all, I have indulged. You poured me out to those women. You told me it was the best and only way to win their trust. To lie and make myself available to them. And I agreed with you. I may well have given up a place in heaven for the sake of Sister Kathy Reed. What have you done, Sister Angela? What sacrifices have you made other than your comfort? You tossed me like a ham-hock to eat dogs. I saw my monster plain as day the very first night after I left my cell, yet I have managed to keep my faith and maintain my duty. And you are ready to give up because of some curious shells. You demanded a pact with me, Hedwig, and now you wish to abandon Kathy Reed. I am not St. George, Hedwig, and neither are you. There is bravery and honor and duty, and then there is stubbornness. Would God send us such an impossible mission? Perhaps we are meant to tell greater people with greater power. We could travel to Westminster. They have exorcists. There are the Knights Hospitaller. I am not a coward, but I am also no fool. She looked at me pleadingly. It was not an expression I was used to. Well, I couldn't stop you if you wanted to leave. No. No. Were I to leave, I would want to leave with you. Why me? Angel stared at me for what felt like minutes, her mouth quivering. I don't know. It would feel wrong leaving you here, knowing what I know, and with you knowing what you know. Here or there, we must remain a pair. Apart, things would be unfinished, despite his presence. I can pin you stays without resorting to the speculative and magic out. I am certain of it. I am staying here until it is done. Then so am I. She lunged forward suddenly and pressed me into a tight embrace. I flinched and shut my eyes. Her body pinned mine to the edge of the tub as she pressed her lips to my ear. That is a promise. It was hard to breathe. But very well, Angel. Something had caught the corner of my eye. Movement in the window, a shadow just as barely visible against the dark sky. I said nothing at first, too overwhelmed by Angela. She was planting her lips all over my neck and shoulders. It was hard to complain, although I was slightly bewildered. Darcy had, at the very least, aimed for my lips. I opened my eyes and glanced toward the window again. A pair of eyes locked with mine, a face I did not recognize. The torchlight flickered just so, giving me just enough light to see that a young man was crouched in the bush behind the bathhouse window, watching us. He looked terrified to have been caught. Oh, hello. My keeper grinned at him, and after a moment of bewilderment, he grinned back. I leaned back in the tub and, at my doppelganger's instruction, held my arms aloft to give the spectator a better view. I came to my senses quickly, however. Oh, God! I made a show of slinking under the water and gesticulating to the window. Angela scrambled backwards, sloshing all the way. The observer disappeared immediately. I too felt strangely violated, both by the circumstances and by the behavior my doppelganger had goaded me into. I knew it. I knew it. She launched herself out of the bath and began drying herself with a towel furiously. I ought to gut that little rat. She gave up on the towel and flung it to the ground. She crouched low and began to fumble with the pile of clothes she had shed before joining me in the bath. I realized a second too late what she was looking for. Angela, don't! I saw a flash of silver as she began to sprint, full tilt, still nude. I ejected myself from the top to begin the chase. The young man had gone far, and Angela's long legs carried his violently quickly. I could barely keep up, and the further we got from the bathhouse, the more worried I felt. If I were to be caught like this, twice in one day. We were approaching the archway. Please, I begged God. I was not sure where I would hit even. I just begged openly for something. With an Andy now howl, Angela leapt onto the fleeing lad and tackled him to the ground. He yelped, but was interrupted by a horrific crunch as his chin collided with the ground. The pair skidded hard against the gravel before finally coming to a stop. I could see blood on Angela's knees. She She pressed the dagger to the back of his neck and dug the tip into his skin without hesitation. Angela. She ignored me and spoke to the wretch in a hoarse whisper. Tell me your name. Tomash. His lips were split and blood was pouring out of his mouth. It made him hard to understand, and I had to look away. That's unfortunate. I don't believe in fate, but your name makes a compelling argument. If only I had been riding a horse. The young man coughed and sputtered. I get lost on the way back from the tree, good sister. Liar. She removed the knife from his neck and held the tip against his cheekbone. What did they do with poor Thomas? He was executed, if I remember correctly. Or at the very least, they say he was struck blind as punishment. Your choice. Sister Angela. I dare not intervene, hissed Kelly. She was armed and I was not, and her rage seemed to give her the strength of 10 men. My God, what is happening here? I looked around and shrieked. Margaret's father was standing dumbstruck on the path behind us. One of your little boys was spying on the bass. Crispin walked forward with an immense amount of calm and looked down at his bloodied employee. Thomas, is this true? Was just on my way back from the retreat, sir. Took a long turn. Liar. Tell me what happened. He looked up at John, then at me. He looked calm, but deadly serious, and was seemingly unembarrassed by our unity. Hedwig saw him crouching by the window as we bathed. Who knows how long he was there? Spilling his seed on the ground, no doubt. It's true, sir. I looked up and saw him there. He must have gotten a very good look at us before he was caught. Crispin sighed and stood up. He folded his arms and stared down at Thomas. This is unacceptable, Thomas. A violation of these good people's trust. Sir, he will be punished, good sister. Please let him go. Angel was steely and determined. No. Please let him go. I will make sure he never finds work again.
Stay moist, my friends.
I can make sure of that right now. Thomas howled and struggled underneath her. It'll be far simpler my way. We don't want his death on your conscience. Do I not? At the very least, you don't want to deal with the aftermath. Pressing a body, burying it. There will be paperwork involved with the diocese, isn't there? And that's if they believe you. I believe you for what it's worth. But I have to imagine there's a possibility this leads to far more trouble for you than it is worth. Angela considered for a moment, and then finally relented. She stood up. Thomas began to scramble to his feet, and Crispin grabbed him by the scruff before he could take a step forward. The young man's jaw had split in the fall, and one of his eyes was puffy and purple. Angela may well have blinded him without any need for her knife. Whores. Whores! I saw these two well enough, I did. I saw them doing all manner of perverted things. That one was neck deep with the other one. He was shouting at the top of his lungs, struggling to get the words out of his lopsided mouth. Blood sputtered out of his lips. Not another word, Thomas. But not one word. You are in serious trouble. I'm afraid it'll be worse still if you get blood on my doublet. The young man finally gave up. Good sisters, can I count on your discretion? Absolutely not. I'm going straight to the superior. She sounded truly taken aback. Crispin smiled thinly. I would ask that you did not. Please. Allow me to demonstrate that I meant what I said in our meeting earlier. Let me show you that I keep my word. Why should I? A lot of men are depending on this job. They are excited to serve. Their pay will carry them and their families through the winter and longer. The stone is cut. The plans are drafted. To turn around and leave now, well, it would be not only disastrous to my company's reputation, but a massive upheaval of many lives. Be kind, good sisters. I will make sure this one gets his due. Angela stared at Thomas with such intense hatred for a moment. Very well. Let him walk down to the village as he is and fetch a ride somewhere. Crispin chuckled softly. Perhaps not that, but he will be treated fittingly. He'll tell me what he receives. Of course. For now, I will take him to get patched up. Perhaps an embarrassing story about sleeping in the latrine can be his first punishment. After that, the wheel. Have a good night, sisters. I apologize profusely for my employee. He nodded at us both and then dragged Thomas toward the courtyard. Angela skulked back out of the archway toward the bathhouse. I followed her, starting to shiver. Crispin had been so polite that I had almost forgotten that we were completely naked. Angela, quiet please. I felt awful. I wanted to apologize to Angela, a feeling I had never expected to have. But I had seen that young man in the window and done no thing, worse than no thing, for my own sick purposes. I had been curious. I wanted to hurl myself before Angela and beg forgiveness for my perversion. My darkness had touched her. She touched you first, did she not? Perhaps it would be better to consider it her fault. The baths were a real mess after our sudden exit. Water was all over the floor, and Angela's clothes were scattered about. She stepped into the bathtub and hissed as her bloody knees were submerged. You're not going to get dressed? I am dirty, and so are you. Join me? I am rather rattled and restless after all that. An idea had struck me. Moira had alluded to the likelihood of Kathy Lee getting up to no good in the men's camp. Now was as good a time as any to ask her what she could tell me about the sword. Despite everything, I still felt honor-bound to not speak too loudly about the rendezvous with James. I had to trust Angela more than most, however. I could not lie to her, at least not wholly. I think I might go to speak to Kathy Reed. See if I cannot extract something else from her. Angela nodded approvingly and sank into the water. Very well. Good night then, Sister Hedwig. Good night, Sister Angela. I pulled the Superior's traveling cloak off the hook Ed hung up on, and wrapped it around myself, then took my leave. It was getting rather late, but I still had work to do. I was determined to press forward. I had another piece of evidence to investigate, but I couldn't do it alone. I needed to talk to Kathy Reed. She had used the sword that had been resting in the grass before. My mind was racing, but I was able to focus just enough to come up with what I thought was a rather cunning plan. Kathy Reed, I knew, was adept at brushing aside topics she had no interest in. But if I collected the sword first, I could cut to the chase, as it were. Naturally, this would all involve letting Kathy Reed in on my little secret. The benefits, however, were potentially massive. I was willing to make a sacrificial move. After dashing upstairs to get dressed and collect a candle, I walked briskly toward the outer wall. The path took me past the build site. It was oddly eerie at night. Something rustled in the dark. Wind passing through a tree, I told myself. The logical explanation did little to put me at ease. I passed by as quickly as I could. I was particularly chilled because I carried the cloak with me, rather than wearing it atop my habit. The thick, dark wool was going to help me conceal the sword as I transported it into Kathy Reed. I followed the path around the outer wall of the Abbey and soon reached my destination. I held my breath as I approached the patch of grass where I'd last seen the sword. It struck me, at last, what a gamble this was. I had been pursued by the creature wielding this thing since my trip to the stream. Was it still there? It was indeed. Perhaps this was some agreed upon hiding spot between Eustace and her dark benefactor. With a sigh of relief, I bent down and retrieved it. It was looking a little worse for wear, but I wiped it dry with the cloak before wrapping it up into as neat a bundle as I could. I held the swaddled sword under my arm and turned to return the way I had come. There absolutely was something at the construction site, however, a shadow that had not been there before, standing on top of the chapelle. I had many questions, as well as a palpable sense of terror, but I did not allow myself to linger. I had taken enough chances tonight. At best, the figure was a wandering sister who I would have to explain the bundled sword to. At worst, I might have crossed paths with the bar guest as I explored the nascent clock tower. Perhaps building here was a cursed endeavor after all. I decided to take the long way around, up the stairs I had carried Flora down. I dared not glance over my shoulder. There were simply no pleasant explanations for that figure. What if it was yet another leering young man? I could not count on Angela to tackle everyone who stalked and watched me. As I crested the top step, I gagged a little. There was a truly terrible smell emanating from somewhere. It was so overpowering that I could almost feel it. Where was it coming from? It got stronger as I approached the door that crushed Flora's knee. I could hear a low buzzing sound coming from below. With some trepidation, I peeked over the stone wall, but it was too thick and wide to get a good view of anything below. It was difficult to make out what it was from up here, though I slowly realized what the noise was. I thought back to the days and nights alone in my cell, when flies had drifted in to pick out whatever leftover food sat on my window sill. Whatever was below the wall was no doubt flesh. I remembered that Eustace and I had caught a silly percent walking back to the field after I briefly lost my mind and ran naked through the tall grass. Perhaps a poor little rabbit had wandered into the bush and died. That was not enough rationalization for me to leave it be, however. But what of the figure that I had seen by the build site? Curiosity got the better of me. I hopped back down from the edge of the wall and jogged back toward the stairs, gliding down them and slipping around the outside of the wall. As I jogged, I felt a surge of bravery. So what if it was indeed a Barghest, or ghost, or devil? I had a sword. Thankfully, I was not waylaid. I had to navigate some uneven slopes as the snow turned around the hill. It was a little tricky in the dark, but I was determined not to fall and fall down as I had in front of Darcy before. Things evened out slightly as I approached the field. As I approached the overgrown shrubs, I could hear the incessant buzzing of flies again. I pulled aside a branch to get a better look at what they had been feeding on. There was indeed a dead thing here. The flesh was almost all gone. Only gray patches here and there still stuck to the bones. A few tufts of fur remained, some attached to the remaining skin that had fallen from the ribcage to reveal the creature's innards, which were covered in hungry and brittle beasties. The number of legs at least assured me that this was no man or woman. The desiccated body might have been unidentifiable, save for one alarming detail: a missing head. This had to be the goat I had seen beheaded by the ghost all those nights ago. The deed had been done with the sword I was carrying, no less. Exhilarated, triumphant, and slightly nauseous, I scurried away from the shrubs and made my way back to the upper wall. As emboldened as I felt, I did not feel like trying my luck going through the bill site again. So I had not been imagining things after all. I really had seen a goat. As I approached the large doors, my mind raced. One more thread of evidence to follow. But what, exactly, did this information confirm? I decided that simple vindication would have to be enough for now. I pushed my way through the door that crushed Flora's leg. For a moment, I was anxious that I might face the same fate. Nothing happened. Of course, the wind wasn't so strong tonight. As I hastily strode through the second floor hallway, my thoughts refocused on Kathy Leahy. With the sword in hand, I would be able to plainly tell her what I needed. She could tell me something about the circumstances that would further incriminate Eustace. Were they in league together? I certainly hoped not, but surreptitiously passing a deadly weapon around the Abbe was cause for great alarm. There was still a long divot in the gravel underneath the archway. No doubt the spot where Thomas had skidded after Angela leapt on his back. I had stood at that spot, naked as anything, for God knows how long. Had any of the other men seen me? So be it, I thought. I approached a roaring campfire, where I could see several sisters engaged in raucous conversation with the builders. Make room, friends. We have another visitor. What was all that commotion about just now? The boss looked right pissed. Hedwig, how wonderful. I was actually just telling these lads all about you. I am not here to chat, I'm afraid. I need to speak with you. Go on then. Alone. Catherine untangled herself from her admirers, looking slightly irritated. I guided her to the most secluded spot I could find at the edge of the camp, close to the Abbe wall. What is this about, Hedwig? I'm trying to relax. I will let you return to merrymaking in a moment. Well, spit it out then. What is it? What is that you're carrying? I will get to that. But first, I must share an important secret with you. Oh my. You see, I must seek your help with something of grave importance. I I have been lying to you for a while. not just to you, but to everyone. And I will continue to lie to the others. I am afraid. You must keep this a secret, as I have kept your secrets and kind. Get to the point, Hedwig. I am investigating Catherine's death. I suspected as much in my more paranoid moments. I must admit, I do not relish being correct. Well, you see, you have nothing to worry about. Or rather, you won't if you can help me. Rather threatening. Go on. Well, you see. I glanced around and lowered my voice to a whisper. I suspect Eustace is up to something. You think she... No, try not to think about that. It's less that I suspect her specifically, and more that, well, I know she's hiding something from me. She hides a lot from everyone. Well, be that as it may, I have grown suspicious of her behavior. Tonight's fire in the sacristy is just one more example. But try as I might, I had no actual evidence to present to the superior. The only concrete wrongdoing I could prove to her was the fact that she had neglected to keep track of the sword. The sword. I unwrapped the cloaked weapon slightly, just enough to show Catherine the pommel. Good Lord. I believe I saw you hide this behind your back that night you ran into each other as you returned from the hospital. I had assumed I had something that would point toward Eustace, but instead the superior seemed more interested in what you had been up to. Oh, Hedwig, you're going to kill me. No, I am not. I am here to help you. By hanging the sword over me like Damocles. If you so much as whisper to the superior about that night, she'll have everything she needs to get rid of me. Do you understand? That's why I came to you. I want to know what I can say to avoid that outcome. The sword is not being taken care of. This is the most solid piece of evidence I have about Eustace, but obviously I don't want to hurt you. I need you to give me more details about how the sword got there, and why Eustace doesn't have it locked up properly. Anything to distract the superior from doing this to James. There's nothing you can say to her. I've never been highly favored by the superior. I don't think she believes me capable of reform. She granted me refuge here as something of a project, I wager. And, well, I wasn't particularly interested in being worked on. I just wanted to live. But you had nothing to do with Catherine II's death, surely. That doesn't matter. Oh, Hedwig, you really have me cornered. This is my only path forward. I must tell her something. And your one path out of checkmate is sacrificing me. Bloody hell, Hedwig. I thought we were, well, closer than this. I did not come here with the intent to threaten you. Why are you so certain this would spell your doom? That's rubbish. You wouldn't be telling me this if it didn't. I'm useful, all of a sudden, and you're playing Inquisitor. Well, hang on. You can account for your movements the night Catherine was killed. The superior already accepted once before that James had an alibi because he was with you. So it should follow that you have an alibi because you were with him. In fact, there's nothing to worry about at all, surely. Perhaps I've just overthought all of this. Catherine smiled thinly. That is not how this works. The superior has to offer someone up to the pie shop. The pie shop, in turn, has to return to the diocese. They don't care about fiddly little details like who was where when. What matters to everyone above us is the illusion of closure. Pieces must move. Minborough Abbey, saved from the machinations of a repeat murderess. That's the story the Bishop will present before they hang me. But your husband died in an accident. You were just blamed by those awful villagers. Catherine leaned closer to me, her eyes glinting. She whispered through her teeth, her voice a low purr. Hedwig, dear, of course I killed my husband. I stood there dumbfounded. No, no, you didn't. I did, and I would do it again in an instant. I am comfortable saying he got what was coming to him, and I have happily paid the price here. Well, happily enough. For a while, I eked out a living feeling like I had freed myself from decades of suffering. Perhaps hell awaited me in the end, but at the very least, I could live somewhat comfortably here. But not anymore. Maybe it was always meant to be this way. She was murmuring now. I couldn't run forever. Whatever you may have done in the past, punishment for Catherine II's death is no proxy. Then we must decide whether or not you want me dead, Hedwig, because that's what will happen if you so much as breathe in the Superior's direction about James and I. I never should have felt that complete little weasel. I always expected that would catch up to me. Just not like this. Catherine, please leave, Hedwig. I'd like to enjoy the rest of my night. Do what you must with that sword. I appreciate the warning, at least. I backed away slowly, still trying to think of something to say, still trying to process the idea of Catherine killing someone. Part of me wanted to turn and flee, even if I was the armed party in this exchange. However, something gave me pause. Pity overrode fear. Vengeance was the Lord's, but so was judgment. Whatever had pushed Catherine to commit such a heinous act must have been awful. She had been trying to step forward, interrupting my thoughts. She was not finished with the conversation after all. I've changed my mind. So, you suspect Eustace is up to something. They were always up to something. That lot. I never thought too hard about it. I didn't want to. Margaret was very closely involved. Catherine II, Margaret, Moira, and Eustace. They had meetings. Constantly. They consumed Catherine. In the end, whatever it was. When she died, her closest friends were the last people I thought could have been involved. So of course I was relieved, selfishly, when James was fingered for the crime. But in the back of my mind, well, I'm sure you would know more than I. I stayed out of it all. What were they up to? They wanted to kill someone. She smiled briefly, clearly taking pleasure in giving me something bitter to chew on. That's all I know. Perhaps you can find more now. I wouldn't know where to begin with that. That is a shame. I shall wait out my door here with grace then. Goodbye, Hedwig. I turned away, tears welling up in my eyes. This was all too much for me to bear. I wanted to run and burst into the Superior's office and scream that Eustace was clearly at fault, but I knew it would do me no good. I didn't have real evidence, and what could I even argue for? That Eustace seemed more suspicious, that she was capable of the impossible. I had to find something else, but caffeine clearly wouldn't budge. All I could do now was pray. I shut my door behind me and fell to my knees next to my bed, my face still streaked with tears. Please, I begged God, please help me find a path forward. No matter how heinous her previous crime was, she did not deserve to be blamed for something she did not do. She had taken her vows as penance. What good was the monastery if she was shaken out of it before she could truly repent? It felt odd to be arguing in her favor. When she confessed to me that she was a killer, I nearly bolted then and there. But her punishment could not be one meant for another. I pleaded under my breath for I don't know how long. Eventually, I broke down into sobs, for I suspected that I did not deserve to be heard. I thought of all my various sins, my lechery, my lies. Who was I to advocate on behalf of anyone? I was being punished. I deserved it. I kicked the bundled sword under my bed and crawled under the mattress, miserable and sodden, and fell asleep. I dreamed of those soldiers once again. This time they caught me quickly and dealt with me slowly. I was asleep before I hit the pillow, and once again I dreamed that I was being chased with pikes. I still have those dreams. Have I ever shared the details? They're rather unsavory. It always begins in a tent. Sometimes I am nude, sometimes I am dressed, and if I begin the dream in one state, I typically end up in the other before the end. I leave my tent because I hear commotion outside. When I step outside, I see that where I have made camp is in the middle of a siege. There are men chasing other men with spears and swords, but they never seem to touch. They just rotate. They form a great big circle around my tent, two armies spinning around me, unable to land true against their foes. And then, invariably, one of them sees me, and they begin to chase after me. One by one the soldiers peel off, away from the circle, and charge toward me. Then I run as far and as fast as I can through the desert. Sometimes I keep running and running and running, unceasing until I wake up. Sometimes I trip on a rock and fall head over heels. And sometimes I turn to face my pursuers, accepting whatever end might come my way, comfortable that I am righteous and that I will die knowing that heaven awaits me. This is not my only dream. Of course, most of the others are simplified middle stories. This recurring one is not my favorite, nor is it the most salacious, but it is the one that makes me feel the most at peace. Whether I escape or die in the dream, I know that I am free from blame. Chased in my dreams, I feel righteous. That is a sensation that's hard for me to come by otherwise these days. On the night I am recounting, one of the pikemen caught up to me after I fell to the ground. I felt his spear run through me, and I awoke with a gasp. I struggled for air for a moment. When I calmed down, I sat up in bed. It was still dark out. All fires in the builders' camp had been snuffed out. The wee hours, then, I must have only been asleep for an hour or two. I stepped out of bed and began to pace around the room. Panic rose in my chest. The day had been so overwhelming that I had forgotten my duties. Unpleasant memories flooded my mind. I had urgent things to investigate. The sacristy and all of Eustace's books had been burned to a crisp. I retrieved the superior's cloak from the hook on my wall and fastened it around my shoulders. Sleeping any longer would be a dire waste of time. I opened my door and made haste to retrieve a candle from the mantel. I nearly slipped and fell, however, almost immediately. After righting myself, I looked down to see what I had trodden on. It was a pile of fresh clothes. No doubt Moira or whoever had been assigned laundry had left it here for me while I slept. Good. I could leave these here in case someone woke up and left their room. No one would be any the wiser. I carefully lit a candle and departed for the library. It was very cold outside. Even the thick traveling cloak couldn't keep me from shivering as I approached the door. It was still ajar. It was almost too shocking to stroke the block at first. However, when I pushed the door open and entered, I realized why it had not been locked. No one in their right mind would want to visit the library in this state. Wisps of smoke still curled around the room. The air was heavy and unpleasant. It was not as thick and toxic as it had been when I first been nearing the blaze, but it still made my eyes water. I crept toward the shelves first, still baffled by their strange disappearance before. There they were, however, empty shelves as far as the eye could see. A glint of metal in the distance confirmed that the suit of armor was there too. I turned around. The sacristy was a far more pressing matter. That door was closed, but it swung open with ease. It was plain to see why. The interior side of the door had been hollowed out by the fire. The exposed locking mechanism was broken. I thanked God for another helpful coincidence. Ash was piled up around the room. A few pieces of gnarled furniture remained. Only barely suggesting their original shapes. I sifted through the debris, hoping to find a clue on a scrap of paper. Alas, any bit of page big enough to examine contained barely more than a single letter. The rest was dust. I searched for what felt like an hour, but I could not find anything outside notable. I swiped at a pile of ash in frustration and caused myself to cough. Curse, Eustace. The library being accessible hadn't been good fortune in the slightest. It was the opposite. She must have had unfettered access to the room already. She must have taken any evidence already. She must have. My foot suddenly gave way, and I slipped face first into the debris. A cloud of gray dust billowed up around me. In horror, I realized what I had tripped over. There was something here after all. Something flat, slightly elongated, about the size of a small plate. I did not recognize its shape, but the material was unmistakable. Many a time I had touched a substance like this, or felt it between my teeth. Bone. I scrambled to my feet to get away from it. I felt ill, but my throat was too dry to heave anything out. Whispering a little prayer for forgiveness, I scooped the fragment out of the pile. I was close to fainting, but I kept myself steady by reminding myself what excellent proof I had just collected. Proof that Eustace was up to something sinister. Proof that the sacristy fire had been arson, no doubt leaving ghastly evidence of wrongdoing. I examined it closer, and I realized just what an incredible piece of evidence this was. This oblong, flat shape. I had heard of a bone described this way before. A scapula. Flora had been eager to read about its associated magic in the library. No wonder Eustace had changed the subject quickly. I stopped dead. I recognized that awful sound. Not now. Not now. I scrambled into the darkest corner I could find and blew out my candle. The distant threshold blackened as the beast stepped into the threshold. As it stooped low to enter the sacristy, I made myself as flat as I could and threw the cloak over myself, praying that it would blend in with the ash. The cold floor felt so strange against my skin. I shivered as the vibrations moved closer. If only I could sink into the stone. It stepped right in front of me. I could hear its labored breathing. I tried my best to match my breast to its own. It left the room. I let out a choking whimper and gingerly raised my head. I waited, giving the beast time to put distance between us. As soon as I was sure I could stand, I scrambled to my feet and crept toward freedom, only to be narrowly missed by the beast's infernal blade. I fell backward with a yelp. My path to the landing was blocked. The creature readied another stab, striking downward and narrowly missing me as I rolled to the side. With another violent thrust, it pinned me to the floor through the traveling cloak. I yanked it free with some effort, leaving a tear in the thick fabric. The shelves. Would I be safe between the shelves? I sprinted into the darkness. I could hear the monster's heavy footfalls behind me. Tears fell from my face as I ran. I was certain I had made a fatal mistake. The shelves were devilish trickery. Surely this demon could traverse it as readily as I could. Perhaps we were of a kind. Was this hell? I turned around to face the beast, ready for the sword, but it was well behind me. I stood at the edge of the dim light, the same place Angela had been befuddled. It wheezed angrily and paced back and forth. Was it confused? I tried to slow my breathing. My pursuer, too, seemed to be attempting to calm itself down. Against my better judgment, I slunk forward to get a better look at the monster. But as I approached the regular shelves, it gave up. Thwarted, the beast skulked away. It stooped low to fit through the doorway and disappeared into the darkness. For a moment, I felt relief. It was only a moment, however. I realized that it might now be heading toward the door. As quietly as I could, I left the library. I whipped my head side to side and saw that it was departing down the hall. It morphed into the shadows, but I could see that it was moving back toward that crossroad I'd seen it for the first time. Back to the hallway that had chased Flora and I through. It turned to the right, toward my old cell. I stood on the landing unsure of what to do. I could not face that creature alone again. Slowly, I backed away and returned to bed. I clenched my fingers around the scapula as I walked. When I arrived in the dorms, I hastily kicked the pile of clothes into my room and shut the door behind me. I scrambled to my knees to hide the bone and make sure the sword I had confiscated was still under my bed. The lack of locks on the dormitory doors had never been a problem thus far, but I suppose that undead beings were bound to the same laws of decorum as nuns. However, the sword was still safely tucked in its hiding spot, which meant Ecce, Gladi, Duo, Hic. There were two swords in the Abbey. That certainly complicated things. The question was this better or worse for my hunch about Eustace? To distract myself, I looked around the room for a place to hide the bone until the time came to present it as evidence. Under the bed would have to do. I had half a mind to march into Eustace's room now and demand answers, but I was sensible enough to wait. I needed to plan what to say to the superior. I sat on my bed staring at the wall, regulating my breathing and trying to think of my next move. I was too anxious to sleep. Every now and then, my thoughts would be interrupted by little spikes of panic as I remembered the beast. Had Eustace summoned it, somehow, to trap and kill me in the sacristy? Or was it simply random chance? Little noises here and there made me jump. I sat there stewing until morning. It was only when I heard the other sisters rousing and leaving their rooms to gather for service that I finally began to breathe normally again. I stood up, as tired and clammy as I had been after my trip to the stream, and got dressed. It felt so strange. Everything sat wrong on my body. I had worn the same clothes every day for 20 years, and now they felt completely alien to me. I'm not sure that they ever felt quite right again. As I joined the throng of nuns heading to the chapel, I noticed that several of them looked quite groggy. Hedwig, I see you found your clothes. Yes, thank you. Did you wash them? No, no, not me. I was busy checking in with the superior after the fire. I handed them all to Charity, who was happy to oblige. Yes, indeed I was. How are you feeling, Hedwig? Charity had come up beside me when I was cooking. Oh, I'm well enough. Just rattled from yesterday. Ahead of me, Angela turned her head. I'm sure you are. Poor thing, caught out in the rain, sopping wet. You fell into the stream, I heard you say. Ugh. Yes, I was looking for Eustace. I had a question about my cornicles, and I rather stupidly thought to check if she had gone fishing. Not so stupid an idea. Eustace spoke up from behind me and jogged around to my right. Fishing in the rain isn't so bad. I could have been. She was being oddly friendly. Or not friendly, but normal. This was the Eustace I knew and tall evaded. The threatening tone of many of our recent conversations was missing. It made me furious. It took all my strength to resist grabbing her head and slamming it into the nearest stone pillar. Is that so? I wanted to ask her how she had managed to sleep at all, considering I had a piece of her victim hidden under my bed. Yes, riles the fish up, gets them moving. Easy to get a bite. I was busy elsewhere yesterday, though. The fire was my fault. So I heard. As we approached the chapelle, I saw the superior shoot Eustace a meaningful look. I was suddenly curious what was going on. We all filed into our seats silently. The bishop, who had been leaning against the pulpit looking rather grim, stood up and straightened his clothes as the superior stepped inside. I remembered that Moira had informed me of his wish to speak with me. I suppose I would have to talk to him after service, although I dreaded the thought. She took the podium, and I braced myself. I remembered the drubbing we had received after Flora had gone missing. Well, here we all are. Before we get on to service, there is something that must be addressed. As I am sure you are all aware, a fire broke out in the library yesterday afternoon. Nobody was hurt, thank goodness, but our sacristy was irrevocably damaged, to say nothing of its contents. We are most fortunate that this fire did not occur in the cellars or the dorms, that this is a blow to our pride and not our finances or our congregation is nothing short of a miracle. I believe Sister Eustace would like to. Ah, yes. Eustace had stood up and was looking toward the pulpit. The superior stepped aside to allow Eustace to address her audience. Hello, I am sorry. I did not mean to put everyone in danger. She spoke in her typical clipped, emotionally ambiguous manner. I was careless. I wish I could say it won't happen again, but, well, I suppose I can say that. I should say it. I promise I won't ever put you all in harm's way again. My fault. She stood still for a moment, not speaking. Her eyes were cast down, staring at the podium in front of her. It would only be appropriate, I think, that I resign my position as sacrist. And while my opinion may not count for much after such a grave error, I would like to put a suggestion forward for a replacement. Sister Flora. There was a murmur of surprise from all of the sisters, not least of all Flora. Me? Yes. I would consider it, I suppose. I think it would be good fit for Flora, especially while she recovers from her injury. Ideally, it is a quiet job, and one that requires very little movement, especially when we have, shall we say, a dearth of artifacts to manage for the time being. Well, will you still work in the library at all? I wasn't planning on it. Why, are you going to miss me? All the other sisters tittered. Well, I mean, I would to a degree, yes. That's very sweet of you to say. But no, I am suggesting that Flora take over all my duties. It would be an excellent learning experience for her. The more I think about it, the more I like it. Sister Flora, do you accept this new position? Well, go on. Why wouldn't you? I, we would help. That sounds like a yes to me. I, oh, why not? A smattering of applause broke out around the chapelle. Eustace stepped down from the pulpit, but the superior stopped her from returning to the pews with a question. What will you do? Not sure yet. I'd like some time to think about my role here, if you wouldn't mind. Of course. Take all the time you need. Thank you. Will you at least be able to help Flora get acquainted with the library? I think Hedwig is more than capable of showing Flora her new responsibilities. Very well. I understand that the library might be difficult for you to visit. Yes, very. I I really am quite sorry about the fire. You are forgiven. Eustace bows her head, and throws another outburst of applause. Everybody loves you, Sister Eustace. Eustace pulled her lips into a rather unconvincing smile, then ducked back toward the pews to take a seat. The rest of service continued as normal. When we emerged into the cold winter sun, voices were echoing all around the cloister. Next to the chapel, the men were hard at work erecting the clock tower. I watched as everyone scattered to go about their days. Everyone except Darcy, I remembered. I frowned and lowered the eyes my distress instantaneously. Are you well, Hedwig? Just worrying about Darcy. Oh, I wouldn't. She'll turn up later, I would imagine. She stayed in the village overnight before. So I've heard. I suppose I ought not to worry. Try to relax. You are not responsible for everyone. I nodded, unable to tell Moira just how wrong she was. All of a sudden, a familiar shrill whistle pierced the crisp morning air. The few sisters who had managed to step away from the throng turned around instantly. In the distance, I even saw the men working on the tower turn in confusion. The sound had come from Sister Charity, who continued to waddle happily toward the chairs on the edge of the cloister. I was utterly bewildered. The sisters continued about their mourning, and the men eventually shrugged and continued building. Charity and Martin took their usual seats. I followed them, too curious not to ask directly. Oh ho, joining the folkies today, Hedwig? I was just wondering what that whistle was about, actually. Lorna and Charity exchanged a glance. What whistle, dear? I didn't hear anything. But do sit down, Hedwig. It's been a while since we caught up. I accepted the invitation, begrudgingly. I did not appreciate being treated like a fool. Nasty busyness in the library. I never did trust Eustace with an open flame. I hope it hasn't affected your work too greatly, Hedwig. I had thought about that. It'll be far too smoky there to work, I think. What ended up burning? Are the books still there? That would be a terrible thing to lose, all that high story. Luckily, I think it just affected the rocks. You've popped your head in already. Yes, it was quite brave of you to run in there last night in your skivvies. The two of them chuckled. I panicked. I was incredibly worried for Eustace. You have far more thought for her safety than she ever had for ours. Don't be so nasty, Marta. We nearly woke up roasted to a crisp. Never mind all that now. All in the past. All in the past. Well, if you can't work today, Hedwig, what will you do? I'm not sure. I suppose I'll wander around and offer my help here and there, or just sit and enjoy some good company. Charity smiled warmly. You are always welcome, dear. Isn't that right, Marta? Yes, provided she's dressed for the occasion. Charity snort laughed. I flushed scarlet. I tried to play a ball. I must have looked quite foolish. You look like a pervert. I hope none of that lot saw you. She jabbed her stick toward the builders. I don't think they did, Marta. I should know. I was with them. Charity burst out laughing at her own admission. Marta looked highly unamused, but Charity was beside herself laughing. She slapped her knee and wiped a tear from her eye. I think we would have all not nice if Hedwig had walked in with her muff out. Yes, well, I was off in the other direction. But what did I miss last night, before the fire interrupted everything? Beauty sleep. Oh, it wasn't all that, to be honest. A few of us went to welcome the lads and shared a drink or two around the fire. They were very gracious, very handsome, and above all else, too young to consider spending any serious time with. Nice to look at, but that's all at the end of the day. I'll never understand you. Oh, don't sulk. I'm not sulking. I just don't trust them. Yes, you said more than enough on the subject. Marta appeared to swallow her pride. She opened her mouth to respond, then stopped and simply sighed. As abrasive as Marta could be, I wanted nothing more than to tell her how right she had been about at least one of it. Flora in the library, then. I'm happy for her. She's been down in the dumps for so long now, I have to imagine this brightened her day. Are you joking? This is probably her worst nightmare. A title that comes with due ties. She'll hang herself before the month is up. Oh, don't be nasty. Goodness gracious, do we need to get you to bed? I've worked with her, that's all. Getting Flora to follow instructions. Good God. It's like pulling teeth. I have half a mind to pull a few of yours out if you don't cheer up, Missy. I smiled and stood up. I could see that I wasn't going to find anything out about the strange listening here. Thank you for the chat. I think I'll wander about and see if I can get anywhere. Very good. Have a lovely day, Hedwig. Marta waved me off. I felt compelled to bother more people about the mysterious sound when I was close to the superior's office. Now was as good a time as any to get my meeting with the bishop over with. I knocked on the door, half expecting the superior to open it. She would loom over whatever conversation the bishop had that I were to have, no doubt. I was wrong, though. Sister Hedwig, do come in. The bishop, it would seem, was in the office alone. He ushered me inside, as polite as ever. Greetings. Your Grace. Now, none of that. I shan't have you kissing my ring. This will just be a friendly chat. But very well. Where is the superior? She is finding cleaning supplies for Eustace, I believe. How are you? You seem ill at ease. No, it's only both you and the superior insist on foregoing the protocols of your stations. The man chuckled ruefully. The ceremony grows a bit tiresome after so many years. I know when to use it and when to speak plainly. And now is certainly a time for plain speech. I am worried for you, Sister Hedwig. Are you well? Is this about my manner of rest last night? Your lack of it, I dare say. But no, not exclusively anyway. I don't need to know all the details, but it is one of many clues that has me concerned. Well, I do appreciate your concern. Things have not been easy as of late. I can only imagine. Nabelle has placed you in quite the predicament. I would not have approved, as she told me her little plan before executing it. But that's her for you. She disobeys orders often. I wouldn't say that, no. She has a habit of making choices I would order her not to make, however. She prefers to ask for forgiveness than permission. He chuckled again. Actually, I'm not sure she even asks for forgiveness. I find myself rather exhausted with it all, to tell you the truth. Although I can report that I think I'm making good headway. Are you? I... Never mind. Save it for later. I am here to ask about you, not about your task. Very well. He began to walk around the room. I still find it hard to believe that's really you, to tell you the truth. I still remember seeing you in that cell as if it were yesterday. He leaned against the threshold to the superior's bedroom. Well, she didn't let me out. It was rather forceful. That's right. She told everyone else that you requested it, though. Yes. Yes. He chucked his tongue and shook his head. I do not like all of the lying, even if it is all for a noble cause. Imagine how I feel. You say you're confident that you're closing in on an answer. What will you do when this is all over? So stay here, I suppose. I shall have much to repent for. You mustn't curse yourself so. Worry about that when it's over. Would you like to come back to the diocese with me? I'm sure we could find you an upstanding position. Perhaps somewhere a little more urbane, more academic. I dare say you deserve a nice study. Somewhere to illuminate manuscripts or write commentaries, perhaps. Something overlooking a river or... Thank you, but I don't think I would like that. No. I appreciate the offer, but leaving my cell has already been enough of an adventure. Relocation to another abbey or a city, I think that might kill me. I understand. This is a rather ill-mannered abbey, however, and I imagine that things might end up a little strained between you and your sisters when they find out you've been spying on them. If you ever change your mind, I shan't. I am only a letter away. We stood in silence for a moment. May I ask you something, Your Grace? Of course. Where did I come from? Trier. Yes, of course, but I mean, what circumstances? You mentioned remembering sealing me away in the cell so clearly. I am afraid I don't. Your family thought the church could offer a better upbringing than they could. But why was I made an heiress? You argued for it, made quite a case for yourself. In fact, I was skeptical at first. Becoming an anchorite or anchoress is a noble calling, but you were so young. But you refused to take no for an answer. Does that jog your memory at all? No, but it makes me feel proud. It also made me feel rather dizzy, but I kept that to myself. I felt invigorated. Perhaps Eustace knew nothing after all. Perhaps she had been bluffing when she threatened me in the cellar. You have always argued with passion. I may not approve of Mabelle's choices in the matter, but I do have faith in your ability to solve this nasty busyness. Now then, you are sure you're quite well. Positive. Run along then. Do try and take care of yourself. I bowed my head and left the office. The door swung shut behind me, and I exhaled deeply. That had not been so bad, although it had left me a little shaky. The bishop was a kind man, but if you can forgive my past self-cynicism, I found him a bit empty. As I left, any lingering thoughts about our conversation were replaced with ones about that day of the whistling. Soon, I was back to wondering who I could count on to tell me about Charity's odd behavior. I headed toward the garden, where I had seen Margaret and Kathleen depart. Perhaps they would trust me, intimate as we were. Unfortunately, after following the sound of their voices through the hedgerows, I found Margaret in distress. Oh, Sister Hedwig, not a good time, I am afraid. My apologies. I can go. No, it's no trouble. Hello, Hedwig. I apologize. I was just, well, I am having a bad time. Your father. Kathleen shot me a look, but Margaret responded, well, yes. I don't know. Well, I was the one who recommended his company to the superior. I don't know why I did it. I heard her lamenting how expensive it might be, and I sort of blurted it out. I have no reason to be sad, but when I saw him standing there, I felt a great deal of shame. Ridiculous. What do you have to be ashamed of? I don't know. Everything. What have I done with my life since taking my vows? I came here because I couldn't bear the idea of starting a family. But I haven't done anything to make up for it. To make up for it? Honestly, don't talk about yourself like that. He's very proud of you. He said so when you met yesterday. He's the type who would be proud of me if I was a prostitute. I don't know. I think I used to envision greater things for myself. Like what? I'm not sure. Making something? A great work? A scholarly breakthrough, or some other body of work? Some music, perhaps? You do make music. You've played me your compositions before. Yes, I remember you performing one in the Misericorde. It was beautiful. Margaret smiled through her tears. I appreciate that, but that could scarcely be called a great work. I never finished it. I have so many half-finished ideas, and And when Catherine died, she took the other halves with her. She broke down sobbing again. Catherine embraced her from behind. Margaret, my dear, you mustn't think that way. You wouldn't understand. We had plans. Catherine and I were going to change the world. At least, that's what she said. I should have believed her. I should have done more. I just didn't give myself to her ideas as fully as I could have, as I should have. And now I'll never have that opportunity again. I am rudderless. What was Catherine's idea? Margaret removed her face from her hands and looked at me through crystalline tears. It it does not matter anymore. She had a vision, and now that she's gone, there's nothing anyone can do. The door has closed. I'm afraid. She wiped her face with her sleeve and cleared her throat. Well, I should at least make an appearance in the camp. Catch up properly with my father, you know? Should I join you? No. I have to do this myself. I appreciate the offer, though. Catherine looked as though she wanted to argue, but said no thing. Margaret sniffled and waved goodbye to the two of us. Once she had rounded the corner, Catherine let out a withering sigh. She never let me in on whatever Catherine was on about either, for what it's worth. I found out about everything I told you against their will. Oh, really? Yes. As close as Margaret and I have always been, I was never part of that little club. Would that have anything to do with that odd whistle I keep hearing? Whistle? What whistle? The one I saw Charity doing. No, I'm not familiar. I'm referring to Catherine II's little gang, which was just her, Moira, Margaret, and Eustace. The one I told you about last night. She cleared her throat. So, how worried should I be? I haven't been to the Superior yet, if that's what you're referring to. Good, good. Are you sure there's nothing else you can tell me? Catherine shrugged. I only ever heard bits and pieces here and there. Whispers. It all sounded rather gruesome. I didn't pry. Margaret would always sit uptight when I asked her questions about it. I promised that I told you everything that I know. How odd. Honestly, though, why wouldn't they involve me? What room can't I liven up? Come now. Just a little joke. I was lost in thought. Catherine, Moira, Margaret, and Eustace was a rather odd combination of sisters. They were the younger set, to be sure. I had never taken Moira and Margaret as very close. And Eustace was so attached to Darcy, it was difficult to imagine them not being involved in something together. Even my single lead, the smoke, did seem to connect them. Moira remembered smoke, Margaret did not, and I hadn't ever dared to ask Eustace about it. Only Catherine's assertion that Margaret was involved made it anything more than a dead end. It was too compelling to give up on. And you're positive you don't remember anything else? I'm afraid so. I just can't think of anybody those sisters would want to kill. I can't imagine anyone here killing someone. How flattering. I desperately wanted to know about Catherine's history with her husband, but that was a mystery for another time. I do apologize if I seem pushy. I'm just tired of having to be paranoid. I keep spotting Flora and her new cohort spying on me from afar. But really, well, spotting is a polite way to put it. It's hard to sneak around in a wheelbarrow. But they always look so shifty when I not ice them. Well, I'm sure that's entirely unrelated to superior, at least. You would think so, but who knows? Anyhow, what are you up to for the rest of the day, Hedwig? I must say, seeing you running around naked as anything under that cloak almost made up for your grim news last night. I appreciate the compliment, Sister Catherine, but I am rather busy today. Perhaps, if Catherine had been willing to impart information about the mysterious whistling, I would have obliged her further. But right then, I was so determined to make any progress at all that I would have happily sold myself for the bare shred of direction. Another time, then. Perhaps. We walked together out of the garden. Well, I suppose I'll go pull up a chair with the old folks and watch them in for a while. I would ask that you not speak to anybody else about my investigation. Why would I? It would implicate me as much as you. Of course. Have a good day then, Sister Catherine. She nodded somewhat tersely, and we went our separate ways. I was determined to narrow down the meaning of this whistle. Charity had done it right in front of me. The sound had been driving me mad ever since I first heard it. I did a lap or two of the cloister, hoping to run into somebody who could help me. Naturally, this meant running into the least helpful people possible. Flora, Bridget, and Violet were loitering in front of the chapel, gesticu- gesticulating animatedly. Hedwig, maybe she'll know. Doubt it. To know what? Where do birds go in winter? I. What? It's a fairly straightforward question. Certainly, but why? We're just interested, that's all. We were talking about something else, and one of us mentioned birds. I brought up birds. Right, yeah. And now we want to know, where do birds go in winter? Well, in Jeremiah it says that storks fly according to the seasons. So presumably they go somewhere warmer. Africa, perhaps? That's what I said. No, it isn't. You said they flew to India. Africa isn't India, right? No, they're different. India's closer than Africa, for one thing. That's Ethiopia. Africa is right next to Spain, and then a bit further down is India. And then a bit further down is Ethiopia. No. That's a long way to fly, in it? That's why I said they flew to Africa. No, you said India. Because I thought Africa was in India, which is closer than Ethiopia, which is really far away. I'm getting all confused now. Me too. Anyway, I don't think the birds go anywhere warmer. It must take an awfully long time to fly between different countries, and there are 4 seasons. They would be flying back and forth all year, wouldn't they? I think they just sleep in caves. That's what happens in King Arthur. Here she goes. If they sleep in caves, how come nobody ever finds birds in caves? People find birds in caves all the time. Those are bats. Maybe the birds turn into bats. Animals can turn into other animals. Some can. Barnacles turn into geese. That's because barnacles are goose eggs. That's not the same thing as turning into another animal. Barnacles are animals. If I may interrupt for a moment, have any of you heard a strange whistling today? Or ever? No. That's right. Haven't heard a thing. But very well. I can see that this would go nowhere useful. My apologies. I doubt I can help with your query. But do let me know if you make any interesting discoveries, I suppose. What's the weather in Trier like this time of year? I have no idea. Same as it is here, I would imagine. Good to know. Thanks. Take care. I took my leave. I got the sense they would be arguing for a long while. I doubled back the way I had come from. Who else could I ask? I wondered. Perhaps Adele would be in the cellar. I hurried down the stairs into the darkness. It was as dark as ever down here. There was no obvious sign of Adele. I had assumed she would be near the front where I had met her and tried her sherry before. Alas, it was clear she was deeper in somewhere. Adela, are you down here? I winced as my voice echoed around my massive croft. Adela's eventual reply was completely inaudible. There was nothing for it. Once more into the sea of casks I went. As I stalked the rows of ancient wines, I thought back to the ledger entry I had seen in the library. This was an awful lot of sherry. The barrels we had smashed for Catherine's makeshift wake would scarcely have been missed had they still been a part of this grand order. I had absolutely no economic sense. As I saw more and more barrels, more and more wine, I began to believe that perhaps the number made sense. The cellars must have run under the entire cloister. I was lost in thought when I rounded a corner into a new row and jumped. There was that painting again. It had morphed. Nora did appear to have some technical skill after all. The figure was quite realistic now, although still scarcely recognizable as human. It had eyes, hair, and a figure. It was missing a mouth, however. Instead, there was only well-rendered skin stretched under the nose, as if the subject's maw had healed shut like a wound. The eyes were bright and familiar, but I could see no soul behind them. Infuriatingly, the eyes refused to meet mine. The subject's gaze was fixed elsewhere. Or were they? Standing here, alone in the dark, I felt a chill of recognition. Slowly, the unmistakable sensation of being observed crept into my mind. Of course this thing could see me. I had spent years hidden away from prying eyes. The feeling of being seen was all too new to me, all too recognizable. I pulled myself away from the painting. and retreated into the rows of borrows until I found Adela. When I found her, she was busy examining barrels of sherry as I had predicted. Hello, Sister Hedwig. How are you this morning? Very well, thank you, but I'm in rather a hurry. I just had a question for you. Adela looked concerned. An important question. What is it, Sister Hedwig? I saw Charity blow a mighty whistle earlier. I've heard the same sound more than once. Do you have any idea what it's all about? Adela furrowed her brow. Perhaps she just enjoys whistling. Was there anything else? What on earth was everyone hiding from me? Sister Adela, I do not mean to pry or to exceed my station, but this is very strange. I heard the sound once before after Flora's injury, and now I've just heard it again. I saw Charity do it, in fact, and I've asked several people now. I've only gotten these vague answers, and I want to know. It feels awful not to be included. Surely it can't be anything too nefarious or too difficult for me to understand. I am truly sorry, but I really do not have an answer for you. What I can say is that I was once where you were. I know what it's like to feel this way, but patience is a virtue. Perhaps you will find what you're looking for if you just wait. She smiled pleasantly at me. Perhaps so. Well, that was more of an answer than anyone else had been willing to give me. Something told me that this was as good an answer as I was ever going to get. Whether or not I wanted to heed the advice, well, that was another matter entirely. Running around and desperately asking every sister was beginning to look like a futile course of action, but I could feign patience while pursuing other avenues. I had gotten rather good at that. Would you like to taste this sherry? It is shaping up nicely. I accepted the ladle she was offering and tried a sip of the wine. I spat it out immediately, and a fellow giggled. But that is just as awful as it was before. It is actually very different, but it takes a lot of practice to be able to tell, I suppose. Indeed, a thought occurred to me. This sherry is part of a very expensive order, is it not? I saw it in a ledger once working in the library. Indeed, most of the wine here is being made for others. Of course, but this sherry is something special, isn't it? That is correct. That is why I was brought to Glenvarrow after all. Yes, I think you mentioned that before. Has it been rewarding? Glenvarrow is not my favorite convent, but my work is satisfying. I should hope so. It sounds like a lot of work. Indeed. And that is not to mention Marta and her stubborn habits. She never wanted to relinquish her work to me. Who ordered the sherry? Adele cocked her head to the side. Why do you ask? Well, if the superior went so far as bringing in an expert like yourself to oversee it, you are correct. It is a very important client, supposedly. Unfortunately, that is all I was told. You are not the only one kept in the dark on some matters, Sister Hedwig. Does that not make you feel irritated? Used? Not particularly. Not anymore. I learned some time ago that I can only be given what others wish to give me, and I am less likely to be given something I demand. Respect only grows while unobserved. That is what I think, anyway. I nodded, chewing this over. That sounds very wise, Sister Adele. I would like to think so. Is there anything else I could help you with? No, I don't believe so. Thank you. I bowed my head and turned to take my leave. Will you be attending the bonfire tonight? Another bonfire so soon? Yes, as long as the weather permits it. We are hoping to enjoy one last bonfire before the snow comes. In that case, I should love to join you. Adela smiled widely. I shall look forward to seeing you, Sister Hedwig. The odds of a bonfire being possible seemed rather low later that morning. I had made my way back upstairs, intending to sit at my writing desk and ponder the bone I had retrieved from the sacristy. I felt a little embarrassed that I had let Charity's whistle distract me so badly. However, as I crested the stairs, I realized that the door to the library was ajar. Curious to see if the library was yet habitable, I poked my head inside. Indeed, cleaning had already begun. The floor nearest the door was spotless and slightly damp. Somewhere up ahead I could hear the sound of a brush against stone. A lone woman was on her hands and knees, a bucket next to her, scrubbing away at the tiles. Hello? Oh, Hedwig, how are you? Well enough. What are you doing? Eustace stopped scrubbing and wiped her forehead with her arm, turning to look at me. Penance, I could call it. The superior was going to tell some of the men to help, but it's my responsibility, isn't it? I suppose so. Did you need something? On second thought, Sister Eustace. Not at the moment. Very well then. She bent down and went back to her scrubbing. My curiosity about the whistle had brought me to her, but quite frankly I didn't want to be anywhere near her. Every moment I spent near Eustace now was a gamble. We were standing across from each other, blades drawn. So far, neither of us had made a move, but I was planning my strikes carefully, and I did not want to give her any opportunity to guess what I might do. I knew she was up to something, and soon I would present my case to the superior. I was getting good at acting, pretending, and playing, but not good enough to spend extended time with my suspect. My thoughts were a complete jumble. I had been without my workbook for too long. Why was I allowing myself to waste time on something as silly as an annoying whistle? I sighed. One thing was for certain. I needed to speak to Angela as soon as I could. Back to the superior's office it was then. I imagined what it would have looked like if I had traced today's movements in my hastily abandoned book. It would be an illegible scribble, to be sure. Yes, is Sister Angela with you? I must speak with her. No, she is not. Come in. She beckoned me inside, and I obliged without thinking. I realized, as soon as she shut the door, that I had just unwittingly stepped into something of a trap. If this is to do with your investigation, Tell me, and I will relay it to her. Oh, uh, no, I need to speak to her specifically. Why is that? Surely anything you can tell the prioress is fit for the superior. I glanced around the room to discover the side bedroom open. The bishop was still here, seated on the bed, hands folded over his chest. He looked at me with the same apologetic expression he wore every time the superior raised her voice in his presence. Yes, but this has nothing to do with the investigation. Or rather, it is, but only tangentially. I would not want to bother you with it until I've had a chance to, compare notes with Angela. An excuse I have heard before, I believe. You wouldn't happen to know anything about Angela planning to usurp me, would you? Well, what? No. What do you mean? The superior's eyes narrowed. Curious. You two have been working together quite closely. Are you sure you know nothing about this? I haven't the slightest idea what this is. Sister Angela has her quarrels with you. I swear I haven't heard anything about any kind of plot to usurp you. I accidentally allowed myself to put a marked spin on usurp and braced myself for recrimination. It is a bit of a stretch, Mabel, he called out from the bedroom. My savior. I trust Sister Moira's judgment. She says Angela has been behaving very strangely recently, and I tend to agree. And I can attest to the fact that Angela has been evasive in our recent meetings. I could guess why. I needed to speak to Angela as soon as possible and share what I had found in the sacristy. Everyone has been behaving a little out of sorts lately. I think it might be the builders. They have interrupted your routine. You're right about that. Did you know Crispin was in here earlier, complaining about finding human remains underneath the old tower's rubble? I must have been absent for that. Apparently, it upset some of the men greatly. Some of the more foreign workers refused to do anything for the rest of the day. Well, why? Superstition is common in some of the darker parts of the world. Indeed. Anyway, it apparently cut into their schedule. Some of the men wanted to burn the bones, the nasty heathens. Good Lord. I dare say your old superior deserved better than that, than Wycliffe. What happened? I told them to wrap up the bones, or whatever was left of them, and bring them to me. Then I sent Eustace up the hill to bury them next to the proper grave. Part of her penance for all that trouble in the library. The previous superior hadn't been properly buried. We had a burial for her, just, without a body. The bishop tutted disapprovingly from the other room. Those remains should have been taken care of a long time ago. We did what we could considering she was under God knows how many tons of stone. Anyway, I'm done shouting across the room, Richard. Get out here, would you? I heard the bishop sigh. He had been comfortable where he was, it seemed. But we were getting rather off topic, I think. Indeed. Suffice it to say, the builders have interrupted your routine. A reasonable argument. But I don't know. That can't be all of it. Something feels rather off. Off. I completely understand, Superior. I have felt it too, but I'm not sure it has anything to do with Angela specifically. There are strangers working here now. There are new oblates we haven't grown accustomed to. Margaret's father is here. A fire broke out in the library. I think we might be able to extend a little grace to everyone. It has been a long week. The Superior appeared to consider my words carefully. She's a wise one, Ma Belle. Perhaps it would be best to try and relax for a change. It would be a change for me. You've done nothing but relax since you got here. It's a working holiday. Well, I apologize. Well, I apologize, Hedwig. I have no idea where Angela is. I do expect a report from you too soon. I will endeavor to have something fruitful to report. The Superior nodded curtly and ushered me back outside. Well then, what now? It was just after midday. I had urgent information to share with Angela. I had no idea where she was, and I was beginning to feel a bit jumpy, a bit tense. Perhaps the bishop had been on to something. I had been running around all morning, chasing that stupid whistle, and I still hadn't quite recovered from what Catherine had told me the night before. I hadn't even taken a close look at the bone hidden underneath my bed. With a groan, I chastised myself for trying to tackle too many tasks at once without finishing any of them. I dashed back up the stairs toward the dorms and slipped back into my room. I shed my clothes and slid under the covers. Perhaps a real nap would serve me well. And it was just as the bishop had said. It was good to relax. Tatiana stood there, holding her hand out after snapping. Drama queen. We just want to sit here clicking our fingers until something happens. No, we should get moving. Get back out of the bar owl coffee long. She folded the sword back up into the raggedy old cloth while I scooted back through the makeshift tunnel. The door was stuck pretty tight, and it took some force to knock it back open again from this side. I've gotta admit, I was still pretty worried that we would be drawing attention to ourselves. Tatiana emerged from the barrel just as I had finished getting my leg reattached. We should head outside now. Yeah, this place is giving me the creeps. Why? It's well lit. It's all sterile, and we're not even supposed to be here. Alright, alright. We power walk back toward the stairs. Maybe that Visitor Center has a cafe or something. It does, but it'll be closed, I think. No way, it's not even. We hit the top of the stairs and stepped out into the public part of the Abbaye. Noon. It's 11, just about. What the fuck? Tatiana stood in front of me, admiring the night sky. Pretty out here, isn't it? What did you do? It was morning before we went down there. I didn't do anything. It's just nighttime now. Jesus fucking Christ, did you drug me? Or knock me out, or some shit? I felt the back of my head for a bump or something, and Tatiana started laughing. Maybe I'm the BTK. Shut the fuck up. You took me down to a creepy basement and now I'm not missing time. That is serial killer shit. You go in for that sort of thing? I'm surprised. I would expect you to start droning on about how the serial killer panic is being pumped up by police unions for profit, or something. Okay, so first of all, that's true. But serial killer freaks exist, and luring young disabled women into old cellars is psycho. That's not a very nice word. We can do better. She checked her watch again. It's, what, 1983? Maybe we can't. She checked her watch again. What time did you say it was? Bang on 11 o'clock. Fuck. It probably got dark ages ago. Of course it did. I was supposed to meet Jim hours ago. I started running back toward the parking lot, or car park, or whatever. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I ignored her. There was nobody here, and it was very dark. If I had known I was going to get stuck there at night, I would have brought a flashlight, or torch, or whatever. I made my way back toward the entrance as best I could in the dark. Eventually, I made it back to the front of the Abbey. I was starting to see why Tatiana had warned me not to run off, though. It was practically pitch black out here. As soon as I stepped onto the gravel, though, I realized I wasn't alone. Did you hear that? I stopped dead. Just up ahead, I could just barely make out the shape of a van. Two shadowy figures were standing in front of it, and they were holding fucking guns. Before I could think what to do, I felt a hand around my mouth. I knew better than to scream. He was right. He did hear something. Told you. First time you've ever been right. You ain't half jumpy usually. Pays, don't it? They spoke in thick accents, and they carried big rifles. Can't say I ever got a good look at them, though. It was too dark, and I was scared shitless. The one who had grabbed me forced me to my knees, and all three of them stood around me in a circle. What you doing here? You're just visiting the Abbey. Bit late for that. Lost track of time. Oh, I get lost on the way to the Jacks. Take it easy. She's probably just one of them kids that comes up here to smoke weed. I don't smell anything. Got any weed on you? No. God, I wish that I did. She wouldn't, would she? MI6 probably has one of them zero tolerance policies. And look at her shirt. Fake punk shit. Probably got it at M&S on the way here. MI6. She sounds American. Could be the company then. Who do you work for? Nobody. I'm a co-leg student, I swear. Where was Tatiana? I was looking around all desperate, hoping she would appear and snap her fingers again or something. If she could move time forward, maybe she could get me out of this jam. Who do you keep looking for? Nobody. It was starting to rain. Was I going to die in a puddle up here? Just then I heard a car approaching. We can deal with this later. Yeah, I want to ask our contact about this. The whole thing might be compromised. Good idea. I could see headlights. After a moment, the engine stopped. Evening, lads. Jim, I yelled without thinking. Who's this? I was embarrassed and terrified. I hoped I hadn't blown anything for him. I couldn't believe my eyes. You know her. Can't say I do. She just said your name. Jim peered at me through the raindrops. Oh, I do recognize her. See her down at the pub sometimes. I'm an exchange student. Explains the accent. Sorry, Alice. Didn't recognize you with that new haircut. He winked. I took the hint that it was time for me to shut the fuck up and let him do the talking. Well, well, American Alice. What are you studying? High story, I think. I was asking her. Yeah, high story. She's safe, lads. Let her go, and I'll take her home when this is done. And just let her listen to the whole meeting. Meeting will be short tonight, I think. Plan's dead. Dead? What do you mean, dead? We've worked too hard to let this opportunity pass us by. Yeah, was a good plan and all, but you see, it's been compromised. Just heard on the news. Prime Minister ain't coming to Lidborough no more. No! Feck it all. Why not? She's got the flu, if you can believe it. I don't believe that. Someone spilled. That's what I thought. Shit. Well, Jimmy, you're the one standing here telling us this last caught creeping about knows you from the pub. If there's a leak, that would be my guess. I heard the man adjust his rifle, but Jim produced a pistol quicker. Easy now. It's a good guess, but mine's better. Jim. There was a flash of white, and one of the men fell to the ground in a heap. The other two trained their rifles on Jim and started yelling. We've got 10 seconds to explain. Check round his neck. He pointed at the body with his pistol. I was freaking the fuck out. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Shut up! I whimpered while the guy next to me examined the dead man's body. Fucking hell. Jim was right. Badge and wire. Of course I'm right. He was crooked? It's a fucking good thing you were right, Jim. I was gonna blow you away. No hesitation. How did you know? Oh, just a funny feeling about him. Heard about the Prime Minister's change of plan on the 11 o'clock news. And he always was jumpy. Right? Load him in the van. We'll drive him up into the hills, find someone to bury him. What about the girl? That's a good question. Another week. I suppose she'll have to come with us. Holy shit, bruh. I woke to a gentle knocking on my door. From the look of the light streaming in through my window, I hadn't been asleep too long. It appeared to be somewhere around midday. Who's there? Sister Angela. What luck. Come in. I thanked God for this fortuitous visit and leapt out of bed. Oh, I had forgotten that I had stripped naked to get into bed until I saw the look on Angela's face. She closed the door behind her swiftly. You did that on purpose. No, 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 I had just drifted off, and when you woke me up just now, I forgot I wasn't wearing anything. If you insist. She marched forward and sat on my writing bench. Well then, dress yourself, if you would please. Oh, very well. I began to put myself back together as Angela watched intently. The superior said you were for me. Yes. A lot has happened. We should speak somewhere else, I think. This couldn't wait for one of our garden meetings. No, things are moving very quickly and I need you to help me sort my thoughts out. Slow down. Sorry, I'm just rather excited. Slow down. Speak quietly. Here is acceptable. I checked all the other rooms before knocking. Uh-oh. I wondered how that would have gone if someone had been in their room, and then reasoned that Angela was being nosy wouldn't strike anyone as out of the ordinary. Well, remember what happened in the library? Angela visibly tensed up. Yes. Well, it happened again. Last night, I thought to inspect the sacristy, and while I was there, that thing, the one you don't believe in, attacked me. I'm beginning to think I might have to accept these wild stories. I only escaped because I ran into the shelves, and it couldn't see me anymore. It was just like when you lost me. Curious. And then what happened? It gave up and, well, it went back to my old self and disappeared. I'm not sure. I didn't follow it too closely. Wise, I suppose. You would be no match for it. But Hedwig, many hours have passed since then. Do you realize what sort of danger we might all be in? We are always in peril. I've been trying my best to go about my days. I finished getting dressed and smoothed the front of my robes. Angela took a deep breath. She looked lost in thought. Finally, she spoke in a low whisper. You're sure it went back to your cell? It certainly seemed to be heading in that direction. Nobody goes down that hallway anymore. A good place isn't to hide, I suppose. It worked for Flora. Yes, it did, didn't it? We should check. That sounds dangerous. It is our duty. I decided to change the subject. I did not want to think about meeting that thing face to face. Oh, and that's not all. When I was inspecting the sacristy, I found something shocking. Oh? I dove under my bed and rummaged around for the bone. After retrieving it, I scampered backward awkwardly and stood back up. Angela was biting her lip. A bone. A scapula, to be specific. God's blood. Could it be, you know, Kathy Reed's? It would be difficult for me to think of an alternative. But why? Well, dark rituals, perhaps. I have heard whispers of scapulomancy before. Perhaps it has something to do with my pursuer. Or the shelves. Angela winced at the last word. Combined with our other evidence, this might indeed be Eustace's undoing. You theorize she was using this for some sort of spell. She might have knocked a candle over on accident, or something of the sort. If candles are involved in that sort of thing, then yes, that seems like a solid assumption. Angela opened her mouth to respond. I plowed ahead. I was determined to impress her. And I found out from Catherine that Margaret, Catherine II, Moira, and Eustace were all very close at one point. I remember. What's the connection? I had gotten ahead of myself. As close as I was to Angela now, I did not want to betray Catherine's trust. Well, Moira is the odd one out here, but Eustace and Margaret both claim to not remember when we spoke that day. So I don't know. It's perhaps a spurious connection, but it is a connection nonetheless. You'd think they were all involved in the conspiracy that ended in Kathy Reed's death. Catherine had insisted that the little gang had not wanted to kill anyone at the Abbey. I believed her. Even Catherine would not sit idly by and let that happen, even if she had only heard whispers. I would not go that far. That there's no thing connecting those others to anything Eustace has done recently. Well, regardless, we have a lot to work with here. This bone, her shabby treatment of the sword, her bullying you into silence. My goodness, Hedwig, I must admit I'm pleased. You have been busy. We should still inspect your old cell, however. I am convinced of Eustace's suspicious behavior. It would not sit well with me to ignore the other aspect. I have been rather motivated lately, and Jaw reached out to touch my chin, taking me by total surprise. Is that so? Yes. Do you require more motivation? Well, I certainly wouldn't mind. Tell me, what else has Catherine told you? What did you two get up to? Well, she was fully nude when I entered her dorm, and Jealous scoffed. Of course she was. And did you? Well, yes, I suppose we did. She took this information in thoughtfully. Her eyes flickered, and she exhaled sharply through her nose. Let us meet in that hallway in an hour. No doubt the thought of each other's company will grant us whatever bravery we need to peek inside your old cell. I could feel my cheeks turning bright red. It'll be very dangerous, potentially. I am armed. I had the heart to tell Angela that her little dagger would likely do nothing against the Great Beast. More than likely, if we were to find anything, we would just have to run. Where would we run? Into the Abbey? Into the cloister to let the builders take care of it? The more I thought about this idea, the more reckless and ill-advised it seemed. But as I stared into Angela's eyes, I realized I would take any risk that would get me closer to seeing a glimpse of her flesh once again. Listen to me. There was never any hope for my soul. The lies I had told myself about what I could pretend to feel had caught up with me so fast I never even noticed. My head was no longer above water. I had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. The chain, the hook that had taken hold of my loins some time ago, it was just an anchor. All this time I had been falling down, down, deeper and darker, never to see the surface again. How fitting! In the moment, though, all I felt was raw, animalistic lust. I had felt it with Catherine, and I had felt it with Adela, and I had even felt it around Moira and Margaret. But I had been able to pull away from them. In these moments, I could at least remember that I was meant to be pretending. I couldn't pull away from Angela. There was something about that much more intoxicating about her. Watching someone grow toward me, against their better judgment, just as I wanted her against my better judgment. That made me feel powerful. It tickled the same part of me that was satisfied whenever I walked through the halls naked, or felt the rain against my skin. What a wretched, godless little monster I am! Who knows just how much further I would have fallen had I not wound up back here. So, an hour. Yes, an hour. She nodded at me, then left the room. After a few minutes of pacing, I left as well. I walked out into the hall and leaned over the stone railing, attempting to steady myself. I glanced down the hall toward the crossroads Joe and I would be braving in an hour's time. I wasn't alone with my thoughts for long. However, I could hear voices below. I leaned over the railing to see what was going on, and my heart stopped. A crowd of nuns had gathered around a woman who had collapsed. I flew down the stairs and burst into the cloister to join the group, fearing the worst. What's going on? It's poor old Darcy. The woman lying face first on the cloister grass was indeed Sister Darcy. Her eyes were closed, but I could see her breathing, at the very least. Moira bent down to hold her wrist, looking concerned. Well, her heart is beating. What happened? Marta and I were sitting at our table and saw her wandering into the cloister. She looked dead tired, but before we could say anything, she just up and fell over. She walked through that whole bloody camp without anyone helping her, looks like. That's awful. We don't know how she was acting then. She might just be exhausted. How can you be so cold and collected about this? Of all people. No, Eustace could be right. Hers would be my guess too. Look how dirty her clothes are. Did she walk all the way back up the mountain herself? All the others turned to look at the hem of her robes. You're right. That doesn't make sense. She always gets a lift from someone if she stays down there overnight. And yet here she is. I'll get her to bed right away. Catherine, would you help me lift her? Of course. The crowd parted to allow Moira and Catherine to pick the unconscious Darcy up by her shoulders and legs. They hobbled away together as fast as they could toward the stairs. We watched helplessly as the chapel bell rang out to announce that it was midday. Who's on bell duty at a time like this? Priorities. Goodness me. Sister Adele, if I recall. Don't take it out on her. She probably didn't see. I suppose somebody ought to go and tell the superior. Poor thing. Well, I hope Moira knows what she's doing. If we lost Sister Darcy, this place would collapse in a week. A day, I reckon. Eustace said no thing. She looked as if her heart had been torn in two. We stood in silence for a moment. Charity reached out to squeeze Eustace's shoulder. Will you be all right if we leave you to go and board the superior? Yes. Charity and Marta slipped away. Eustace looked rather paler than usual, and her glasses made the sadness in her eyes all the larger. When I spoke, I channeled my earnest sympathy for Darcy into my performance. Eustace, I'm sure Darcy will recover. Moira's always been a big help. She always gets me back up on my feet. But we could go check on her, if you like. You should. I I'll go later. I'll want to speak to her alone. Very well. Hedwig, yes. I've been lying to you. We were never enemies. Not really. You have seemed quite intent on treating me so, and you have allowed me to treat you in kind. If we aren't foes, what are we? Never mind. I haven't the heart to fight you much longer. I paused for a moment. Eustace was staring off to the superior's door. Her appeal had only made me angry. I must confess, I should have pitied her. All I could think, watching her break in front of me, was, it's too late now. How could I possibly feel sorry for her? I nearly said as much. I let it go. I left Eustace to her thoughts. Initially, I meant to immediately go check on Darcy in her stead. However, a commotion from across the cloister caught my attention. The men's chatter was typically calm, if not jovial. However, it had risen to something more intense. As I rounded the corner to the chapel, I could see a crowd of workers struggling with a large piece of equipment that appeared to be buckling. I had not eyed this particular tool a few times as I walked past the site. It was a large contraption, something of a wheel attached to a series of ropes and beams. I had no idea what it was meant to do. The groaning and clunking sounds were evidence enough that it wasn't working properly. I was not the only one who had been summoned by the shouts and barks. Angela was standing with her arms folded, watching the men struggle. Crispin appeared behind her after a moment. I could hear him shout across the build site. What's the trouble? Treadwheel stuck, sir. Thomas is stuck inside unless we can get it fixed. To my great shock and fury, I realized that the man inside the contraption was the lech who had spied on Angela and I in the bats. Part of me had hoped that the wheel Crispin had mentioned had been a euphemism for more serious punishment. Angela had not eyes too. She looked rather serious. Yes, I can see now. The claw cannot simply be dislodged. Afraid not, sir, else the pulley might snap back and break the whole machine. Main rope looks like it's about to give way. That shouldn't be. Sadly, it is. I think Thomas is the only one holding it together right now by keeping the treadmill in place. Well then, Thomas, listen to me carefully. I'm going to have however many men it takes carry the biggest stone they can up there, and then we'll swap. But it was too late. Something snapped and the wheel began to spin freely. Even at this distance, the sight of the young man's body bouncing around inside was too much to bear. I winced and looked away as Builder scrambled up to the machine to check on Thomas. Once the awful sounds had slowed, I mustered the courage to look back across the yard. Crispin stood still, looking more stoic than I had yet seen him. Next to him, I could see Angela taking it all in. She caught my eye from across the yard and smirked. I offered a weak smile in return and turned to leave. Divine intervention, I supposed. I was glad that Thomas had not gone unpunished, although I was still shocked. I uttered a little prayer, all too aware of what awaited sinners like me. My only hope was that he understood that everything I did in service of justice. But it wasn't difficult to understand the message I had just been sent. No matter how dark the waters I swam in were, I could not escape the eyes of God. I stuffed my feelings down and made my way to the doors. Darcy's door was wide open when I arrived. Moira was attending to her in bed. She had pulled up Darcy's desk chair to sit beside her patient. Oh, Hedwig, perfect timing. She isn't awake yet, but she's still breathing. She's got some bruises on her legs, but otherwise I think she's just completely knackered. Knackered? medical term. So speaking of medicine, you might get called upon soon. There was an unfortunate accident at the build site. Do they not have a doctor with them? I am not sure. It seemed rather extreme. I appreciate you telling me. I should go check on things. Darcy is going to need lots of water when she wakes up. I was about to head out for a moment anyway. Would you mind watching over her? I would be happy to oblige. What should I do if something happens, though? I shan't be long. Really, I doubt anything will happen. Just, you know, make sure she doesn't fall out of bed or run outside. Very well. Moira smiled at me and vacated the chair, leaving the room in a hurry. She closed the door behind her as I took the seat. For a minute or two, I just watched Darcy's breathing. Her chest rose and fell with comforting regularity. The Darcy hurts all over. I scooted my chair closer and spoke gently. Darcy's eyes were still closed, but she wiggled her head back and forth after she spoke. What happened? Is that you, Hedwig? Yes. Are you well? Please tell me what happened. Hedwig, that's funny. Funny? What's funny? I saw you seated in the old clock tower bathed in moonlight. Bleached bones laid at your feet. A cat rested on your lap. You held the sword in both of your hands. One gripped the blade. It must have hurt. You seemed to be at peace. 8 candles surrounded your feet. One candle was atop your head. All were lit. Your hood was stained with wax. You cast your eyes upward, perhaps distracted by the dripping tallow. Then I heard you murmur, Sit autumn sermo vester est est non no est est no no. I I suppose that is funny, Darcy. I was bewildered by her gibberish. I reached out and held one of her hands in mine, hoping that Moira would return soon, that she could cure whatever ailed poor Darcy. After a few minutes, Moira entered the room again carrying a pitcher, an empty mug. She set them down on the desk next to the bed, then turned to face me. I'm back. Everything calm, I take it? Yes. She mumbled a little bit in her sleep. That's all. That's great news. With any luck, she'll be up and about soon. Poor thing. I hope nothing serious happened. I take it you weren't eaten at the build site. No. Crispin thanked me for checking. He said it was less serious than it looked. I stood up to offer the chair back to Moira. It is nice to sit down for a bit, I must say. There's just too much going on. Meetings, buyers, newcomers, the builders rushing to put that tower together. I don't envy your work, Hedwig. Your chronicles must be epic poems at this point. My chronicles. I was letting so much slip through the cracks. Hadn't written anything in days. There's been much to keep track of. Some of it has been difficult to put into words. Well, I'm sure you've been doing a wonderful job. I do my best. Well, nothing left to do now but wait. Thank you for watching her while I ran to get the water. Of course. We smiled at each other. There was a pause, an implicit invitation to speak. Neither of us did. I left the room. I felt as if my being was floating a few inches above my body. I could see everything around me, everyone. It was difficult to believe that I was seeing it. I could see things. I could hear things. I knew that everything was there. It did not feel like any of it was. There wasn't long left until Angela and I had promised to investigate my old cell. My heart ached for Darcy, of course. Everything felt separate from that impending rendezvous. That felt tangible. Everything else felt as if my hand might pass right through it. It was not quite time yet. What would we find? Angela's company was my primary excitement, but the idea that we might find something conclusive, or at least take the next step to solving one of the Abbe's mysteries, had me shaking. What if we found it, however? The great beast, the ghost that had haunted me ever since I left my cell. Some time ago, I had proven that was not Eustace in disguise. There seemed to be a good chance that it was Eustace's responsibility. Had it been summoned as part of her little assassination ring's plot? Was it a tool that had escaped her control? It was making more sense to my sin-addled mind. A thought occurred to me. Angela was confident in her little dagger. I knew where we could find a much larger weapon, should we need to protect ourselves. I quickly dipped into my room to retrieve the sword I had bundled in Superior's traveling cloak, then jogged back down the stairs into the cloister. Clutching the bundle to my chest, I waited at the intersection of the connecting passage, where the ghost had once stood brandishing its own blade. Previously, I had assumed that the beast was simply availing itself of the one sword in the Abbaye. After all, I had gathered from the way the others had spoken about Catherine's sword that these were highly prized, expensive weapons. Perhaps the agents of hell were all outfitted with their own weapons. There was an important book to be written on the nature of demons, should I ever survive this. I could feel the handle of the sword through the superior's cloak. My thoughts began to drift to that evening on the bank of the stream. I was interrupted quickly, however, by Sister Angela's footsteps. She walked down the hall briskly to me, a steely glint in her eye. What is that? Catherine's sword. I know what it is. Why did you bring it? I thought it might be useful, you know, in case we are forced to defend ourselves. That is not a toy, Hedwig. It's evidence. What if somebody saw you? I was careful. I was not looking forward to telling her that I had discovered there were two swords. Well, take good care of it. For goodness' sake, be careful should you have to use it. Yes, Sister Angela. She eyed me up and down, then took a deep breath. Well then, shall we? I nodded, took a moment to unwrap the sword properly, affix the cloak around my neck. Angela looked over her shoulder to the hallway cautiously, clearly paranoid that someone might notice me flashing the blade around. No one saw, however. She held back whatever chastising remarks she had been ready to give me. We plunged into the dark hall together. I held the sword at my side. She retrieved her dagger from the inside of her sleeve. After arriving at the end of the hall, we exchanged glances before attempting the door. It swung open freely. We darted inside. I had never seen Angela move so quickly. Fear did not suit her. In any other circumstance, it would have looked comical. I dashed in behind her. She had already stopped dead in her tracks. I nearly collided with her. Nobody. We stood in the middle of my old cell, both shuddering, fighting for breath as the door swung shut behind us. There was indeed no one else in the room, no monster. I dropped to my knees to check underneath the bed. No thing. You're sure you saw the creature retreat this direction? Absolutely positive. You know what else? I found the goat it beheaded. You know, the one nobody believed I saw. Real. Yes, it was on my way to meet Kathy Reed, in fact. Have you ever caught a horrible scent of the wind outside? No. Well, that's what it was. It must have killed the goat, thrown its corpse over the wall as it escaped. Angela frowned. As it escaped outside, down the left path of that corridor. It did the first time I saw it, yes, I think. It was very dark. I don't remember. You did see it come this direction at least once. Her voice was entering a higher register. I was terrified that I had upset her by wasting her time. As I said, I am absolutely positive. Angela stalked around the room, examining the dusty bookshelf, my empty writing desk. I felt a pang of longing as I saw her trace her finger along the desk's surface. My life used to be so simple. She looked to the window, then closed it. With a long, shuddering sigh, she leaned against the wall. I suppose I should be relieved. I leaned the sword against the wall in the corner of the room. I was still a little shaky. I nearly let it fall over. Between this, Thomas's divine punishment, it would seem we are being rewarded for our work. Are you certain that you saw the monster come this way? Yes, I promise. Worry not. I believe you. We should consider the ramifications of this discovery, however. Finding nothing can still mean something. It must. I paced around the room, my hands behind my back. It is a ghost, a devil, a barghest. I think defining it is the least of our worries. Yes, it could still be here, just not, you know, here. Flora once said that it lived in the shadows, but perhaps it really does live in them, incorporeal, a possibility I would rather not entertain while in this dark room. It could have escaped into the walls. There is a hidden passage nearby. Angela cocked an eyebrow. A passage. How big? Never mind. Ignore me. It would be too narrow for such a beast, if it is real. I suppose too bright, if it indeed exists outside of shadows. The wall crumbled not too long ago. Light would flood it. I furrowed my brow, sat down on the bed. There were crumbs on the blanket that made sitting rather uncomfortable. I brushed them aside. I didn't remember living like such a slob when I was in Anchoress. I hoped Angela did not know us. Then we were left with no choice to conclude that this room wasn't our beast's final destination. Indeed, why would it come here at all? You are the one who used to live here. You would have to tell me. I have no clue. I'm afraid. Unless it went in old books, I'm stymied. I doubt it was reading the Bible in here. She stepped away from the wall, exhaled deeply. Look at my hands. I'm quaking. I was rather ready to fight for our lives. So was I. I gestured to the sword I had propped up in the corner. It has its own sword, you know. No. What? Unless it ran into my room, took that one, then ran back to put it under my bed again. Why are you just informing me of this now? But because this was the time we agreed to speak on these matters. Well, at the very least, I understand why you wanted to bring that with you now. I had hoped that the sword was, I don't know, a hallucination, perhaps more proof of Eustace's negligence. I remembered Eustace marching me into the sacristy to show me the sword under lock and key. Things were becoming clearer. So clear, in fact, that it made me feel rather unintelligent. You don't know where the other sword might have come from. No. I knew about Sister Catherine's obsession with that one. I am loath to call it her sword. It was meant to rest in the sacristy in our care. Eustace was far too lenient with it even then. Did it always have the engraving? Her eyes narrowed. Engraving? I flipped the sword around to show her the Hebrew text. Sister Catherine. She looked taken aback. No, I did not know about this. If I had known about it, Catherine and I would have certainly had words about it. This was not hers to customize. Can you read it? No. Do you know of anyone here who could? Now that Catherine is gone? None. Knowing Eustace has always been careless is rather interesting. The rest is a bit murky. Well, there's something there. I am frustrated. I feel like we are piling up details, getting nowhere. I understand. I want to be rid of all this nastiness, all this uncertainty. We've been traveling in circles for so long. She sighed again. At least you discovered the dead goat, I suppose. Which only raises more questions. I am afraid. All it confirms for now is that I am still sane. That is no small comfort these days. I suppose that is true. The topic of sanity. Have you thought of any possible explanation for the shelves? No, I replied in more brusque a manner than I really intended. I thought not. Neither have I. I shall speak freely, as we are in perhaps the safest possible place to do so. I am afraid. I have been afraid since Catherine's body was found. Nothing I have uncovered since has eased my fears. Catherine dabbled in many things, not all of them savory. The moment she died, I thought, well, something must have caught up with her. What that could have been, I had no clue. We hadn't been close for a little while at that point. Then your ghost appeared. Is there a chance this could all be some elaborate trick? Eustace, I hear, dressed up to scare you at least once. Only the once I am beginning to suspect. I saw the beast standing behind her not long ago, up on one of the towers, watching us in the garden. Now we are left to sort through conflicting clues. The goat was real, not imagined. I believe you. You would not lie to me like that, would you? Of course not. Well, we could leave right now. I could show you. We must continue to catalog our very real evidence. Eustace was hiding Catherine's scapula in the sacristy, although we can't be certain why. Flora's entry is real, as real can be. Looking at the rest, I must believe that she was chased by this monster. It could have been Eustace. She cannot be in two places at once. Then again, perhaps you saw a real ghost behind Eustace, then Eustace in costume after. That seems impossible to prove one way or the other. Indeed. That is the point I am building to. Every last piece of information we have is dubious. My thoughts cascade logically. They never reach a reliable conclusion. We must rely on each other's word. We must take leaps of faith. Guess what these clues mean? All but one. We both experienced what happened in the library, between those shelves. We both witnessed the impossible. So, regretfully, against all my better judgment, against all that I hold true about the world, I must lean to witchcraft as an explanation. I hate even saying it. If I look at things logically, it is the only conclusion. What can we do? Nothing. I realized that she was crying. There's nothing I can think of. There's nothing to be done. Wait, I feel foolish. I tire of getting closer to the truth, never seeing it. We have enough to make a decision. Could we wait for more? Certainly, I suppose. I see no better path forward, right now, than removing the one obstacle we are sure of. We could wait, observe, I suppose. I'm not sure how much longer I can wait for another opportunity, another hint to reveal itself. How will it reveal itself? Another injury? Another death? Another complete, total impossibility. You're right, of course. I never want to think about those damnable shells again. Nor do I wish to see anyone else dead. It's just difficult honing in on one obstacle. Eustace is suspicious, to be sure. There's also Catherine's lurid past, his connections with Margaret, Moira. Perhaps we could confront Eustace directly. There's nothing to be gotten from her, I fear. Imagine what she might do if we invoked her wrath. There's Margaret, Moira then. Perhaps the truth could be coaxed out of them. That connection could have something to do with her death, but there's no reason we could not piece the rest together after Eustace is dealt with. Damn it all! I suspect you are correct. Even with Eustace gone, what could we do about monsters, bewitched shells? Once we make a decision, we are through with all of this, I suspect. There's nowhere left for us to take our investigation. As long as the impossible, the magical, are involved, we are stuck here. Her mouth quivered. You and I are alone. We may well be alone with this knowledge until we die. Let us remove one obstacle, at the very least. Indeed. I... Angel. I stood in front of her, desperate to comfort her somehow, unsure how to. She soon sought comfort of her own accord, however. She reached forward, pulled my face close to hers, kissing me firmly, passionately. I relented, allowed her to do whatever she wished. I had no idea how to receive a kiss, nor how to give one. My eyes closed involuntarily. I said no thing. Without breaking away, she steered me to the bed, tossed me onto it. My head hit the pillow too hard for it to be of any comfort. I winced. Something small, irritating dug into my back too, as she sponged up awkwardly under my rump. Then she yanked my hood aside to whisper hoarsely in my ear, Angela, oh wait, if we must be alone in the knowledge that the world is darker, stranger than we could possibly know, I want us to be close. If there are things only we can share, so be it. I want you to be my refuge, I yours, in turn. I agree. Angela took me then and there, in the room that used to be mine alone, right here, a yard or two away from where I sit now. Now I am alone once more. Whoop! I guess Angela won the bet. An hour, maybe more, passed. Both of us dozed off at one point. We were both sweaty, spent. I visited the desert in my dreams, albeit briefly. The sand felt strange, as if it might all collapse at any moment. Around me, I noticed that the soldiers were not swerving in circles. Did they feel uneasy about the sand as well? They were all so far away, I couldn't tell if they were aware of me. I performed a little twirl, hoping that someone might see. I caught my foot in the sand, fell flat on my back. I jerked awake. My heart raced as I took stock of the situation. For a split second, I felt like I was back at home, arising for another day of dutiful work in my cell. However, the feeling of another skin quickly reminded me that things were not so idyllic. I untangled myself from Angela, stepped out of bed to gather my clothes. I had ended up completely nude in the proceedings. I could feel, as I clambered over her, that Angela had not. It was almost pitch black in my cell, but I knew my way around. I could navigate this place blindfolded. She still wore her shoes and white stockings. Things had escalated rather quickly then. And that's not working. Why is that not working? There it goes. My body burned on the inside. I was equal parts elated and terrified. Elated because I had experienced something undeniably pleasurable, something that had briefly made me forget all of my troubles. Terrified, of course, because I knew quite well that quick and idle pleasures come at a price down the road. The fact that her dagger was tucked neatly aside her leggings did not help, either. Before I could start getting dressed, Angela awoke as well. She lazily dangled her arm off the bed, more relaxed than I had ever seen her. Check under the bed one more time. There was really nothing, Angela, just to be sure. Confused, but unwilling to argue, I dropped to my knees once more to rummage around under my old bed. After a few moments, I stood up again empty-handed. Nothing there, still. One more time. I returned to my knees once more. I made a show of sweeping my arms underneath the bed before exasperately returning to my feet again. See, I know it's strange that the room is empty, but check again. Angela, really, She smirked, an expression which did not suit her. Knees. Now. With a huff, I returned to the floor and checked the darkened alcove. There still, no thing. I scrambled backward to stand up, felt something that could only have been Angela's shoe rest against the small of my back. Did I tell you to stand up? No, but then stay down there. She was being gentle. I suppose this could even pass for playful. She pressed just hard enough that when I exhaled, I could feel my stomach touch the stone floor. The sensation made me shiver. Are you comfortable? No, she giggled. This, too, suited her poorly. Liar. She pressed harder, forcing me into the stone. I groaned involuntarily. Goodness me. She spoke softly, calmly, almost warmly. Apparently satisfied, she removed her shoe from the small of my back, allowing me to slide back out from underneath the bed and stand up. She smiled again, looking me up and down, admiring me. Opened the window. I stepped over to the shutters, then hesitated. Did you know, I have rather bad luck with this. The last 2 times I opened this window, someone saw me naked. I can see you naked right now. I acquiesced and opened the window to let the afternoon sun highlight the bumps and lines of my body. Beautiful. I could feel my cheeks burning. Perhaps the superior was right to drag you out of here. What a shame it would have been to have you wasting away in here all alone. All that fear, all that anguish. I might say it was all worth it for this. Unsure how to respond, I instead gave a little twirl in the sunlight. Come here. I padded over the stone floor back to Angela, who pulled me in for another kiss, which I accepted gratefully. How was I? Well, I am not sure how to answer that. You laid with Catherine. How do I compare? I couldn't help but cough. But very well. Please don't make me say more. Sworn to secrecy, are you? What has she told you? Lots. She does seem to like me quite a bit. She's even confided in me about her husband. What about her husband? I felt a jolt of regret. I had assumed that everyone knew and that I had simply been made equal. She just told me all about it. What everyone knows, I assume. I winced, hoping that would be enough. In my head, I said a little apology to Catherine. Cryptic as always, and as hurried as ever. Why are you out of bed? What else is there to do today but enjoy one another's company? Stay a while. No, I should like that very much, but I have so much to do. Oh, your chronicles. You'll leave all of this out, of course. I shook my head. I'm not chronicling. Angel cocked an eyebrow as I began to get dressed. Oh well, I should take the sword to the superior for one thing. It's been left under my bed for far too long, and she'll need to hear about Eustace's continued neglect. If we're going to move against Eustace, I want to do it quickly. And there's those new oblates who I should really get to know better, even if they couldn't possibly have been involved. Plus, of course, there's the strange whistle that I saw Charity give. Half of all you just listed doesn't strike me as related. But that's true. I should simply focus on one thing at a time. I didn't imagine you would run to the superior straight away. And then once you're done there, you're going to keep investigating. Yes, of course. Angel looked at me, seemingly bewildered. Should I not? By all means, I suppose. I don't know. I thought we had just established the futility of it all. We did. And you are welcome to consider our pact ended once I make my case to the superior. But that does not mean I'm giving up. With you stays gone, I might at least be able to make sense of the rest one day. Angela stood up and then embraced me. I'm not giving up. I would hate to lose you so soon after claiming you. We, we do have some sort of connection, yes? Yes. I leaned forward to attempt to give her a kiss, although my lips ended up somewhere on her chin. I wasn't very good at this, but I cannot just stop. Danger or no, I have a duty. If this truly is futile, then I am glad to have you as a confidant. Angela pulled away from me and nodded, although her expression was very dark. I understand. However, yes, never mind. Do what you must, and good luck. I nodded firmly. We can meet again when there is news. Perhaps next time we can celebrate Eustace's arrest. I should like that very much. She nodded again and bent over to gather her clothes. You leave first. We should spread out. Oh, there was a lot of spreading out already done, but yes, of course. Have a pleasant rest of your day, Sister Angela. You as well, Sister Hedwig. I retrieved the sword and quickly grabbed it in my cloak and took my leave. The walk back through the darkened hall didn't unnerve me at all. My mind was far too busy reliving every last detail of Angela and I's time together. The mire of the investigation and the threats looming over me still, not to mention the pitch-black hall, should have had me terrified, but Angela's hands had rearranged something inside of me. I felt satisfied in a way I never had before, confident in a fashion that surprised me. I emerged into the light and carried on down the hallway toward the stairs down to the cloister. I could hear the builders in the distance, hard at work on the tower. Their voices carried throughout the courtyard easily. My heart jumped a little as I wondered if any sounds from my old cell had carried outside. Had any of them heard us? What if? What if? What if? I was so absorbed in this thought that I stopped looking where I was going and careened straight into Margaret's back. Steady on. I am so sorry. I was distracted. No worries. I suppose I'm normally the one scaring you. What's that? She nodded toward the bundle I was carrying. I was trapped. Oh well, I was on my way to accuse Eustace anyway. It's the sword. What, Catherine's sword? Where did you find that? Outside, if you can believe it. What, you mean in the cloister or? No, it was by the outer wall, by the back entrance. Any idea why? None at all. I was on my way to take it to the superior. Bit of a long route. I was going to stop into the dorms first to check in on Darcy. She's up and about, I think. Or, well, she's up, maybe not about. I heard her and Moira chatting about plants. That's great news. Yes, listen, Catherine and I are going to skip luncheon and eat with the men in a minute. Would you like to join? Oh, I appreciate the invitation, but the men? I should come clean. It's lunch with my father, really, which is why I wouldn't mind having you there. You're a good sort and clever. He'll have lots to talk to you about. Why? So he doesn't have to talk to me. The conversation is going to dry up quickly if he asks me what I've been up to for all these years. Plus, if you're there, there's one more person to stare daggers at Catherine if she makes a pass at him. You think she would do that? Right in front of you. You're right. Perhaps a third time would be too shameless even for her. She twice last night. Yeah, I don't think he noticed, but I certainly did. Oh dear, indeed. So, meet you there after you said hello to Darcy and drop that sword off with the superior. I'll be there. Cheers. Right. See you later then. We parted ways. I had not, in fact, been planning on seeing Darcy before the superior. I was stuck now. I headed into the dorms and deposited the spotted sword on my bed hastily, not wanting to answer questions about it a second time.
Stream elements. Set.
Then I dashed over to
Stay
Darcy's
moist,
door,
my friends,
which was
hydrate.
ajar. I poked my head in to see Darcy awake, pacing around her room. Moira had already left, it would seem. Oh, hello. Greetings. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Horrid headache, but aside from that, well, I am alive at least. Yes, thank God for that. Could you close the door? I obliged, then took the chair next to her bed. I had things to do, but Darcy's tone concerned me greatly. What's wrong? Well, what happened? Darcy, I'm so sorry. I should have been there to help you so you wouldn't have to be alone. She raised her hand to silence me. You have nothing to apologize for. I am just glad you did not suffer the same fate as me. I want to tell you some things, and I need you to keep them a secret until I decide it's time to tell somebody else. Goodness. Very well. First of all, I can tell you what happened. This is not the secret as I also told Moira. The reason I was so late and was so injured is I had to walk back up the hill, which was awful. But also halfway up, I got run off the road by the builders' car van. No. Yes. I don't think they saw me through the rain, and it was too loud to hear me shout until it was too late. I nearly got trampled by their horses and almost got squashed by their wagons, and I rolled down the hill and hurt my leg. Then I had to crawl all the way back to the road with a twisted ankle and then hobble all the way back up to the Abbey in the rain. Moira says I am lucky to be alive. Now I want to tell you the part that is secret. Are you ready? Yes. Something terrible has happened in the village, and that is why I had to walk. Normally, I would get a ride from the farmer or the farmer's boy, but well, I suppose the farmer's boy is locked up and the farmer is dead. Dead. He is dead, and a lot of people in the village are dead. His wife spoke to me through the door. I thought something was strange when I got there with the sheep, and nobody was there to meet me. I stabled them and knocked on the door to let the farmer know, and his wife answered and she begged me not to go into town. People are dying and vomiting and shaking. I took several steps away from Darcy toward the door. I might have led a sheltered existence myself, but even I knew about the plague. News of Florence's woes was the one constant in the meager news missives I would receive alongside new books to fill. Calm down. There is no miasma here. We are far away from the village. Why can't you tell Moira this? She's the expert. Surely she could help. I cannot tell anybody because I do not want to cause a panic. Precisely the way you reacted is what I would like to avoid. But what if it's plague? Whatever it is not plague. What I'd like you to do is to tell Moira that I'm going to sleep for a while and do not require her assistance until I can call for it. I will rest for a day or two and see if I develop any symptoms. If I do not, well, hooray. And if I do, well, you can tell everyone why I am staying in here until I die. Darcy, please. Nobody goes down to the village anyway. Nobody needs to know until I am safe. I can tell the whole story to everybody when I am well. But how do you know it's not plague? Darcy stared off into the middle distance, looking more serious than I had ever seen her. I know it is not plague. It is nothing good, but you can trust my word that it is not the plague. What did you see? I would rather not talk about it. But why not tell Moira? Why me? Well, I wanted to tell somebody, and I'd rather tell you because I trust you, and if you're the last person I ever see, that would be better than seeing Moira last. Oh, Darcy, but what about you, Stace? I would not want to worry her. You I trust differently. I do not intend to worry you, to be clear. Just, I don't know. I understand. I appreciate it. I back toward the door. I will tell Moira and I'll see you soon. You will be well soon. Understand? Thank you, Hedwig. We shall see. If you are wrong, well, I am glad I met you. You are always helpful, and I am glad I can trust you. I offered a weak smile and left the room. How could I accept such kindness from Darcy when I was about to accuse her closest friend of such heinous acts? Tears welled up in my eyes as I retrieved the bundled sword from my room, and after retrieving it from under my bed, I carefully wrapped the scapula alongside the blade. I remembered Flora's dull knife. Would I have a reason to share it? My focus was Eustace's guilt. I hoped that I would not have to betray Flora to the Superior, but just in case, I did my best to steel myself. Darcy's heart might break if Eustace was apprehended, but it was better than living forever with Catherine's murderess. I jogged back down the stairs and made for the Superior's office as quickly as I could. I could hear that the men were still hard at work on the tower. I was still not used to hearing so much noise in the cloister. Good timing. I was about to start looking for you. Do you have a report? Yes. You seem about. We could always trust her. Indeed. What is that? She gestured at the bundle I was carrying. It's the sword. It was time to make my case. My mind was racing, and I was quickly gathering and discarding the information I felt would best single out Eustace. I had to focus on her. Everything else, anything without an answer, I could deal with later. The second sword, the shelves. These would be easier to inspect without Eustace breathing down my neck. I walked over to the superior's desk and laid the cloak down with a thud. I saw the superior's eyes widen as I unwrapped it to reveal the weapon. My word, where did you find this? Did it go missing in the fire? Before the fire, I think. I found it outside. Outside? Where exactly? And when? I picked it up by the back entrance of the Abbey a day ago. I suspect it may have been there for a long time. It was rather cringed and I think I saw somebody put it there. Setting aside that, you kept this unthinkably important evidence from me until now. You only think you saw somebody place the sword where you found it. I could not tell her that I had put it there after finding it once before, lest I be interrogated further. All I could do was hope that Eustace's carelessness would be found at fault here, and not Kathy Mead's behavior. It was a lie by omission, certainly, but there was simply no way I could tell the whole truth about the sword's movements. I reasoned as quickly as I could. I could tell the truth about Kathy Mead's use of the sword. Eustace's impropriety and carelessness, after all, was still the moral of the story. Do you remember the night Kathy Mead dragged me to her unconscious? Naturally, you weren't given the whole truth. Kathleen did not find me fainting on the side of the path. I caught her coming back from the hospital. I saw her hiding something behind her back before I fainted. I did faint, that aspect was true, and she was no longer carrying it when I awoke. The bishop and the superior exchanged looks. Are you quite certain? Yes, but really, I think that the most suspicious thing here is that she was able to get the sword in the first place. The bishop grumbled worriedly. You are positive she came back from the hospital? Yes, it was by her own admission. She told you this. Why? But because I thought I had caught her up to no good, and I had. She's just not that sort of no good. What did she tell you, Hedwig? But that she had been, specifically, to visit James. Good Lord. Hedwig, why did you keep this from me? But because she threatened me. Things were going sideways quickly. Or, I suppose she didn't threaten me explicitly. She just asked me to keep it a secret because she was embarrassed. Embarrassed? Why embarrassed? But because her and James were... They had a carnal relationship, and I don't know. Perhaps they were discussing that. You need to speak to this woman, Mabel. Yes, I do. Veiled threats, sneaking around with a sword, about fornication with a man under my roof, and a history of violence. Veiled threat. No, listen to me. The sword was used as its responsibility and has been carelessly passed around due to lack of care. Eustace has already vacated her position in shame. She apologized to me directly for her negligence. But why are you questioning me? I just... Catherine is not suspicious. Eustace is. The superior folds her hands together. Sister Hedwig, it sounds to me as if you are letting your personal grudge for Sister Eustace interfere with your common sense. Unless you can tell me why Eustace is more suspicious, I have no choice but to ignore your pleas here. The shelves. The shelves, the shelves! All those books gone. But alas, that would make me look mad. Instead, I had only one candidate left. Allow me to present my second piece of evidence. I pulled the cloak aside to reveal the charred face I had been hiding in my room. Good Lord. God in heaven. What? What is this? I found it in the sacristy before the room could be cleaned. I believe it is a scapula. A what? A shoulder bone, I believe. I overheard Flora asking about scapularis in the library not too long ago, with Eustace no less. Whose bone would this be? I can only think of one answer. We believe this to be a piece of the late Sister Catherine. Impossible. She was buried in the graveyard. Be that as it may, who else's remains could these possibly be? My reasoning exactly. Anyone but Kathy Weems. I watched her casket as it was lowered into the earth. But did you look inside? No. If the body in the coffin were out of her sight for any amount of time, Hedwig's theory is plausible. Indeed it is. God. Cover that thing back up. It's too horrible to look at. So what do you think this means, Hedwig? Why do you think Catherine's remains were in the sacristy? I cannot say for sure, but my real theory was impossible to prove. Even if I convinced the superior and my shop of Eustace's guilt, Angela was right. The full story was one the two of us would take to the grave. Nobody would ever believe the details. Flora was attempting to hide the fact that she had been carving a magic circle into the walls of the Abbey. I even found the knife she used to do it. I rearranged the cloak to reveal this extra evidence. Did Flora do this of her own accord? No. In fact, she refused to ever tell me who put such a ghastly idea into her head. It seems likely that she was manipulated by someone into taking part in some dark ritual. I assumed that was out of loyalty, but what if it was out of fear? How ghastly. So, magic circles and an offhand mention of scapulomancy. What is scapulomancy? Scapulomancy is a forward-looking bit of sorcery, if I recall correctly. Forward-looking. Fortune-telling, you know? It is expressly forbidden. I'm aware of the arts prohibited, yes. Eustace claims that she let the sacristy catch fire by accident. She could be telling the truth. I think her admission might be drawing attention away from darker details. You believe she's performing some kind of ritual in the room and... Then what? She knocked the candle over? She was locked up in there for quite a long time. Do you have any other ritual materials we could take a look at? I might be able to identify them. Sadly though, the magic circle Flora had been carving is gone. One of the holes the builders were summoned to repair, ironically. You keep mentioning the circle of Flora's. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Because she begged me not to. And, well, I was worried I would look a little mad. You got quite cross with me when I spoke of ghosts, and so on. Now, Sister Hedwig, I warn you. Well, not now. Wait, there is still a circle in the Hosky Tower. I froze. How could I have been so stupid? I should have warned the superior about the circle in James's dungeon a long time before this. But my loyalties were being so crisscrossed, I had no choice but to convince myself that this obvious mistake was pointed out. To James claims that the devil spoke to him, brought him extra food, and has been doling out lessons in dark magic. Now really, Hedwig, why hadn't I heard of this until this moment? Had I told you before now, would you have listened? The night Flora was rescued, I tried to tell you the mad things I had seen. You insisted I focus on real things to report. Be that as it may, silence. I had never heard the pie shop so angry. To be honest, I scarcely believed the noise had come from him. His expression had barely changed. The superior maintained her composure but fell silent. Treat this poor girl with some dignity. I remember hearing unkind words from you about Hedwig's ghost tale the night Flora was found. It would seem that it is time you and I took her words seriously. Now, before we leave to inspect the circle you claim is in the Hospi Tower, is there anything else you have to share with us? Anything unusual or unexplainable that you perhaps been holding back on sharing for fear of how you would be treated? Yes, I spoke before I could think better of it. I had come here with the express desire to discuss Eustace, and only Eustace. But the bishop's kindness and his rebuking of the superior disarmed me utterly. I've been working on a larger theory. Catherine II, Eustace, Moira, and Margaret were very close. I have no idea what they were working on, but I've heard from several people that they were doing something to put them together right before the end. They they all leave smoke out of their descriptions of the morning Catherine was found. Is that all? Oh well, I just mean that's an ongoing thing that I am doing my best to look into. They were probably bugging each other in the cellars or some such. It matters not. There you go again, Lavelle. You commanded this girl to be your spy. Why do you dismiss all of her findings so rudely? Surely she was implying that Eustace could have been the ringleader of some kind of scheme that would be worth pressing his woman on. That is not my intent. I merely have the good sense to know what does and does not matter. Evidently not. Sister Hedwig, would you take us to the hospital and show us this circle? The now. Stupidly, I thought about my promise to Margaret. I hoped that I could still make that lunch, even though this was obviously far more important. Of course. Certainly. I suppose there is no time like the decent. She was glaring at me oddly. As the bishop made ready to leave, the superior lifted up the sword and bow. She slipped the bone into a drawer, then disappeared into her bedroom to hide the sword. When she re-emerged, she nodded curtly toward the cloak on the desk. You may keep that. I put it on, somewhat sheepish. The journey to the hospitalum was wordless. Evidently, furious with the bishop for speaking back to her in my defense, the superior had marched ahead of us the whole way. The bishop appeared to take it in stride to his credit. I had begun to doubt how useful his presence was some time ago, but at the very least I appreciated his focus on the matter at hand. I was not looking forward to witnessing James's madness. Unfortunately, it might have been preferable to what awaited us. Where is he? Don't joke, Mabel. I am not joking, Richard. She was not. James's cell was empty. Where is he, Hedwig? I have no idea. Shit. Fuck. The superior began to hastily fumble with her key ring. She eventually found the key she needed and practically flung the gate to the dungeon open. Perhaps he climbed out of that window. He pointed up at the small hole in the ceiling that I had eavesdropped on Catherine through. Impossible. Hedwig, show me the sigil before we leave. We need to form a search party as soon as possible. I stepped forward. The smell was so rank I coughed. I pointed at the crudely drawn, crudely carved magic circle. Bishop peered at it, wrinkling his nose. He looked very grave. This is indeed dark magic, and it explains James's disappearance, I'm afraid. What do you mean? If I remember correctly, this is indeed a location transfer spell. Hedwig was correct, meaning your prisoner is long gone. The superior placed me round the dungeon for a moment, and then let out a frustrated howl. We should leave. This sign. I do not like being in its presence. The superior nodded. I turned to leave. Did either of you hear something just now? Nothing but my blood pounding in my head. I'm afraid. I did not. What a horrid discovery. We need men looking for James dawn to dusk. There's no use, Mabel. He's just as likely in Constantinople as anywhere else close. The spell is that powerful. Indeed. I was preoccupied turning Flora's conversation about the sigil over in my head. Who had taught it to her? There was something admirable about her loyalty, however misplaced it was. But whoever it was had also taught James. Why? I had my suspicions. The mood was very low when we re-entered the superior's office. God in heaven, what do we do now? You will have to notify the diocese immediately. I don't want to do that until I have a culprit to hand over at the same time. Really, Mabel? After all of this, you're still looking to save face. It's not about saving face. It's the right thing to do. It's more important than ever that I show them that action has been taken. But then I must reiterate, the time was now. Our culprit is Eustace. Are you certain? Who else but her? Someone taught Flora and James the same spell. It stands to reason that would be the same woman dabbling other arts prohibited in the sacristy. But what's more, James told Angela and I that he had been visited by the devil. Eustace dressed up as a ghost to scare me and everyone else in the Misericorde. As far as I am aware, Eustace has always insisted that James was the killer. Why set him free? Because he knows. Why else would Eustace visit him in disguise and offer help? She was able to deduce that he knew the truth and struck a deal with him in exchange for his silence. Better to send him far away than keep him here. If he was captured, he might be forced to talk before being hanged. But I didn't let her finish. I was using every move I had that didn't involve revealing my own madness. The missing books in the shifting library were the real evidence, but perhaps if I gave the superior everything else. And not to mention that she has shown a flagrant disregard for the sword she was entrusted to take care of. The sword Captain Reed was killed with. I see. I hesitated for a moment and tried to think of any last-minute bits for Eustace's guilt, but there was nothing else I could say. It's as good a theory as any, Mabel. Indeed it is. Leave us be for now, Hedwig. You have done very well, but there's much which John and I must discuss now. I bowed my head and left the office. Easy as I was, I felt a certain duty to keep up appearances, as I always had, I suppose. I had promised Margaret I would attend lunch with her and her father, though I was surely late by now. I picked up my pace. Kathy Reed would be there, at least. I was anxious to let her know that I delivered all of my evidence against Eustace. Not over dinner, of course, but nonetheless. The men's camp sprawled out around the Abbay's front entrance. There were several large tents housing rows of cots, as well as ones filled with rows of chests, crates, barrels, and tools. Larger still were the carts filled with cut stones. There were builders working in these still, moving massive rocks on complicated systems of ropes, ramps, and wheels. The men shouted at each other in colorful language, some in tongues I did not recognize. Others were gathered in and around a central tent that appeared to be serving as a makeshift dining hall, eating bread and cheese and speaking animatedly. At first I felt nervous. Was I walking into a den of promises? But as I pushed my way through the crowd, I relaxed somewhat. Many smiled, and some nodded at me as I passed. I felt as if I had walked into an illuminated manuscript. I had drawn men building Solomon's temple so many times that I could like phantom it with my eyes closed. But if I had, it wouldn't have looked quite like this. It was with some embarrassment that I noted how different all these people looked. Tall men, short men, stocky men, pale men, and dark men, and several somewhere in between. When it came to depicting nameless figures, the most differentiating factor I had ever thought to include was whether or not my men had a beard or a hat, and whether my women wore red or blue. In the margins of my nipples, I had never drawn a Margaret, nor a Charity, nor an Adela. I wanted to ask all of these men where they were from, and what their lives were like, but I suppose that would be rude of me. In the back of my mind, I began to worry again, and soon I was back to feeling terrified by the throngs of strangers. I did my best to tear my eyes away from these strangers as I passed each tent. I peeked inside. Margaret had not told me exactly where this luncheon would be taking place, but as I continued deeper into the camp, the answer became truly obvious. There was a far more ornamental tent just ahead. The flaps were peeled back to reveal a lavishly set dining table. I could see Crispin seated at the head, gesticulating animatedly at his guests. When I entered the tent myself, he stood up and extended his arms widely. "Welcome, good sister," Margaret said we could expect you. Margaret smiled at me gently. I apologized for my lateness. I got caught up with some clerical business on the way over. I hope the building hasn't been too distracting for you. He sat down again and waved at a young man standing at the tent of the exit, who bowed and disappeared. Not at all, other than. Crispin cleared his throat politely. Other than the occasional loud noise, which is more amusing than anything. I'm so used to it I barely know my step. I have. Crispin laughed. It's been wonderful having something to look at. I would never consider construction a spectator sport, but perhaps I should keep that in mind for future projects. I could charge entry if I ever build a convent again. Does that happen often? We had never received a contract from a nunnery until now. It's good to have connections in high places. He reached out to squeeze his daughter's shoulder affectionately. I heard the superior talk about building contracts and thought of you. That's all. Minborough is a high place indeed. We are rather close to God up here, albeit perhaps only physically. Are you the only members of the convent? I've only seen about a dozen or so of you. Yeah, it's a bit lonely. Just then, A plate materialized in front of me. It contained golden roast bird and several colorful veggie tables. The young man who had brought it bowed once again and returned to his post next to the exit. Thank you. You may leave. I will come fetch you when it is time to clean the place. The servant nodded and left wordlessly. You are the clothing clerk here, Hedwig. Indeed, sir. No need for that. I have to imagine that's a tough job, with so few nuns in the congregation. Does it feel as if you've been tasked with writing gossip sometimes? No, never. I tend to stay as impartial as I can. Wise. I strive for the same in my reports. Raw numbers, dates, hirings and firings and the like. You can't have much time for else. You're a busy man, surely. I felt Margaret kicking me under the table. But what's the biggest building you've built? But look, it was the first question that came to mind. The biggest. That's a hard question to answer. I've been all over the country, but I mostly specialize in repairs or additions. I would love to build a cathedral one day from the ground up. A whole cathedral that could take decades, surely. Centuries, perhaps. So I had better start soon. He grinned and swirled his goblet of wine. Well, I am positive you of all people could get it done. I know they're kicked under the table. This meat is delicious. What is it? I am so glad you think so. It's fresh duck. I'll be sure to pass your compliment on to my folks. The fresh. Indeed, I always bring some livestock for these longer jobs. Slaughtered and plucked this morning, they cooked right before luncheon. My goodness, there must be so many for a crew this big. Crispin chuckled. I pride myself on my treatment of staff, good sister, but this sort of thing is just for me and my guests. The men have plentiful stocks of dried meats, bread and grain, and so on. Oh, how is Mother? Content and occupied. I asked her if she wanted to accompany me, but the journey was too long and the job even longer. She did ask me to bid you a warm greeting and ask that you write more. Margaret rolled her eyes and Crispin chuckled. I know, Mother's. She could always write to me. She has, or so I thought. Not that I am aware. I know she gave up some 6 months ago, perhaps a year. That's curious. I have never received anything. She addressed it to the village postmaster, I believe. It could well be that they have friends running the place. I can vouch for that theory. The village is populated entirely by Lackwoods. I shall take your good word for it, good sister. We spent no time there. The windows and doors were all closed when we passed, and it seemed pointless to stay the night there, so close to the Abbaye. I used to live there until my husband passed. Ghastly people. Judgmental morons. A testament to your grace that you serve them so beautifully, good sister. Kick. I wanted to help Margaret. I truly did. When my meal was finished, I could feel my usefulness to the conversation drying up, lest I prod Catherine on details about her husband or come up with another stupid question to change the subject. And thank you so much for the lovely meal, but I think I should return to work. Really, I feel like I was just getting to know you. Margaret speaks very highly of you. I was hoping to meet all of her friends. Hedwig is right, unfortunately. We really should be getting back to it. Must we? Alas, I'm sure there's much I could be doing now as well. Before you go, I would ask one thing of you, Margaret. Oh, when this job is done, the company will be heading to London. There are bridge repairs to be done, you see. Would you like to come with me? What? Leave the convent? I have a great many contacts in the city. We could find you a good husband. No, no, no. I understand. I only, I only offer in case you are unhappy here. Thank you, but no. Understood. Well, thank you so much for indulging me, good sisters. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other before the work is through. There is plenty more duck where that came from. He stood up and showed us to the exit of the tent. Catherine looked somewhat disappointed as we stepped out into the daylight. We walked back through the busy encampment as invisible as ever. Work. What work do you have to do, Margaret? I'll find something, I'm sure. I appreciate you two coming along. I cannot spend too long with him alone. Or at all, it seems. I know you feel inadequate around him, but come now. He seems so genuinely proud of you. He's always been a good actor. It was Kathleen's turn to beg me for help with the conversation. She turned to me with a pained look. Well, what makes you think he's lying? He offered to take me away because he misses his daughter. I don't know. Perhaps it isn't on purpose. I know he isn't proud of me. How could he be? I haven't done anything. I must do something for him to love you. Look around you. All these men, they have to work hard for his approval. His company is well regarded. He has exacting standards. When I was a little girl, I watched him fire men who could have ran successful companies on their own for not measuring up. Men I would have called failing me. He would fire me if I worked for him, that's for sure. I think that's a little bit different. How so? Well, you two are flesh and blood, for one thing, a rather thin dividing line. Catherine looked at me again. I had nothing to offer. Margaret was in quite a bad mood, and nothing we could say could fix it. As we passed through the archway back into the Abbaye proper, I was more concerned with what I could tell Catherine about the superior's suspicions. I did not have much time to think, however. Bridget and Violet were sitting at the table Charity and Margaret usually occupied. As soon as we entered the cloister, they bolted toward us. There you are. Thank goodness you're here. We were looking all over for you. Come upstairs. Flora's waiting. They yanked Catherine by the sleeves and dragged her toward the staircase. Margaret and I followed close behind, too curious to let this pass. Catherine tripped on a step on the way up, and I had to resist making a mean remark. The young duo marched us into the sacristy by way of the library. Eustace had finished cleaning the place. It was practically gleaming, free of bric-a-brac or the charred remains thereof. The room was actually rather spacious. Flora sat in her burrow, looking anxious. Next to her was Eustace, who was her typical stoic self. I felt a rush of fear when I saw her. The pair of them were flanking something covered in sackcloth. Took you long enough. We couldn't find them. They were off in the camp, turns out. Whatever. Thanks for finding them. I wanted to show Catherine something. Oh dear. Now that I'm the sacrist, it's apparently up to me to choose what we keep in here and look after and stuff. That works out because I've been working on something. Maybe it's a bit selfish, but I thought the first thing we could keep in here is. She waved a hand toward Eustace. On Flora's signal, she pulled the cloth away to reveal a lavish painting of a woman in a noble finery. That is. That looks like me. It is you. Everyone had gathered around the canvas, cooing and marveling at Flora's prowess. I couldn't help but smile. I felt relieved and a little embarrassed. I had felt so amazed by this painting, but all the pieces were coming together in my mind. For once, I was glad that a mystery's resolution was amusing, more than anything else. Now that I could see it next to Catherine, the likeness was obvious. I did find it a little funny that I had not recognized the subject. After all, I had seen Sister Catherine naked, but the clothing, the hair, and the rather foolish lack of mouth had made identification impossible before. I had only ever seen Catherine in her habit, or completely nude, her hair long and wild. This painting depicted a sort of in-between state. I kept these observations to myself. That man came round with it a while ago, yeah? I thought it was a shame that was just sitting around unfinished. I tried to just copy it at first, but I couldn't get it quite right. And I really appreciate you wheeling me around so much lately, and I thought it would be nice if I made you something. Or, well, finish the original at least. I was rather moved by Flora's explanation, but I could sense an odd chill in the room. It is rather impressive. Can I have it? Everyone chuckled nervously. By all means. Please, have it. Keep it under your bed and look at it when I'm out of the room. Margaret furrowed her brow, and several of the other sisters inhaled sharply. That is to say nothing of Flora, who looked heartbroken. You don't like it. I never said that, but it is mine, yes. You're giving it to me? That is very kind. Margaret said that she wanted it, and it's mine to give, and I am feeling kind. Catherine, I was joking. You can't just give it to her. Well, I do not want it. I'm sorry, it's quite good. I just don't. So whoever wants it, they can have it. Just as long as they hang it up somewhere, I don't have to look at it. Is that fair? Maybe you should give it to my father. What are you on about? Seems as good a courting gift as any. I'm not stupid, Catherine. You think I. Don't play dumb. You've been buttering him up ever since he got here. I'm trying to be nice to him. Why? Because he's your father, Margaret. I thought I would. I wanted to do right by you. Yeah, well, I think you're full of shit. Margaret stormed out of the room. She was angrier than I had ever seen her. I was so dumbfounded that I wasn't sure what to say. Eustace remained stoic. Flora looked crestfallen, but Violet and Bridget were clearly doing their best to mask giggles. Unable to escape, I tried to guide the conversation back toward the matter at hand. Well, what's wrong with the painting, Sister Catherine? I knew that Catherine had an aversion to paintings, but even still, I was surprised that she would reject such a gesture. Her reaction was utterly baffling to me. Laura had struggled with finishing the face for a while, no doubt, but the final product was full of warmth and character. One could never know how misshapen an alien had once looked looking at the final piece. So even if she didn't like paintings very much, why was Catherine so upset? It's, well, it's wrong. Those are my clothes. The likeness is very good, but it isn't me. What do you mean? Catherine was staring dead ahead into the portrait's eyes. It looked as if she was meeting her twin for the very first time. I remember sitting for this portrait clear as day. I was not smiling. I am sorry. Do whatever you like with it. I cannot accept this. She turned and marched out of the room as well. What did I do? No idea. I thought she would like it. She's a bit rude, isn't she? I don't understand. It looks lovely. And what was all that about her and Margaret's dad? I don't want to get into the middle of whatever that is. And neither should you. I'm only curious. I thought she would have at least appreciated the effort. She should have. She will. It's too good a likeness to stay mad about, I reckon. Yes, she'll come around surely. She's just upset about something else and taking it out on you. I'm sure it'll be fine. I wasn't sure how sincere Eustace was being. Well, I think I have some work to do in the cellars. I think Adela wanted us to help rotate some barrels or something. Funny that, innit? Sounds a bit easy. The younger pair darted out of the room. Eustace sighed deeply. Do you have any idea what that was about? It was difficult speaking to her alone like this. My heart began to race as soon as our eyes locked. As righteous as I felt, I could not bear to spend much time around Eustace while I waited for the hammer to fall. I haven't a clue. I was hoping you would know. Search me. I've never seen Margaret so worked up. I have. It. Never mind. Oh well, I think I'll go and make sure they're not fighting in the cloister. I had good news to deliver to Catherine. Perhaps it would cheer her up. I should leave as well, I think. You do that. I nodded and turned to exit the sacristy. I had a second difficult conversation to get to. Now, where had Catherine got to? There was nobody on the second floor that I could see, so I made my way downstairs. I had a hunch. Sure enough, Catherine was seated at the little table in the cloister. She was observing the workers in the distance, albeit with a scowl. I made my way over, bracing to be shouted at. Instead, when she saw me, Catherine offered me the other chair with a wary wave of her hand. Hedwig, I'm sorry you had to witness all that. I pride myself on my composure, but seeing that painting again, well, I shouldn't prattle. Please do, if it would help you to have me listen. Are you and Margaret anything but that, I beg you? Very well. There is another matter I need to talk to you about. Something rather pressing. Oh, I I spoke to the superior about my suspicions. Her eyes flickered. That is good news. And you think she listened? My evidence was quite thorough. Naturally. Well then, I suppose all there is to do now is wait. Thank you, Hedwig. Very rarely have I felt so believed in. Of course, I must apologize for putting you through such hell in the first place, though. It was never my intention to betray your trust to the superior. Oh, do try not to worry about it. I'm well aware of how good she is at turning the thumbscrews, so to speak. We sat in silence for a while, watching the builders. After a moment, Catherine spoke again in a husky whisper that set my hair on end. If I watch them much longer, I'll turn into syrup. Oh, she glanced at me sideways. Last chance. Excuse me. Don't be coy, darling. It's very unbecoming. Would you care to accompany me? Where? To bed, you idiot. Oh, uh, why travel so far? The Source is down there. My word, you are something else. It's bed or no thing, I'm afraid. I'm a lady, not a dog. I I would, except that I think you ought to go speak with Margaret. Nosy. I mean it. She sighed through her nose, squinting to get a better look at the far away workers. You're right, of course. She said some very rude things about me, though. Well, you were also rather rude. I understand why, naturally. Flora's painting came as rather a shock, I'm sure. It must have reminded you of. Kathy Reed looked at me through narrowed eyes. You're rather comfortable around me, considering what I've told you. You confided in me because you trusted me. Well, I trust you. You say he deserved it, so I must believe you joined the Abbe to seek salvation for your sins. I didn't trust her, of course. Not entirely, but it felt like the correct thing to say. Salvation is a funny word. That man deserved what he got, and I would kill him again were he to ever return. I came here out of self-preservation, and I told you the truth out of self-preservation. But I appreciate your faith in me, all the same. Trusting me is a difficult thing for anyone, I am certain. All the more reason to preserve our relationship with Margaret. Not just a pretty face, are you? She stood up and straightened her robes. Any idea where she got off to? No clue, I'm afraid. No matter. I'll find her. And if not, I'll see her at the meeting, at the very least. Meeting. Did I say that? Have a good evening, Hedwig. After Catherine left to find her dearest friend, I was left to my own devices for a while. I turned the hint she had dropped over and over in my head. Meeting. What meeting? I found myself pacing around the dormitory hall. It was quiet. The others were elsewhere, all except Darcy, of course. I felt a pang of sympathy each time I passed her door. Darcy, Darcy. I finally decided to knock gently, but there was no answer. Ever so carefully, I opened her door a crack. Darcy was still in bed, but I could see her chest rising and falling. Thank God for that, at least. I whispered her a little well wish and then left for downstairs. The men had retired for the night. It was too dark to work. For a moment, I enjoyed the relative silence. I could still faintly hear the sounds of the camp, but it was the most peaceful the cloister had been for a while. Curiously, I could see lights flickering inside the chapel through the windows. What was happening in there this late in the evening? Surely my fellow sisters had suddenly decided to cactize all of the hours. I jogged across the grass toward the church and crept low as I approached. There was a voice droning inside. Charity's voice. It was rather difficult to make out through the window, however. It was echoed and muffled by the stone. One thing was for certain. This was the meeting Catherine had alluded to. I glanced at the front door. Out of the question. But then I remembered the back entrance that Margaret and I had plundered up pretty sure some time ago. I raced around the side of the building and around the build site, taking but a brief moment to marvel at how fast the clock tower was coming along. Slipping through the back door, I was
Stream
immediately
elements.
greeted by a much clearer
Said.
voice.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
I pressed my ear against the wooden door that separated the small room from the back of the chapel. Unfortunately, I seemed to have made it to the tail end of whatever meeting I was eavesdropping on. Questions and comments and so on. Violent. I furrowed my brow. The newcomers were here. Has the congregation always been this small? I believe so. We've always been a little out of the way. I suppose it could have been more populated at one point. Now ask the real question. Who was the Sister Catherine I've heard people whispering about? Catherine the Second, or Sabbat. There was a slight pause before any response. Sister Catherine the Second, was a beloved member of this congregation who is no longer here. I gathered that much. But what happened to her? Did she die, or did she just get kicked out? Violet, I don't think that is for us to know. There's nothing wrong with asking. Hopefully, we can accept that we would rather not talk about it. Of course, forget that. We have a right to know, I think. Every time I've heard her name come up, everyone's gone all weird. If I have to shut up about her, I would at least like to know why. Well, I could hear footsteps and muffled whispering. I suppose you do have a right to know. She was killed by a young man in the village. That's not what Thora says. Hey, I do not appreciate this sort of subterfuge. What have you told them, Thora? Nothing. Nothing too much. Just let some of my thoughts slip, probably. I don't know. And what sort of thoughts might those be? Ghost. Speak up. I was not used to hearing Charity act this authoritative. I had only heard it once before, now that I thought about it, at a meeting very similar to this one. Just talked about the ghost once or twice, probably. I, I was wondering if maybe a ghost chased Catherine off and you were all too scared to say something, or didn't want to scare us. Or maybe she is a ghost. It's a great deal less spectacular than that. Sister Catherine was killed by a young man in the village who had come to deliver us mail. He was always a mite obsessed with her, and she rebuffed his advances and died. That's why the bishop is here. Well, that and performing more rites. But primarily, he came to collect the poor wretch. So if a lad from the village killed her, why is he still here? And when's he going to get taken away? When's the pie shop leaving? Good question. That man is a bit of a lazy sort. I suspect he'll go when the superior is tired of him. The attendees chuckled knowingly. Are we safe? You know, from this madman. I shouldn't like to run into him. He's being held far away in the Hosty Tower. I gritted my teeth. I could only hope that the bishop was correct, and James is far, far away. Catherine and I alternate bringing him meals. It's quite secure. I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't be long until somebody noticed Not-Ice's absence, surely. Hang on. How far away is the hospital? It's quite a walk. It's well outside the walls. Why? You would have to ask the fellows who built it. Who are they, then? Haven't the foggiest. Fury was well enough inside of me. Was this meeting purely for the sake of keeping these girls up to date with the high story of Minborough? I had never received this sort of treatment. Is there anything else, dears? No, thank you, Sister Charity. I suppose that's all for now. Very good. I could hear footsteps again. If you girls ever need more help, just ask. I heard mumbled thank yous from the young Oblates. After some footsteps and shuffling, I heard the large front door opening and closing. They had left, then. Now then, on to our second order of business. More footsteps, closer this time. Charity was very animated this evening. For a moment, I should get a chair. I was not built for standing at the pulpit. I realized far too late that the footsteps were headed my direction. I attempted to scramble away from the door, but in the dark I managed to fumble and trip over a chair leg. Sister Hedwig? I was dragged into the torchlit somehow to explain myself. Nearly everyone was here. Darcy was absent naturally, as were Angela and the superior. The rest of the Abbe was here, though, glowering at me as I stood between the pews, looking up at Charity's disappointed gaze. What were you doing sneaking around like that? This is exactly what we call this meeting about, Charity. It turns out that that one is a sneak after all, and a bit of a freak. I must say, I am disappointed to find you like this, Hedwig. I am sorry. Why are you spying on us, Hedwig? Well, I looked at Catherine, my strongest recent ally. She shook her head ever so slightly. There's really nothing so nefarious about it. Anything with Not-Ice is a series of coincidences, I am sure. Not bloody likely. You'll have to do better than that, Hedwig. She, if I may, Hedwig, has been curious as of late. Curious about Sister Catherine, much like those other two girls were. I opened my mouth to add to this, but Not-Ice Tuesday's forget-me pointed. Ho hum. I suppose it has been impossible to keep a tight lid on these things, and a chronicler would be naturally interested. But you weren't just trying to fill in gaps, were you? No, Sister Charity. I suspect the gap in our history could be a gap in her understanding, perhaps, of her place here. That's a lovely sentiment, Eustace, but you should let Hedwig speak for. Eustace is correct. Well then, I suppose you can't be forgiven for speaking about with that in mind. It was about whistling, Sister Charlie. I gathered that was a signal to hear. Indeed, for my part, was not intended to be quite so mysterious. More than anything, just like to keep the superior and the prioress out of this sort of thing. And me, Charity smiled sheepishly. I must confess that is because you have been a primary subject as of late. Not just this meeting, then. People are worried about you, Hedwig. You have seemed a little off, preoccupied, quick-tempered. You like taking your clothes off in public. Bit weird. Yes, Flora, thank you. Hedwig has been under a lot of stress. Really, Eustace, let her speak. I just mean to say that she has confided in me more than once her suspicions regarding Kathy Reed. Suspicions about her death. Again, much like those younger girls, Hedwig seems to be under the impression that Kathy Reed might not have died at all. I narrowed my eyes involuntarily. That had been her suggestion to me many days ago. What sort of move was this? It was a bold choice, at the very least. A disappointed murmur was echoing around the chapel. Is that so? I could feel everyone's eyes on me. I turned to meet their faces. All of them looked bemused and somewhat hurt. If I may, I think, I think it might be worth taking Hedwig to her grave. That might provide some necessary closure. You mean now? What better time? Daytime. The sooner the better, I should think. If there are any feelings festering, they should be addressed quickly. I see your point. I could do with a brisk walk, I suppose. Would anyone here be opposed? Nobody spoke up. One of you is going to have to push me. Does one's duty never end? It had grown so dark that it was necessary to stop by the workshop to acquire torches. The men in camp, noticing our large group, all regarded us with curiosity as we traveled between their tents. Need an escort, good sisters? Pack it in. We're just enjoying a brisk stroll up the hill. As you wish, good sister. We made our way in a great black throng through the camp and down the path. After a while, we tacked right, taking the same track that Darcy had taken me down on our way to the sheep. Eventually, however, Eustace, who took the lead after Charity slowed down to a walk farther closer to the back of the group, led us up a trail I had not taken yet. After cresting the peak of the hillock, stone structures slowly came into view. There was a cemetery here, one I had not visited before. Some of the sisters chatted idly in quiet whispers behind me. I couldn't help but feel like I was being kept prisoner. Surrounded by a low stone wall, dozens of headstones littered the grass ahead of us. A larger mausoleum stood to the back of this graveyard. and the shadows, the lower grave markers surrounding this crypt, looked like the faithful approaching their church, all in miniature. I stepped to this largest grave, but the group stopped short of me. Where are you going? I I thought the mausoleum might be hers. The others tittered. We should all hope to be so lucky. I think that's where the founder rests. I retreated back to the circle of sisters who were all gathering around one of the more modest graves. It isn't half chilly out here, even with the torches. This won't take long. Well, not unless what? Hedwig, this is Sister Kathy Reed's final resting place. We buried her here the same night she died. It took a lot of effort. She, her body was in quite a state. Two pieces, in fact. Oh, as you know, did you know she was stabbed as well? No, twice. Once in the side and once in the neck. I stared down at the earth. Grass had begun to grow over where her casket lay. The outline was still visible. I know it might be tempting to believe she's still out there somewhere, even in some twisted, angry form. She is not. She is in here. Her body bears out that story. There is a spade leaning against that mausoleum. If you would like to see for yourself, you could. A few of the others made disgusting noises. Eustace. That's a horrible Eustace. I'm just trying to make a point. If Hedwig doesn't believe all the rest of the evidence, she can take a look for herself. It would not be pretty. It would be proof. But what is this? Why torture me so? Torture? This isn't torture. This is respect. You overheard what we told Violet and Bridget, no doubt. Do you see them here? You are one of us. They aren't. You can be, anyway. If you can put Catherine to rest, stop treating everyone around you like a criminal. A comfortable life awaits you here. Well said. Yes, I would like to be able to trust and cherish you, Hedwig. I know it must be awful feeling like there's something you don't know. There isn't anything else to know. Yeah, if only this occurred anyone would be convinced. It sounds like that might be what truly matters. However, I should feel much more relaxed if Hedwig were to accept things. Did I detect a wink from Kathy Reed? I realized that she and Margaret were sitting together. There was a small comfort. I could deduce that my advice had served Kathy Reed well. Thank God, I thought. I could count on her as an ally still, at the very least. I want you to trust us. I want to trust you. I looked from sister to sister. Only Flora remained quiet. She looked just as determined as the rest. I shot Catherine a glance that I intended to be meaningful. Her expression was unreadable. Eustace had clearly put a lot of effort into her appeal. She was too late. I had already turned her in. Surely it was in my best interest to simply stall. I could play along. I could pretend to be my usual stubborn self to keep Eustace in the dark for now. I am not sure what difference my acceptance makes. It's as I've told you before. What happened to Catherine is impossibly sad. It was a random act of violence. We will never forget her. However, that is a sorrow for us to bear. They had her, lost her. It's touching that she meant so much to you in so little connection. You must let us grieve her without your meddling. To you, it might look like a mystery to be solved, an adventure to undertake. To us, it's just a wound that needs to be left alone to heal. Everyone nodded in unison. Will you join the congregation properly? Will you put away your suspicions? We all want you here. The real Hedwig is welcome. I cast my eyes back down on the earth beneath my feet. Was her body really in there? I looked back up at Eustace. Did she know? Had she realized her? Kathy Reed's shoulder bone was missing. She was as inscrutable as ever. Perhaps this was another pointed message. If I wanted to win, I had to keep playing. I took a deep breath and did what I did best. Of course, Eustace. I am so sorry, everyone, for deceiving you. At the very least, not offering you all of myself, hiding the real me. I lied. Guilt. After a moment of contemplation, Eustace nodded. Apology accepted. I don't think she needed to apologize. Truth be told, anyone would get a little worked up, let alone someone cooped up their whole life thrust into all this. I agree. I mean, I'm a little offended. I shouldn't be. Makes sense why you were acting so bloody weird. Yeah, apology accepted here too. Not needed. I dunno. Everyone reached out to touch me. My shoulders, back, side. It was meant to be reassuring. I held my breath in fear. Satis est. The whole congregation responded at once. Satis est. I had no intention of honoring my words. I pondered, however, as we began our walk back to the Abbaye, whether it might be best to make good on my apology. What did I have to gain by continuing to lie? Not much. Not anymore. Once Eustace was arrested, gone, I would be able to make real amends. Live the relaxed life that she was promising me, just without her as a part of it. I could just barely make out the silhouette of the Abbaye in the distance, surrounded by little white tents peeking out from behind a hill. Almost my whole life had been spent here. My whole life would be spent here. My whole life will be spent here. The waters were choppy now. What if I just held on to something to get through all of this? All storms pass. All waters return to a state of calm, eventually. With this pain, guilt, last until I made it to Charlie's age, to Martha's age. I watched them walk, each of them helping the other with sections of the trail and terrain that gave them trouble. Would I have someone like that in my life when I grew old? Now, if I continued to upset and betray these women, not if I kept pushing them away. Behind me, Eustace tripped, nearly sending her torch rolling down the hill. I managed to catch it, stomping out the patch of grass it had almost eaten. Everyone turned to see what had happened. By the time they had, Eustace had already composed herself and retrieved the torch from my extended hand. Thank you. A little further down the hill, Flora spoke up. Who is the ghost, then? I winced. We said Satis Est. That was Eustace's silly prank, Flora. Remember? That's right. Even the one that chased me broke my leg. I was worried it was Catherine the Second at one point. I don't know. Everyone stopped, turned to face Flora. What do you mean? Well, just if we're having a big heart to heart, getting it all off our chests. Who was the ghost? It was nobody. A trick of the light. Absolutely not. It was real. Hedwig saw it too. Isn't that right, Hedwig? I might have. Come on. It is hard to deny that I saw something. Harder still to believe it. I thank God that Angela was not here. I felt awful leaving Flora in the lurch. Hedwig, are you serious? What other explanation is there? I assessed my options as quickly as I could. Flora was correct. There was no denying what we had seen. Likewise, there was no explaining what Angela and I had seen. A pang of regret struck my heart as I looked into Flora's eyes. That was the one problem with living up to my new promise to the congregation. Being open and truthful and leaving the investigation behind me meant ignoring the very real, unnatural occurrences we had witnessed. What would happen if I admitted to witnessing them now? Eustace would catch on to me immediately. Only I, Flora, and Angela knew of the mystical nature of Eustace's likely crimes. Only Angela knew that I suspected Eustace. There was no way to explain this to Flora here in front of everybody else. Neither path before me was entirely truthful. Something strange happened to us that night, Flora. It wasn't one of these women. It wasn't a ghost. We were swallowed by the dark of night, I think. An odd noise in a black hallway becomes a terrifying monster very easily. Eustace nodded approvingly. Flora, however, looked as if her spirit had given up. Yeah, I suppose you're right. The journey back to the Abbey continued. My heart ached. If only I could tell Flora that what I had done for her. I prayed the Superior would act swiftly. I could tell her the truth. Something landed on my nose. I wiped it off instinctively. It melted in my hands immediately. I looked up into the sky to see countless flecks of light dancing in the torchlight. It had begun to snow. That night, I dreamed of pikemen and pursuit once more. I woke up the next morning feeling chilly. When my feet touched the stone floor as I got out of bed, I inhaled sharply. It was so cold that it was a little shocking. I made my way over. to the window, threw it open. The whole world was white. I was still reeling from last night's conversation. I mulled my options over again, as if I hadn't made my choice already. Poor Flora. I squirmed. The floor really was remarkably cold. Too curious to let the opportunity pass, I walked to the center of the room and lay down. The sensation of frigid stone against my skin woke me up faster than any breakfast could. It was difficult to stay in one place without wincing. Eventually, I retreated and stood back up to get dressed. I felt rather invigorated. Flora would forgive me once I told her the whole story. She was young, but where was James? This question stuck in my mind for a while as I pulled my clothes on. Did I need to know? He was gone. The spell Eustace had taught him had worked, it would seem. Perhaps it had taken him far away, so far away that I need not worry. I could hear doors opening. I flattened my robes against my body and left the room. Can someone light a fire already? It's bloody cold. Yeah, I'm on it. Has everyone seen the snow? It's beautiful. Looks the same as it does every year. I didn't join in. I stood next to the conversation and smiled amiably. With a loud creak, Catherine's door opened. She and Margaret emerged, yawning and stretching. Lovely weather we're having. Can we please get a cup? Oh, Eustace is already taking care of it. Thanks. Catherine crossed the room and entered Flora's. Idle chatter continued. Adela emerged from her room and expressed the same desire for words as the ogres. Then she not Eustace busying herself by the fireplace, just as they had. The fire roared to life finally. Darcy's door opened. My heart caught in my throat, but I relaxed as soon as she had emerged. She looked far better than she had the last time I had seen her. Everyone cheered for her, and she chuckled, waving them off. I am fine. I can tell you all about it later. She looked for me in the crowd, and when her eyes met, she winked slowly. I smiled back, feeling genuinely relieved. Flora's door opened, and worry gripped me as Kathleen wheeled her out. However, I was relieved once again to see that Flora was chipper and animated, and that she looked happier than I had seen her in a long time. Bridget and Violet emerged from their rooms as well, and they too looked bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. There she is. There they are. Did you see the snow? Is that? It's so pretty. I love snow. As do I. The pair of them followed Kathleen and Flora out of the door, chattering loudly. The rest of us left soon after. Snow now coated the cloister grass, which had hid the ugly divots that had been left in the dirt by the builders. Ahead of me, Adela paused to take it all in, a wistful tone in her voice. Snow. I suppose a bonfire is out of the question tonight. Probably best to just gather in the Misericorde instead. But we cannot invite everyone to that. I was hoping that more would be able to attend. That's a good point. We'll think of something. Have you ever seen snow before, Hedwig? I've seen it outside my window many times before. But have you touched it? I thought back to the handful of times little piles of snow had formed on my window sill in the cell. I had held them in my hand and felt them melt, but that was different than being in the snow. I've never walked through it, not that I can remember, at least perhaps as a child, but not as I am now. As we walked through the cloister to the chapel, Adela stooped low and gathered some snow in her hand. Before I knew what was happening, she whipped her wrist forward, planting a ball of snow square on my chest. Adela, I am sorry, it was hard to resist. Here, watch this. She picked up more snow and whipped it forward faster and harder toward the nearest figure ahead of us. Ow! What in? Adela looked mortified as the woman ahead of us turned around angrily. So sorry, Sister Angela. That was highly inappropriate. She shot me a wounded look. Somebody might get hurt. I apologize again, Sister Angela. It will not happen again. Angela turned away and continued walking. Adela cleared her throat, and we continued onward to service. That morning's service went by in a blur. Afterward, I followed the superior to her office on the pretense of continuing our chess lessons. I was anxious. The longer Eustace stayed at the Abbey, the more nervous I became. When would she be detained? I was not a good enough actress to pretend forever. We have time for one game, I suppose. I am rather busy today. What with? The Abbey does not run itself, Sister Hedwig. There are many things I do day to day. She relented somewhat while she arranged pieces on the board. Today, however, I have paperwork. I must update our benefactors on the state of their sharing. Between you and me, I'm not sure why they're so insistent on such regular contact. The order isn't due for the better part of a decade. People like knowing where their money went, Labelle. The bishop had emerged from the side room. He looked worn down. He appeared to be in the middle of packing a rather large case. True enough, I find it difficult to keep them abreast of any developments, however. It still tastes disgusting. That's why Adela is here. Of course. By the way, did you know Sir Crispin has sent one of his men away? When you were speaking with Crispin? When were you? During service this morning. What happened? A pulley flew loose and struck a young fellow's jaw the other day. Nearly took it clean off. I daren't even imagine. Good heavens. Well, it's dangerous work, even in the best of circumstances. All that heavy stone and taut rope. I simmered quietly, saying no thing. He'll be in hospice care for a long while, maybe the rest of his life, should he not heal. Which reminds me, what of poor Sister Flora's condition? The superior made her opening move, and I tried to focus on the game. I'm not certain. Moira tells me that sort of injury must set and rest for a long while. We've done all we can. Time must take care of all else. The bishop plucked his tongue in pity. So young. Perhaps I could have her transferred somewhere a touch more populous. The poor girl must be lonely here, the youngest and all. What's wrong with Lynnborough? It might not be the best environment for such a temperamental spirit. She's a budding young artist, is she not? She would fare well in Italy, perhaps Denmark. Ask her. Our game continued quietly. The silence was colder than the snow outside. Finally, I risked broaching the subject I'd come to discuss. What do you plan to do about Eustace? I haven't made any decisions yet. She was playing aggressively, so aggressively that there were more mistakes than usual for me to take advantage of. If only I could have found such a weak plank in the conversation. And what should we do about James? Refresh my memory, Hedwig. How does Eustace make any sort of sense as a culprit? She lied about the smoke on the morning Catherine was found. She burned down the sacristy, and I found a piece of bone in the wreckage. And a mysterious benefactor taught both Flora and James the same magic spell. That bone could have been used for ritual purposes. And it could stand to reason that the one who killed Catherine would want to set her conspirator free. I could tell I was coming up short. I could not explain the real evidence I had witnessed, the missing books in the impossible library. And what would this ritual do? Well, I don't know. And the boy did disappear. I am concerned that magic may well be involved. All told, it is a rather strange set of coincidences. I won't deny that. Thank you for the report, Hedwig. You may go. The conversation was over. All I could do now was hope that I had presented my case well enough to solidify Eustace's guilt. I left the office in a hurry. My mind was racing. I replayed my arguments over and over in my head. I could have done a better job. I was not sure how, exactly, but I knew I could have. Be careful, Sister Hedwig. I apologize, Adela. Uh, are you well? You look incredibly cross. I apologize, Adela. I was just off on my own little world. I saw you following the superior to her office after service. Were you in trouble? Not as such, no. What could I say? One more lie, a half-truth. All would sort itself out when Superior finally detained Eustace. I had to believe in that. She's been teaching me chess, when we can squeeze a few games in here and there. I was thoroughly trounced, I'll have you know. Look for a lesson in every defeat, Sister Hedwig. Do not despair. I won't. We began walking. You look tired. We are planning an outing for the day, if you need something to take your mind off of your worries. An outing? I had wanted to host another bonfire. The snow would make that rather difficult. We were thinking of just taking a nice walk into the hills to enjoy the snow. How does one enjoy the snow? Does it involve throwing it? Yes. You can sledge on it. You can build things. I certainly, Adela, I would enjoy a walk at the very least. She beamed, pulled me into an embrace. Come and meet us under the archway soon. She jogged away, presumably to round up the rest of the sisters. I made my way to the dorms to collect the traveling cloak from my room. I was the first to make it to the archway. The men's camp was rather quiet. I could hear idle conversation here and there, but most of them were resting inside their tents. Oh, Hedwig, glad to get you alone. Greetings, Sister Eustace. No need to be so formal. She glanced around, then stepped closer. How are you faring? You know, after last night. Oh, I am pleased that we cleared the air. We can leave it at that. I would rather not, if it's all the same to you. There's a lot I want to tell you, and more that I can't. The others know where to meet us. Take a walk with me. She seemed slightly agitated. Did she know she was cornered? I was wary of leaving with her alone, but pride overrode my good sense. I had already won, I thought to myself. It was only a matter of time. Very well. We made our way down the road from the Abbaye. Eustace walked fast, taking a path very similar to the one we had taken to the graveyard. It was occasionally difficult to keep up. Once we reached a relatively flat spot past the hillocks, she stopped, apparently satisfied. We used to come here a lot. Me, Margaret, Moira, and Kathy Lee. Nice view. Not a chance of being overheard. What is this about, Eustace? I'm relieved that you took my gambit well last night. I I want to apologize for putting you in that position. First of all, how long had the others been under the impression that I thought Kathleen was still alive? That is a rather ugly thing to have accused me of. A while. I'm sorry. I seated in the meeting prior to the one you stumbled into. Everyone else has been whispering about it for days, at least. My contingency plan. It's a shame that it ended up being necessary. I had been worried for some time that everyone thought I was mad, and that I was being excluded from certain things. It was a rather ugly feeling, discovering that my worries were well founded. I gather that those meetings are a regular occurrence around here. Yes, and when we found you eavesdropping in the chapel, I saw an opening I couldn't miss. It was all too easy to take control of the narrative. There's no need to rub it in, Eustace. You got what you wanted. Everyone thinks I am quite mad. In fact, I just went and told the superior that I was done with it all as well. It is all over. It's in her hands now. Really, that is good to hear. I have not relished this. I hope you understand. I realize I have been a bit of a bear to deal with. At first I was infuriated, and then I was worried. When I found you dancing around in the grass naked, I wondered if I had done enough. Then I began to worry that I might have broken you. I dislike interfering with others. I prefer to leave things alone. I suppose I made that impossible for you. Yes. Anyway, I wanted to tell you something else. I think, now that you have agreed to put it all to rest, I owe you the truth. You couldn't have told me the truth from the very beginning. Frankly, no, and you'll understand why, I think. You see, Sister Kathy Lee, she was not well. She had visions, much like Darcy does. I always enjoyed hearing about them. They were often gibberish, but the imagery was arresting, and some of them were more focused. There was something inspiring about watching her learn from them, or at least try to learn from them. Some of these visions guided her towards making music. Others got her feeling a bit poetic, and sometimes she would burst into blues, ready to tell us all about how God had told her that it was time to really do something about the greed of the rich. None of this sounds particularly troubling, and it didn't to me either, not at the time, which is why, one day, when she came to me with her most rabid plan of action yet, I did no thing to stop her. She wanted someone killed, so you have heard. Nothing substantive, but yes, I caught wind of it. She had received a vision, she said, of such horror, such importance, that extreme action had to be taken. Who did she want to kill? She believed that she had seen a vision of the Antichrist, and she believed it was her duty to stop him. I stood there, stunned. I know, and I was foolish enough to believe her. She shared this vision with me, Moira, and Margaret. We were her most trusted confidants. Her fervor was so infectious it was difficult to see the forest for the trees. And by the time I started having second thoughts, it was far too late to say or do anything about it. In the back of my mind, I just assumed that she would get tired of it and move on to something else. So how did she die then? It was James Hedwig. It was just random, an awful, unexpected solution to a problem I let get out of hand. Do you really believe that? Yes. I I find this hard to accept. Why act so mysterious? Why try to scare me toward the truth? Because I was ashamed, Hedwig. Ashamed and involved. I had the opportunity, or so I thought, to lay this all to rest without sharing too much. If only you had just accepted the story. But I suppose that was always out of the question. You were primed by the superior to suspect everyone, everything, and accept anything but the real truth. I knew you had caught on about the smoke too, by the way. Margaret told me. I put it together. I think we all might have. She did. But you have to understand, Hedwig, that people have lives that continue when they're outside of your vision. I understand the impulse to try and map everything out neatly, to strategically navigate between people and map out who was where, when, and why. But you have always acted as if the whole world only moves when you're looking at it. And and that's only natural for someone who has lived the way you lived for so long. But the simple fact of the matter is this: people talk, and everyone is more intelligent than you think. I'm sure everyone wanted to believe your absurd story about filling in the gaps, but when you started talking about smoke, it became obvious something was up. Be glad that I say it, their natural suspicion was something relatively innocuous. Anyway, do you want to know why the smoke was an inconsistent detail? It was because I was burning all of the notes we had taken on Kathy Green's elaborate Antichrist fantasy. If those had gotten out after her death, she would have been excommunicated, and so would the three of us who remained. Either that or we would be hanged. So, naturally, we agreed to omit smoke from our stories should anyone ever ask. But you couldn't convince anyone else to follow suit. How could we? It would require explaining everything I just told you, and I don't trust everyone at the Abbe quite like that. I hardly trust you with it, but I did owe this to you, I think. I hope this can serve as something of a, a foundational apology, something to build a real friendship on. I see. Well, I appreciate that. I was turning all of it over in my mind and made a sad kind of sense, but there were still missing pieces. Enough for me to press my luck. What about the beast? You never saw it. Remember? What about the library? What about it? He stood in the snow. Eustace wasn't willing to back down, but neither was I. Ironically, a real answer might save her. She couldn't have known that I was offering her a chance to exonerate herself. I want to know. If I am owed all of that, I am owed the rest. Anything else beyond what I told you is unrelated, and anything else that happens, well, it's just something we'll have to live with. What I've just told you is something nobody else knows. I am trusting you with the deepest, darkest secrets of my high school. And Kathy Reeves, you are entering a very small circle. Just you, me, Margaret, and Moira. And I am just meant to live with the knowledge that there is something unexplainable out there. Something that might attack me. I am done entertaining that particular fantasy of yours. That is your imagination. I do not know anything about it, and I do not believe anything you have told me is real. If you have seen anything, it is likely a product of your imagination. If you ignore it, it will go away. But Flora is a stupid teenager. There is no thing, Hedwig. There never was. Accept it. And even if there was, you would never find it. How much evidence did you collect? How many notebooks could you have filled with speculation? As I have told you over and over and over again, you wouldn't have known where to begin. Looking for a needle in a haystack doesn't even begin to describe it. You didn't even know where the barn was. She wouldn't budge then. No matter. She was clearly desperate. Very well. Just one more question then. You threatened me with information about my own high story. What do you think you know? Eustace looked at me candidly. Don't ask questions you don't want answered, Hedwig. That was fair enough. She could continue to be withholding until the gallows took her. Who would she spill my secrets to? The headsman. I had one. Not every question had been answered, but I felt confident that I could deal with the rest after. Anyway, on to more amusing matters. What is it about showing yourself off that you enjoy so much? I was immediately knocked off my balance by this salacious inquiry. The sudden flirtatiousness put me ill at ease. She wouldn't be acting like this if she knew that I was simply biding my time, waiting on her arrest. I... I don't think that's an appropriate thing to ask you. Oh, come on. This is how friends talk. We're friends now, aren't we? You can confide in me. Perhaps I should just give it a go. She walked away, leaving me feeling rather dazed. She turned around and lifted up her skirt. Like this. At After a few moments, she let the fabric fall back around her ankles. Perhaps it's a matter of timing, but perhaps. Boy, what are you two doing up there? The rest of the sisters had arrived. We're just enjoying the breeze. She shouted this down the hill to the others, then turned to me with a forced smile. Shall we? I tried my best to have fun. Everyone was in a rather jolly mood. Even Angela had been invited and seemed grateful to be a part of the festivities. Darcy had brought a hamper of dried goods from the pantry, and Adela had carried several wineskins in a small sack all the way up the hill. Eustace left my side to stand with Darcy for a while. The two embraced and were soon seated on the slope of the hill, looking out over the distant village and chatting animatedly. Sister Hedwig, would you care for a drink? Oh, why not? She passed me the last wineskin she had been carrying. The rest have been distributed amongst the others. I'm afraid I don't have a cup. Nobody does. Just take a sip. Oh, I put my lip to the stopper and did my best to angle the container to get the liquid pouring. I let flow much too fast. I soon had wine running out of the sides of my mouth. Slow down. Save some for everybody. She laughed and brushed the sides of my mouth with her thumbs. Unless you would like someone to laugh off. Ow! Revenge is sweeter than any wine. That is only fair, I suppose. Indeed. May I have a sip of that wine? Really? Of course. You most certainly can. I apologize, I just don't remember the last time I was any fun. You said it, Sister Angela, not I. With a sheepish grin, Angela indicated for me to pass the skin to Angela. Angela took a smaller, more practiced swing than I had, and then passed the container to Adela. I don't know what's come over me, truth be told. Perhaps it's the snow. She looked at me as she said this. I flushed red and turned to glance at some of the others. The younger set were piling snow onto Flora, who was shouting curses and squirming in her wheelbarrow. Charity and Marta were taking a stroll through the snow, occasionally looking back toward us and waving at someone or other. Eustace and Darcy had spread out one of their traveling cloaks and were laying there together, chattering away. Margaret and Captain Green were standing together, taking hefty sips out of a wineskin and speaking in hushed tones. When she saw me looking their way, Margaret smiled weakly. I could only assume they were repairing things after their little spat. Sister Angela, what a pleasant surprise. Indeed, it has been a while since I imbibed. I think I remember the last time. You read poetry to us in the Misericorde, I think. I I will have to take your word for it. This must have been before my time. I would have given anything to see that. Would you ever consider giving a repeat performance? No, I don't think so. Oh, but I remember it being rather good. I think it made me blush. Really now. She reached for the wineskin and yanked it away from Nadella somewhat forcefully, and took a heartier swig. Isn't the view lovely? It's a little dizzying. From here, I could see not only the village of Glenborough, but the road leading away from it into the mist. I wondered how far it was to London. or even another country. It was hard to fathom distance after a life like mine. The little thatched buildings down the hill might as well have been a different celestial body to me. The village looked so dainty from up here, like a little model I could pick up and play with, like the sort of thing a tactician might place on a board. Certainly. I remembered what Darcy had told me about the village. Had she broken the news to the others yet? I glanced over at her and Eustace. Eustace looked rather grave. Perhaps Darcy was filling her in now. I decided it was Darcy's busyness to share with the rest of us, and refrained from prompting her. I looked down at the little huts and rose. I hoped, despite how horrible they had been to me, that God would spare them from disease and death. I was in a rather forgiving mood. You can see my old manse from here. Kathy Reed and Margaret had wandered over to join our group. Angela tensed up, but said no thing. But really? Yes, the large house nearest to the lake. It looks massive, larger than our chapel, surely. Oh, it was quite grand, and we were quite rich. To be honest, I'm not sure who owns the place anymore. We had such a large staff maintaining the vineyards. I met the man once when I first came to the Abbaye. Did I ever tell you that? Really? No, I did not. What was he like? He was polite. He was proud of the grapes. I am afraid I cannot recall his name. He was tall. I do remember that. He had a beard and I care not. He can burn for all I care. The whole lot can. Easy. She reached out to her friend as she said this, squeezing her arm gently as she spoke. Catherine smiled and placed her hand on Margaret's and returned. I saw Flora's painting by the way. I winced. I could see Margaret squeeze Catherine's arm harder. Did you now? Indeed. She is a talented young woman, it would seem. I rather like it. I'm surprised. I seem to recall that Italian convent of yours leaving you with an exhaustingly refined sense of taste. I would never compare Flora to Tuba, but she has skill far beyond what any of us could dream of. And perhaps I was drawn in by the subject matter. Odd, considering it looks nothing like me. How much have you had to drink? Enough to admit that I've been rather standoffish for a long time. That's one way of putting it. Drunk enough to admit fault. That's all well and good. How much more must you drink to apologize? Would you like an apology? I'm not sure we have the time for a proper one. The sun will be setting in what, 4 or 5 hours? The two stared at each other in the face for a moment. Nobody said anything. Catherine broke first, however. Oh, what's the use? I do enjoy a healthy amount of spite, but who has time for grudges? You and I have time for little else. However, I would vastly prefer to be part of this group than a part of it. This is really strange. Angela, what happened to you? Angela shot me a privet glance. It seemed that all it had taken to soften Angela was the knowledge that the world was larger and darker than either of us could possibly know. Something good. Inquiring minds. Angela shook her head. Another day. I think I would prefer to simply enjoy returning into everyone's company for now. Have it your way. These women had some catching up to do, clearly. I excused myself and made my way toward Flora and her friends. Oh, hello, Hedwig. Hiya. Ahoy. What are you three chatting about? Nothing. Flowers. Inferno. They clammed up rather awkwardly. Good goodness. Quite a range of topics. Look, it was a sort of privet, that's all. But listen, I wanted to thank you for your art lessons and stuff. Oh, don't mention it. I hardly taught you anything. We drew cats once, and now look at you. I could never paint something like you did. Even just finishing the face is very impressive. Yeah, I don't know. I think I still owe you thanks for giving me the initial push. Well, you asked me to teach. Edward, do me a favor and take the fucking compliment, yeah? Of course. I apologize. But what do you think you'll paint next? Laura gazed out over the hill into the distance. She looked apprehensive. Good question. Would love to do whole scenes one day. Frescoes, I do know. What's a fresco? It's a big painting on a wall or ceiling. Oh, what a lovely idea. There are so many big open spaces in the more Romanesque portions of the Abbey that would look lovely with some art on them. The three friends exchanged awkward looks. Yeah, anyway, you've got issues, but I guess I do too. I would probably just be like you if I was twice my age and got stuck in a hole my entire life. So, sorry if I was ever annoying, and thanks for all the art stuff. Oh, and thanks for saving my life that one time. I I could see Violet and Bridget's expressions turn exasperated the moment I opened my mouth. You are most welcome, Sister Flora. I am proud to have made a difference, and I'm sorry for my own misapprehensions about you. I must have made your life miserable for a while. Yeah, well, like I said, you're a freak, but at the end of the day, I still think more fondly of you than most of the rest of them. I'm the flatterer. Flora grinned widely. Bridget, Violet, would you excuse us for just a moment? I, certainly. Flora looked quite serious. The supernumerous window doesn't lock. For what? Not saying it again. Explain some things though, yeah? Anyway. For what? Wait. Violet, come push me somewhere. Flora's friends wheeled her away, leaving me dumbfounded. I turned to find somewhere else in the crowd to stand, and passed Darcy and Eustace on the way. I did not want to interrupt them, but as I passed, Darcy held her hand out to graze mine. So many warm gestures were being given. So many relationships were mending. Was this a miracle? Had not I Moira waving me back over to the group I had left earlier, and I obliged her. Hedwig, have another drink. This one's running a bit low. Wouldn't want to deprive you. I gratefully took the wineskin she was offering me and took more cacti sip. We have been catching up with Sister Angela. She still refuses to regale us with her poetry. However, all things in time. Take as much time as you like for that particular affectation. I'm not sure I'm quite yet ready to hear you say petals over and over. You wrote poetry about flowers. Moira snickered, wrote, read. You used to have quite a poetry circle going in the Misericorde. Didn't you ask Darcy to help you write a letter to Corful once? Indeed. I had no idea who Corful was, but from the tenor of the exchange, I intuited that this was intended as a teasing remark, the kind Angela might react poorly to. To my surprise, however, she seemed unbothered. Perhaps I've been too harsh about the poetry. I would love to plop Hedwig down for some readings and see how long she can stand it. This is a bit like the joke Charlington told me in the Misericorde. I put together why that was funny. Eventually, I'll have you all know. Oh, good. Do explain. It was the one about taking the road less traveled, yes, referring to intercourse between a man and a woman. Good Lord, she is clever, continues Sister Hedwig. While the road less traveled down there would be, you know, the bumble. Yeah, yes. I know that the initial punchline has to do with pregnancy, but also, the follows that the joke is also about the woman's husband being bad at sexual relations. But because having something to put up that hole is, well, rather unpleasant. Is it? You're very close, Hedwig. Yes. What am I missing? Nothing at all. Boy, we were interrupted by a shout from afar. Who wants to go sledging? That does sound fun. That sounds a bit dangerous. What with your leg? I'll be careful. Please. The whole congregation merged together in something of a circle. I think sledging is fun. Well, yes, but some sort of team activity might be enjoyable. We could always race. Yes, or we could play rounders. Sledging is preferable to rounders if that's the choice. Do we have sleds? I do not believe so. I seem to recall that in the past we all used old bits of furniture. We're rather light on spare furniture at the moment. Sorry about that. Maybe rounders would be easier to get going. We've got a ball somewhere, and we just need to find a nice thick stick. What about cask lids? For sledging, we have loads of spare barrels in the cellar, surely. Great idea. Bit small though, isn't it? Only one person could ride at a time, but we have plenty of them. We could do races. We could even have teams, I reckon. I am more partial to rounders thinking on it. The hills are all rather steep. What? Scared? No, I just prefer something more sporting. It doesn't get much more sporting than racing. How about a boat? How many of you think we should go make some mints and go sledding? Eustace, Darcy, Flora, Richard, Violet, Catherine, and Margaret all raised their hands. Oh, crumbs. Well, just for the sake of knowing who would prefer rounders. Adele, Margaret, Moira, and Catherine raised their hands. Hang on, you two already voted. I would be happy to do either. Likewise, I didn't realize we could only vote for one or the other. Angela and Marta haven't voted. Or Hedwig, or you for that matter, Charity. I think I'll be sitting out and watching either way. Thank you very much. As will I. I suppose out of those two activities, rounders would be more appealing. I'd rather not wind up in a wheelbarrow as well. How about you, Hedwig? What is Rounders exactly? It's. If she doesn't know what it is, we really should just go get sleds. Teaching someone a whole new game will take a while. Plus, it would make the teams unbalanced. Yes, if it's complicated, I'd rather not spoil the fun. I vote sledging. I'll change my vote in that case. Very well. I am, as always, gracious in defeat. Would one or two of you like to accompany me to the cellars to collect some mints? Sure, of course. The three of them set off. The rest of us dispersed again, dividing into small groups, sharing wine and grazing on the feast Darcy had brought from the pantry. Angela sidled up to me after collecting some dried fruit, and we stepped away to chat privately. Do you suspect anyone has an inkling? An inkling of what? You know. Oh, I don't think so. Interesting. I was wondering if Catherine had perhaps detected something. So certainly not to my knowledge. I wonder if she will. Perhaps I'll tell her one day. Oh, why would you do that? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps I am overwhelmed with relief. It has been a while since I've spoken to anyone here as a friend. I have a desire to share intimate things, as I used to. Or perhaps I am drunk. Very possible. You are very beautiful. Thank you. I didn't quite know what to make of her attitude. I would have almost preferred to be at the end of her dagger again, as much as I appreciated the compliment. She was being very sweet, but I am not sure if sweet was what pulled my thread. So to speak, would you care to recite some of that poetry for me? Later, perhaps. Very well. Would you care to visit my cell later? There is so much time in the day and the night that will be empty for me. Now, empty. You mean there is nothing left for us to investigate? I told the superior my theory, and I presented all of my evidence. I leaned close, just to make sure nobody could overhear us. The superior knows about Eustace now. I told her everything I could, everything that made sense. And you think it will be enough? It will have to be. The bishop seemed pleased with my work for what it was worth. He's preparing to leave soon. I saw him packing. Eustace doesn't suspect anything. Not a thing. In fact, she thinks she successfully bullied me out of investigating her. She made a big show of it last night, and you're playing along. Clever girl. Yes. In that case, it sounds like we will have much to celebrate soon, and I should very much like to spend more time with you in that cell. You learn so much in there, all alone. But there is still more you could learn with some company. I could be kept in there until I became an expert. Adele coughed, choking slightly on the piece of fruit she was chewing on. Are you well? Just went down the wrong way. She pounded her fist into her chest and coughed again before clearing her throat. After regaining her composure, she reached out to grab my wrists and pulled me close, bringing her knee between my legs. I exhaled sharply and grinned with glee. I have much to reward you for, but even more to punish you for. Shall we enumerate your crimes? When you first ran into me outside the chapel, that very first day you were released, these thoughts never crossed my mind. Now, though, That was more like it. We continued teasing each other in hushed tones for a while, until the sisters who had left to collect sleds returned. When they did, the group coalesced once more, awaiting instructions as Moira, Adele, and Margaret handed out the brown wooden nymphs. Took you long enough. It was quite a walk. I had to use the privy, if you must know. Yeah, yeah. Right then. Should we just climb that little hillock there? She pointed to a defile behind us. It sloped down to reach the even patch of ground we had all been resting on. I felt a sense of relief. I had imagined that we would be sliding down the steep mountain, down toward the village. That's no thing. It's a fine start. I won't have anyone breaking their necks on my watch. Thank you very much. While some thrill seekers grumbled, everyone made their way up the smaller hill. Everyone except Morta, who stood at the bottom, looking content to just lean on her walking stick. Have you ever done this, Hedwig? Perhaps once, but I would have been a very small child. Martin and I will keep score. I'll declare the winners from down the hill. Don't blink. Very funny. Uh, don't fall. Catherine looked oddly nostalgic. Right, who first? Me against Hedwig. She pulled me forward. Two barrel lids were waiting for us at the lip of the hillock. Eustace snapped down on the one in front of her. Like this. I did my best to copy Eustace's pose on my own sled. 3, 2. I began to slide forward. I thought I had nestled myself onto the lid appropriately, but I must have shifted my weight incorrectly. A makeshift sled carried me forward for a yard or so before I lost my balance completely and tumbled head over heels. After a few moments of disorienting, painful rolling, I came to a stop. My legs were sticking straight up in the air, and my neck was awkwardly cramped forward. I could feel that my ropes had ridden up my legs. I dared not look and see just how far. I scrambled to right myself and cover up as Eustace slid gracefully down the hill next to me. I had to count that as Eustace's win. I'm afraid. But that's fair. How cold is your bum? Margaret jeered playfully from up the hill. I did my best to wave it off as I clambered back up to get back in line for another go. I was somewhat relieved to discover that falling off the sled was not an uncommon occurrence. I watched him gel roll down the hill, looking most undignified. Moira leaned too far forward and got a face full of snow. Even Eustace, who had bested me so effortlessly before, managed to lose control once. Marta picked her glasses up with the end of her stick, offering them to a white-flecked Eustace, who grinned sheepishly as everybody hooted at her. I tried twice more. On the first go-around, I fell off again, although this time I had the good sense to roll on my side the rest of the way down. On my third attempt, I managed to smoothly pile on the lid all the way to the bottom, although I was easily bested in the race by Adele. You valiant athwart Sister Hedwig. She pulled me into a sudden embrace and tousled the top of my foot as soon as I stood up. Everyone soon grew tired, myself included. I was surprised at how taxing the whole affair was. Only the youngest were still at it when the rest of us decided it was time to return to wine and snacks. Flora, Bridget, and Violet continued to race each other up and down the hillock, while the older set sat down in small groups again. Hedwig cared to join me further afield. Certainly, Adela. We collected a wineskin and a handful of fruits and nuts each. As the others did the same, Adela pulled me by the hand out of the crowd and dragged me toward a more secluded area behind some trees, away from the edge of the hill. We settled down, Adela looking pleased as anything to get a moment alone with me. We could hear distant voices, but for all intents and purposes we were alone. I could turn my head to see small shapes in the distance. Darcy and Eustace sitting together once more, Charity and Marta standing and chatting, and a blob of black that appeared to be the rest of the nuns catching up with Angela. Further away, the sounds of the young ones sledging continued laughing and shouting. What a beautiful evening! I agree. I prefer this to the Misericorde, I think. Is that because it's outside? Oh, what do you mean? Well, you know, you seem to have a passion for the outdoors. I, uh, I am not judging you. I respect it. In fact, I might even share your tastes. Oh, it was rather hot where I used to live. I spent a lot of time dressed less appropriately than was expected of me. She put her hand on my knee and smiled widely. I smiled back, unsure of what to say. Would you indulge me? The lesbian quality of it all no longer bothered me. Perhaps it should have. I thought back to all the brushes with the woman here I had allowed while feigning interest. Darcy's kiss had rattled me once upon a time. That felt long ago. Now, I had started looking at everyone's faces differently, and their bodies differently. I wondered what their breasts looked like, how the fat on their stomachs rolled, how their thighs might be formed in different seated positions, how they might keep the hair under their hoods and beneath their skirts. In between my escapades, I had begun to search through Scripture for some idea of what to do, or at the very least, what rules I was breaking. I felt a dark curiosity. Even now, I can think about this and feel a sick sense of pleasure. It felt like a stroke of luck that the Bible itself says nothing about carnal relationships between women. It doesn't consider that a possibility at all, and I think that is because it shouldn't be a possibility. It is new, unthinkable territory that lesser beings have dredged out of dark depths. Women are the lesser workman, as Aquinas said, and yet here I was. I was pretending no longer. With an absence of material to prepare for the skilled man, these women had invented a new way to pass the time. It was alien, and something felt sinful about it, even if I could not identify what laws were being trespassed, and my suspicions would bear out. But in that moment, all I could say was, perhaps. I drummed my fingers against my thighs. Adela wasted no time gliding forward elegantly and pressing her lips against mine. My breath faltered, and I think I made another ghastly sound in my throat. Adele's hand clasped the back of my head, daring me to break apart. She was not going to be my first, but nonetheless, I felt the exciting rush that came with stepping into the unknown. This rendezvous was under no false pretenses. Angela and I's frustrations with the investigation had forced us together, and my dalliance with Catherine started under the pretense of spying on her. But now I was free to pursue, and be pursued, by whomever I liked, wherever I liked as well. She pressed forward and firmly planted her hands on my shoulders to command me to the ground. The back of my head collided with the earth, and while I was briefly reminded of the crack on the head I had suffered while rescuing Thorn, These dark feelings intermingle with the pleasant surprise of a no-good kiss, even if it still made me close my eyes involuntarily. She pulled away from the kiss and juked backward, taking the hem of my robe in both of her hands and hiking it up around my waist with the skill and confidence of a trained artisan. Still, I said no thing. I was too taken with the sensations of hot and cold touching each of my exposed thighs. The cold air made me jolt my hips upward, and Adela laughed. My thighs clamped back down instinctively as I yelped. With a laugh, she shushed me. I held my hands over my mouth as she yanked my legs apart again and dove between them. It was dizzying, it was overwhelming, and it was everything I had ever wanted. I would have lived happily in that moment forever, until it was time to meet the next sister to share the next moment, over and over for eternity, awash in pleasure. What is happening over here? Is that a trick question, Sister Angela? I am not sure why, but after an initial jolt of embarrassment, I relaxed. Part of me assumed, perhaps, that Angela might be excited to find me in this compromising position. This was how we lived here, was it not? I lay there, splayed open and breathing heavily. I grinned at Angela sheepishly, salacious thoughts racing through my mind on their way to my doppelganger. Would she approve? Perhaps she would like to join in. We could call even more people over, for all I cared. It turns out that Adela shares my taste for fresh air. What is wrong with you? With both of you? I was just winning the bet. She had been trying to stand up, a wide grin on her face, but Angela put her foot down on her chest to keep her pinned to the ground. You have won nothing, an illusion slut. Do you hear this woman, Hedwig? She is going to win a game. That's all you were to her. How could you fall for her charms? I fell for nothing. I don't understand what the problem is. The problem is that they don't love you the way I could. The problem is that to them, you are nothing but a queen and a tongue. I should have known you would not last a day after making up with everyone. She struggled against Angela's shoe for a moment, finally overpowering her and vaulting to her feet. Angela nearly tumbled to the ground, but managed to compose herself. I got to my feet as well, hurt and panicking. I felt as if the gates of heaven were closing shut in front of me. I was being quite earnest when I made nice earlier. I just didn't expect to find Hedwig spreading her legs for somebody else quite so soon. But Kathleen, you had expressed permission for that. Somebody else? You mean, that's right, Sister Adela. I spoiled your stupid little game. You're taking that far too seriously, Angela. Hedwig, I promise that it was nothing so crass or cruel as Angela's making it out to be. You all planned this for months. By God, dear departed Catherine was the first to suggest it. We fucked each other, Angela. There was no trickery, no deception. You are mistaking idle gossip for a grand conspiracy. I am mistaking nothing. And even if we are to judge by your rules, I won. Not by lying to her or trying to trap her. Hedwig and I share something that comes from within, something ineffable and spontaneous that happened naturally. You are a complete mad woman. You are wholly animated by lust, and I shall deal with you in time. But for now, know this. I care about Sister Hedwig's well-being. I... We all care about each other, Angela. Oh, come now. Please. This is exactly what happened between you and Kathleen, is it not? Irrelevant. Don't you dare bring her up again. My God, I thought that I could finally put all this unpleasantness behind us. But I see now that trying to live and learn is a waste of time and effort. I should stop. The pair of them turned to look at me in surprise. I don't want to be fought over. You say they have been treating me like a piece of meat, Angela, but this is the first time I've ever truly felt that way. You don't feel betrayed. You don't feel sickened by these women and their nasty little game. I don't care. But perhaps I felt uneasy about it before, but after laying with you, I thought I could get used to this. If this is what life has to offer, then I will gladly accept it. It's just how friendship works here. Friendship. That satisfies you? Of course it does. Why would it not? I could hear a commotion brewing in the distance as Angela looked deep into my eyes, clearly wounded by something I had said. Had the others overheard us? Poor! Angela bellowed at the top of her lungs, tears flying out of her eyes as she spun around and snorted away. Angela approached me, her arms open to embrace me in apology, but I pushed past her. She chased after me as I hastily tried to reach Angela. Angela, however, had broken into a sprint. Something had happened up ahead, and I could hear panicked voices and screams. We all caught up to the others at the edge of the hill. Moira was beside herself, and Charity was wailing at the top of her lungs as Marta attempted to comfort her. Flora! Finally, I saw what everyone was looking at so helplessly. A deep divot in the snow ran down the sharp slope of the hill. In the distance, I could just barely make out a shape moving toward the village at a sickening speed. Oh God. What happened? They just marched right up to the hill and went. They did this on purpose? But perhaps they'll be alright. We have to do something. There's nothing we can do until they stop. The small shapes disappeared into the distance. We all held our breath. There wasn't a sound until, finally, we could hear a pained howl from far away. Everyone winced. Charity broke down into sobs once again. We should search for them. Right away. It's getting dark. We would have to double back and get torches first. It will be hard to even know where to look. Hopefully we'll be able to hear them. It's a horrible thing to say, but if we can follow screams or wails, we'll at least know they are alive. But that is a horrible thing to say. She inhaled deeply, attempting to compose herself. Then, still tear-streaked, she began to give orders. Alright then. Eustace, Moira, Margaret, Adela, I want you to grab those torches and get a move on down the hill. Hedwig, Catherine, Angela, Darcy, I want you lot to go to bed and save up your strength. One of you should inform the superior first, I suppose. I want you all well rested. If the first group can't find them, then we can rotate in shifts. Is everyone clear? Catherine and Angela looked ready to protest, but each thought better of it. Everyone sprang into action wordlessly. We all jogged as fast as we could back to the Abbey with determination. Adela stayed as far away from Angela as possible. I, too, attempted to keep some distance from the both of them, but that proved difficult. The group naturally spread apart as Charity and Lorna moved the slowest. The forward group, led by Eustace, sprinted ahead to collect the torches. Angela, Adela, and I were left together after all, along with Darcy. As we passed through the men's camp, Angela hissed in my ear like a serpent. What about these blackguards? Perhaps we should let them know you're letting your adventure over. Enough. Once we arrived inside the cloister proper, Angela turned around and spoke imperiously. I will notify the superior. The rest of you go to bed. We should talk about this. There's nothing to talk about until Flora is found safe. We nearly lost her once already. She cannot have gotten far. Expertly observe. With any luck, the others will find her. But I am not willing to take that for granted. Bed. Now. Everyone nodded solemnly. And John, what? Never mind. I can only hope that the morning brings good news. I am certain it will. We all marched upstairs to the dorms. There was no escaping the air of dread and hostility. Catherine wordlessly walked into her room and slammed the door shut. Darcy was left looking bewildered. What is going on? It's nothing, Darcy. A personnel matter. That much I can tell. I am not that thick. Ah, well. Angela is upset with me because Darcy's brow furrowed. You can tell me. I just, I don't know what to say. I'm worried about Flora and Bridget and Violet, and I haven't got the slightest idea of how to approach this more personnel problem. Is this because I did not tell you what I saw in the village? Well, what? No, no. Had I offended Darcy? I couldn't think of anything I had done. Because I will tell you if you must know. No, Darcy, I really. They were dancing, Hedwig, laughing and dancing, and the ones that were not dancing were dead or dying, like the farmer. How strange. I did not know what else I could say. This was a bewildering revelation, and my mind was elsewhere. Yes, how strange. Well, is this because I kissed you? Or what? Do you not trust me as much as I trust you because I kissed you on accident? No, no, Darcy. I had forgotten all about that. I see. Is it anything? If she expected me to say more, I simply couldn't. Stupidly, I reached for an answer beyond no. Anything to get out of this conversation, I thought to myself. A while ago, you said this abbé didn't keep goats. I found one the other day. A dead one, not far from where I claimed to have seen one butchered in the hall. Where did it come from? Were you lying? You became a different person these past few days. Did you know that? After a moment, she left for the door. She closed her door gently. Feeling utterly defeated, I entered my own room. I fell into bed, my mind burning. For 2, perhaps 3 hours, I had experienced total bliss. I had chosen a path that made everyone happy, or so I had thought. But it had fallen apart incredibly quickly, and now Flora was missing again. I had arrived right back where I had started. I was too hollowed out to cry. I just stared at the ceiling until sleep came. In my dream, I wandered a familiar desert. This time, however, there were no soldiers. There was no one else here. The tents the armies had slept in were all there, but each one I checked was empty. I wandered through the silent camp, oddly compelled to find someone, anyone to not eyes that I was here. The battlefield was vacant too. I shed my clothes, hoping it might attract attention. I tried everything I could, desperate for something to happen, but nothing ever did. There was nobody there to chase me, or even see me. There was not even a hint of danger. I was alone. It was almost disappointing. I wandered the desert all alone for a while, not seeing a soul. After what felt like hours, the sand gave way beneath my feet and I plunged into a vast ocean. It was peaceful beneath the waves, beautiful even, for a time at least. What are you doing here? Hedwig? Is that you, Hedwig? Go away. Me. Go away. I awoke with a start. Not even sleep was safe anymore, it seemed. Was there truly no escape? Would my hungers never be sated again? I was filled with a deep, gnawing, frankly embarrassing need to take a risk. Last night had been this close to perfect, a prelude to a comfortable life of idle pleasures. I rolled out of bed, arching to return to that world. I was being selfish, of course, selfish and sinful, but at that moment I had no such clarity. The truly important matters slowly re-emerged in my mind as I dressed myself. Had Flora and her friends been found? I opened my door gingerly. The dormitory hall was quiet. Finally, a door swung open. My heart leapt as I saw Adela emerging from her room. Adela, were you able to find Flora and the others? No, we were not. She spoke quietly, with none of the verve I was used to hearing in her voice. It was a doomed expedition, I believe. The hill is steep, and the vegetation is dense. Navigating in the dark was treacherous, and we were risking great injury. How horrible! Were there any clues at all? None. Hedwig, do you think they did it on purpose? What, fell down a hill? They were rather adamant about wanting to go sledding, and I know Flora had tried to escape and borrow before. I'm just trying to make sense of it all. You don't think they just overextended themselves by having fun? I think they might well have been stupid, but not that stupid. Perhaps there's no use trying to make sense of it. Oh well, we can ask them when we find them. I presume it's time for the other shift to head out. I can be ready to go as soon as we leave. Adela shook her head. The second shift already left. I suspect they will be back before long, however. The prospects are grim, Sister Hedwig. But they didn't wake me? I suppose not. Well, why not? I have no idea, Hedwig. I must apologize. My mind is elsewhere. I do not know what to tell you. Try not to take it personally, I suppose. Surely they just wanted to let you rest. I couldn't bear the thought of conducting an important search with any of these women at this moment. At least two of them were very angry with me, and I was beginning to wonder if I hadn't offended Kathleen somehow as well. Good morning. I take it the others are still searching. Indeed. That is unfortunate. Weren't you going to go with them, Hedwig? They did not rouse her. Oh, huh. Maybe they just wanted to travel lighter. Perhaps. I felt ill. Everyone else is still asleep. Yes, I could not. I have too much energy. Understandable. Well, should we check in with the soup? Angela took care of that last night. I would prefer not to bother her until we have more concrete news. I understand. Well, if Darcy is out helping with the search, there's no breakfast to be had, and I doubt Soup will be bothering the morning service. Do you two want to go for a walk? I have nothing better to do, I suppose. I... Yes, I suppose a walk would balance the humor somewhat better than nothing. We dragged ourselves outside wordlessly. The men had already gotten to work by the chapel. Aside from the light smattering of snow in the air, this could have been a day like any other. You know what this feels like. I think I know what you are going to say. Yeah, but like the morning Kathy Bean was found. Yes, it is hard to disagree. The morning after Samhain was not long ago, but it might as well have been years. The days have moved slower without her, haven't they? Like walking through a ball. I can only imagine. I did not have to imagine. Not really. I knew exactly what they meant. If Flora really is gone this time, any of them, really, I don't know. Perhaps it'd be better in the end. What do you mean? I don't mean to sound heartless, just you remember how Catherine tried to dream up escape plans for Flora, don't you? Only vaguely. Catherine and Flora were close. It it bothered me, I must admit. Flora was enamored with Catherine, clearly.
Stream elements.
Who wouldn't be?
Said.
Only
Stay
it
moist, my
developed
friends,
into something
hydrate.
of an infatuation. She turned to me suddenly. Hedwig, you are aware now that this is not a particularly pious place. We indulge from time to time. Adele and I exchanged glances. I know. Well, for the longest time we attempted to hide that from Flora, much just the same as we tried to hide it from you, really. Only, only for Flora's sake, there was a while where that aspect of our lives seemed totally doomed. With you, it was only a matter of time before you relaxed. Had I been so predictable, I glanced at Adela again. Perhaps I really had been. Flora was here before I arrived, and I never felt as if anything was being hidden in this regard. Yeah, well, that was after we gave up. Hiding, sneaking around, no longer saying what we wanted from each other plainly. We all got sick of it. Catherine especially, who developed a bit of mania about it all. She was convinced that not only was it good for us to, but that we had some sort of moral obligation. I never got that sense from her. I just thought she was energetic. Oh, it was one of her causes for a while. Catherine had the libido of a rabbit and the conviction of a Hussite. As she used to say, Hildegard was wrong about two things, sex and the Jews. What did Hildegard have to say about the Jews? Nothing positive. Catherine took offense, as odd as that may sound for someone of her occupation. She had Jewish blood in her, you see. She discovered this after digging around in her family high story. That's not possible, surely. The expulsion happened in 1290 and, well, Hedwig, Kathy Green was Irish, so the expulsion wouldn't have touched her family. And again, this was very far back in her family's high story, apparently. But nonetheless, she was very proud of it. She lamented not having a connection to something she saw as integral to her own high story, and did her best to research what she could. Hard to blame her. Could she read and write in Hebrew? Yes. How well, I couldn't say, but she made a point of knowing the basics. What did Hildegard say about sex, though? Also, nothing positive. Yeah. So, naturally, Flora began as nosy as she was, and the age she was, caught wind of all of this. As she got older, I knew she wanted something from Kathleen. and for a while I was terrified Kathy might give it to her. Would that have been so wrong? Yes, of course it would have been. Laura would have been married by now, surely, had she not taken vows. But she did, in fact, take vows. I promise I'm not trying to be combative. No, you're right. Anyway, Laura is almost 20. She would likely have married a man Catherine's age and had children by now. But my distaste, I suppose, stemmed more from the fact that Flora felt more like our daughter than our peer. We had watched her grow up. I remember when she was half as tall and much less spotty. My fears were unfounded, though. Catherine was simply excited to have one more person to gnaw on before getting bored. Margaret. That is a horrid thing to say about Catherine. It is true though, isn't it? It's been long enough. I will always miss her as she picked people up and put them down at her leisure. Laura was devastated when Catherine did it to her. It made me so angry. I confronted Catherine about it, in fact. It was our one and only real fight. And it damaged our friendship, I think. I felt awful. Anyway, by the time the second or third of their silly little escape screens failed, Catherine's attention was elsewhere. And Flora, well, I am certain she realized that her dashing older friend was never going to look at her the way she wanted her to. So, it was no wonder Flora wanted to leave. No matter how old we all grew, I don't think any of us would have ever let her into the guild and borrow. Nor should any of you. I am relieved that the story stopped short of sordid. I agree, but goodness, I do feel for poor Flora. She must have been so thrilled when some people her age showed up. You would think. I do wonder if it really could be that simple. To be honest, I doubt it. We're in our own private circle of hell, and we may as well lick each other's wounds. But nobody else should live like us. Can anybody else live like us? I understand. If the younger sisters we are responsible for began living just like us, it would still be wrong. And I think it might feel just as responsible. So in a sense, I do hope that Flora can find a way out of healing. Did you think this was another escape attempt? No. Well, perhaps. It just reminds me of those times. And it makes me wonder, would they cross paths in heaven? Perhaps they both escaped. They were both miserable here. Flora is miserable. Let us remain in the present tense until we know otherwise. Right. Of course. But when Catherine grew bored of drawing up Flora's escape, what did she move on to? I hope that was not what she and I were happy into doing. I had no idea that Flora felt discarded. It would explain why she became so moody. It was around the time of the duel in yeah. But that is not your fault. Oh? How do you know? There was something else going on as well. Was Margaret alluding to the murder plot? I desperately wanted to ask her, but I dared not. Adela was here as well. and this conversation was already so dark I could scarcely bring myself to make it darker. I'm hungry. Want to pick something out of the pantry? We collected some meager snacks from the pantry and sat at the cellars for a while. Our moods improved somewhat over the course of the next few hours. We chatted idly about frivolous things. For a while, I forgot just how doomed I felt. This was pleasant. It lacked the wall thrills of the night before, but I was none the less lulled into a sense of comfort. This was not so bad. If Flora and Bridget and Violet returned safely, would it really be so difficult to live this way? Perhaps Charity could call one of her meetings, and we could all agree that now was the time to put our sinful excuses behind us. So what if the Bible did not explicitly call what we did homosexual or evil? Aquinas did. Hildegard did. There was pleasure enough in company like this. Surely. Too late for that now, I'm afraid. Imagine how empty you would feel never touching someone again. The conversation faded into the background, and I stared into the darkness to argue silently with myself. Evil, it seemed, had won. I could fool myself no longer. I knew that there was no repairing a soul like mine. Maybe it was for the best that Flora and her friends were gone. Missing or dead, it did not matter. They had escaped this place untainted. They would not have to do spiritual battle with their darker halves after getting a taste of what Limbaro had to offer. Death might even be preferable. There you are. Hello. Any luck? No, I'm sorry to say, although there might be a small hope. We found the wheelbarrow on its own, indeed, a rather grim discovery, but no better than finding a full wheelbarrow. That's right. Hopefully they're still out there then. We can only hope. We shouted and shouted, of course, but there was no response. How are the others doing? Charity and Marta are taking a well-deserved nap. Moira is... I'm coming. There she is. And Catherine and Eustace already shared the news. Yes, not the best outcome, but not the worst. I presume we will be sending out another shift. I hate to sound cruel, but is there no a reason to? Perhaps they are just gone. We called out to them as loudly as we could and heard nothing back. If they're alive, maybe they don't want to be found. That is cruel, Catherine. They could be huddled somewhere in the cold, too weak to move or to speak. And even if they are dead, we would owe them a proper burial. Agreed. We cannot give up on them. I only... Never mind. I understood what you meant, Catherine. So should I come on this next shift? I wasn't roused for this one. No, Hedwig, that's quite all right. We let you sleep because we decided you should be given time to write about the situation. I just realized, Moira, did you search for 2 straight shifts? Yes, I couldn't sleep. My goodness, you poor thing. You need some rest. You might be right. So should I be chronicling these events? Naturally. This is an important moment. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was a way of being shunned, but this was not the time to argue. Well then, I shall do my best to record everyone's heroism. I'm off to get some sleep. Wake me as soon as you have good news to share. It isn't half cold down here. Why are you all here when the Misericorde has a perfectly good fireplace? God, good question. Shall we take this upstairs before we head back out to search? I have no objections. I'll be right behind you. I just want to ask Hedwig something. Suit yourself. The others left, and Catherine waited until they were out of sight to pull me between the rows of barrels. Are you quite sure you convinced the superior of Eustace's guilt? As best I could, yes. You are certain? Yes. I can make no guarantees. I fought hard for you. I know. I apologize. God, it's just so horrible. This must be how they wrote these felt. I nodded, unsure if I was meant to understand this reference. Sorry. I know they're one of Catherine II's favorites. A rather grim story, I must admit, but she loved using it as a metaphor. The Greeks were a rather miserable bunch, weren't they? There were some stories she loved quoting to me about some nobleman who killed her children. Medea, that's the one. She always brought it up to cheer me up when I was feeling glum about, you know, that thing I did. She knew about that. Yes, she was the only other person I had been a bit to. So I hope you can understand, Hedwig, how much trust I am imparting to you. Not to speak ill of the dead, but her passing reduced the number of people who knew the truth to 0. Now it's 1 again. I chose a good person to tell, didn't I? You can trust me. I am glad. So, do you think there's any value in, I don't know, refreshing Soup's memory? I'm rather anxious, that's all. You don't have to if you don't think it would be valuable. I don't know what sort of conversation you had. For all I know, the balance could be so delicate that pushing things might irritate her. That was more or less my impression, I'm afraid. I argued most exhaustively and presented all the evidence I could find, as well as some of my less concrete suspicions. I really did my best, Sister Catherine. Good, good. I just cannot stand the waiting. I know. It must be horrible. I... Her face suddenly fell. The superior emerged from the darkness in front of me, and I could see someone behind as well. Sister Catherine, I'm glad I failed you. I must speak with you in my office. Immediately. Superior? As I said, immediately. I prefer not to drag this out. Your reverence, what? Be quiet, Hedwig. But you may speak when we are in my office. The superior turned around and began to march back into the darkness. Catherine looked at me pleadingly. I had no idea what to say. Goodbye, Catherine. I never had I seen her look so defeated. There was no witty retort, no biting comment to be made. She slunk away after the superior. I could only hope that my arguments would hold, or that the bishop would protest. I wished that I could have done more, but it was in God's hands. What did you do? What should have been done a long time ago? You cannot believe that. and we don't know Kathy Reed is involved. In fact, she has a good alibi. She is a killer, Hedwig. Kathy Reed is a murderer, and it is high time that she answered for her crime. But what about you, Stace? What about the shelves? Playing pretend was an amusing exercise, but it's time to set aside childish things. You yourself admitted that you had scarce in the way of real evidence against you, Stace. What interesting timing. Are you going to have a yell after him as well? You would dare imply that I'm going after Kathy Reed because of some grudge. How is your obsession with Eustace's behavior any different? And because Eustace's suspicious behavior is actually related to Kathy Reed's death, you just don't like Kathy Reed. I don't like killers. I don't like liars. And I certainly don't like whores. Well, you've likely sent Kathy Reed to the gallows. You might end up all three of those things. How will you be able to live with yourself? Comfortingly, Glenbar is rotting, Hedwig, and both Kathy Reed and Catherine were limbs that were better off being pruned. Don't you dare. And if Eustace must be pruned too, then we can assess. You are mad if you think I will ever want to do anything to do with you again. We'll both be here for a very long time, Hedwig. Not long enough for me to forgive this. It may take some time, but God rewards the patient. With Kathy Ring gone, Minbara will be rid of an incorrigible murderer, and we can be rid of Eustace next when we have stronger evidence. When I saw you spinning around naked and free, desperate for attention, it was like looking into a mirror. I sought to guide you, but you were uncontrollable. One day, however, you might see that I made a good choice. I see so much of myself in you. Once upon a time, I felt similarly spurned and betrayed by someone I looked up to, someone I loved. But then I lunged for her throat and pushed her against the nearest wall. She was too tall for me to properly threaten, but she looked furious all the same. I never loved you. She pulled herself free and straightened her robe. I think, I think you need some rest. What I needed was to beat her head against the wall until there was nothing but neck left. At least, that's how I felt at the time. Instead, I turned away wordlessly. I ran to my door and slammed the door shut. I wanted to scream. I wanted to die. I fell into bed and bawled until my energy was spent. Darkness came. Mercifully, I did not dream. It was pitch black outside when I awoke. Little dashes of snow were visible every now and then in the moonlight, but that was all I could see. No dreams, no escape. If you're feeling restless, I can think of something you could do. There's nobody who would have me now. They all hate me. Let them hate you. You don't need someone to touch you to feel alive. What are you suggesting? You know exactly what I am suggesting. It's freezing cold, and wouldn't that feel magical, overwhelming, a chill more piercing than any partner could be? I made a convincing argument. I stripped naked quickly and wrapped the superior's heavy cloak around myself. As soon as I stepped toward the door, I heard a sound. Catherine's door. So then, whatever the superior had told her, Catherine had at least been about to return to her room. That stood to reason, I supposed. If Angela had indeed betrayed me and convinced the superior to give Catherine up, She would still need to wait until morning to leave, and she would have to pack her things. Gingerly, I stepped into the dorm hall. The fireplace glowed faintly, embers providing the barest amount of heat. I caught the barest glimpse of a cloak disappearing into the darkness ahead of me. Where was Kathy Rain going? Everyone would have been roused if the others had returned with news. I followed as quietly as I could. I watched as she tested the library door. It opened for her and she slipped inside. As deftly as I could, I made to catch up behind her before the door swung shut. She made her way toward the sacristy door and passed through it. Some people had all the luck with locks. I dared not follow her inside such a small room, but I managed to catch the door before it closed. I peeked through the crack, too curious to give it up. Through the darkness, I could just barely make out the painting. Was she going to destroy it before she left? Catherine stepped in front of the painting, preventing me from seeing what she was doing. Whatever it was did not take her long. Realizing that she was about to turn around and leave, I scampered away and hid behind Eustace's old desk. I listened and waited for her to pass. Her footsteps stopped as she passed the threshold to the hall. I could hear something. Sobs. Finally, the door closed. At last, she left, and I was free to inspect the sacristy. I crept toward the painting. At first, it was hard to see anything different about it at all. Finally, I spotted it, a small dot on the cheek. Slowly, I began to piece together a few things. If this had been planned as a surprise for Catherine, no wonder Flora had needed her friend's help to sneak around. If the original artist hadn't gone around to painting this mole or whatever it was, it stood to reason that Flora might miss it as well. I had been intimately close to Catherine's face many times, and it had still taken me a moment to realize what had been added. There are some details about people that we just get used to, I suppose. Things we understand are part of a person, but don't stand out. Or perhaps both Flora and I suffered from a lack of general awareness. Neither of us were fit to be responsible for anything. Why had she done it? Why had those fools flung themselves down a hill? I sighed and left the library. It was not the time to dwell on such things. It was time to indulge. I might never get the chance to do it again, I told myself. The hallway sconces were still lit as well. Nobody had snuffed them out yet. Flora was still out there, it would seem. The stone floor was so cold to the touch that my feet felt numb. I could not stand still for too long. Inhaling sharply, I made my way out to the second floor landing. One lap around the Abbaye couldn't hurt. If my dreams wouldn't thrill me, I would have to satisfy myself another way. I felt woefully entitled to a bit of pleasure. About halfway down the stairs to the cloister, I started to have second thoughts. It really was cold. My skin felt taut, and I could see my breath in front of me. When I reached the cloister, my legs were shaking. I rubbed my hands together and moved briskly. I was shivering, but I was at the very least feeling somewhat satisfied. Discomfort added to the sense of excitement. At the very least, suffering in the cold was more exhilarating than my infantry had been. As I approached the superior's office, I felt both fear and amusement. What if she opened that door? The pressure built as I drew closer and closer. It was likely, but it was possible, and even the smallest possibility excited me when the stakes were so high. I broke away to the left and to the cellar stairway. I couldn't help but giggle. Something moved in the corner of my eye. I whipped my head around and pulled the cloak around myself tightly. I squinted into the dark cloister. Ugh. I could have sworn that I had caught a glimpse of the motion, perhaps a figure moving on the other side of the cloister. I squinted through the darkness, but the only thing I could see was the occasional flash of falling snow. That must have been what it was. With a sigh of relief, I moved downward into the cellar. I was feeling peckish. I flew down the stairs and immediately regretted my decision. This was much too dark. There were no sconces here. I was walking into thick, terrible nothingness. It gave me the same sense of unease that the library shelves did. I turned around to head back up into the cloister and screamed. Someone was standing at the top of these stairs. I did not have time to make out who or what it was. I just turned around and ran straight into the darkness. I ducked and weaved between barrels as best as I could, holding my hands out in front of me to try and navigate the maze. After a while, I slowed down to catch my breath. Who was that? Had they recognized me? Had they followed me? I crouched low and listened, trying my hardest to breathe quietly. For a while, there was nothing. I calmed my breathing down, and while fear was supplanted with slight embarrassment, perhaps the superior had opened her door after all. Oh no. Has she found me out? Hedwig? Oh God, I thought to myself. The bishop has seen me in all my glory. I would be leaving with Eustace then, excommunicated most certainly, sent to a workhouse very likely. Defeated thoughts such as these bounced around my skull until the bishop spoke once more. Sister Hedwig, is that you? I was about to come looking for you as it is. You aren't in any trouble. For what do you need? Only I'm afraid I'm in a state of undress. I was on my way to the latrine. Never mind all that. I shan't look. I promise. It wasn't as if I had a choice in the matter. I emerged from the barrels I was hiding behind and pulled the cloak around me as best I could. Good, good. Come along quickly. I require your assistance with something greatly important. He looked harrowed. Before I could protest, he was off up the cellar stairs. As we approached the superior's office, I noticed that the door was still open. Did something happen? Yes. He continued toward the office. My heart was beating so hard that I could barely hear anything else. When we approached the door, he ushered me inside first. It was nearly pitch black inside the room, save for a small candle on the superior's desk. We entered the room, and the bishop closed the door behind us. Hedwig, thank goodness you're here. It was so dark that I couldn't make out her shape. As the candle flickered, her face and hands were illuminated just for a moment. Thank you for collecting her so quickly, Richard. But what is wrong? Nothing's wrong, Hedwig. You've done very well to come when called. He tells me that as long as you're here, no other harm will come to Lynborough. Who? The devil, Hedwig. The candle flickered again. and I saw the blade waiting behind the superior. No, Richard, I. The sword plunged down into her back. I tried to run, but the bishop was already holding my arms behind my back. Let go! Let go of me! The superior's lifeless face swung down and cracked against her desk. The candle bounced and rolled toward a stack of papers. It caught quickly, and the room was soon illuminated in flickering firelight. The beast strode toward me, blade flashing. As it came around the desk, it dipped the sword into the rising flames, and the glistening blade was soon lit. I could feel the heat rising as the monster approached. I struggled against the bishop's grip. As the beast prepared to strike, I finally dislodged myself after stomping down on his bare foot. He howled and let me go. I fell to the floor and began scrambling around the room on all fours with no real goal, no real direction. I just had to move and keep moving. I heard the door open behind me. Without the bishop was taking the opportunity to escape alone. The beast was distracted for just a moment. I took the opportunity to rise to my feet and attempt to break the window behind the superior's desk. Try as I might, I could not shatter it with my bare hands. I could sense the monster closing in on me from behind. I ducked to the side, and the sword collided with the window. There was an ear-straining screech as the tip scraped along the surface before the whole thing popped. My assailant staggered forward, and I ran around the room again. If I couldn't get through the window, then I would try the door. The creature howled in anger and barged after me, pinning me to the door from behind. I screamed and dropped to the floor, a dead weight, hoping to set the beast off balance. Its grip loosened, and it steadied itself against the door with its free hand. I began jabbing the sword down at the floor wildly as I slipped between its legs and into the center of the room again, desperate to find something to fight back with. The window was out of the question now. The shards of glass that remained were so jagged I would assuredly spill my dust into the hedge if I tried. I scampered around the burning room in a daze, on the lookout for something I could defend myself with, something I could use to drive the creature away from the door. As I hurried past the desk, once more, a knot-ice my old workbook rested on the desk next to the superior's head. The beast lurched forward, and I picked the book up and held it open almost reflexively. The dense pages provided just enough resistance against the monster's desperate, glancing swing. I stumbled backwards and dropped the two halves of the book through the floor. My nose had come in handy after all, it seemed. However, the book would not be able to defend me a second time. There was one thing, a single hope that I could cling to, that the blade this monster was wielding was its own. Where would the superior have put the other weapon I had presented as evidence? Finally, I saw it. A flash of metal in the adjoining bedroom. Through the door I had seen the bishop emerge from so many times. I sprinted into the room and slammed the cabinet on the side of the room. The bedspread was askew. There had clearly been a struggle in here whenever the beast had first arrived. As my hands gripped the sword's handle, I felt a surge of triumph. It was short-lived, however, as the monster followed me into the room and began hacking wildly at me. I did my best to deflect the blade, but each time the hot flame approached me, it took all my strength not to flinch. Still, I defended myself enough firm to be able to change position, squeezing past the monster and sprinting through the flames toward the door. I bumped up with a heavy door and slipped through into the cold night air, coughing as it blindfolded the smoke in my lungs. I wasn't sure what to do or where to go, and I did not have the luxury to deliberate because my pursuer was hot on my trail. My heart felt as if it could pop as I flew out of the base superior's office. I could not stop. I had to keep moving. I had to get to the library. Those infernal shelves were my only hope. Up the stairs I went. Heavy footsteps followed behind me. I considered screaming for help at the top of the stairs, but what good would that do? By the time anyone arrived, Snake would have caught up with me, and it was just as likely to kill anyone who came along with me. No, I could deal with this myself. I had successfully avoided it before. There was a lesson here. No more salacious nighttime excursions. That was fair. I could adhere to that. I could live during the day and leave the Abbe alone at night. Message received. I clambered up the stairs and plowed through the door to the library. The shelves. Please, please, let me in. I collided with the wall. Fuck! I pounded my fist against the very real wall helplessly. I could not let my frustrations for long. I had to keep moving. But where on earth could I go? What could I do? I could see the beast now. Sure enough, it was the same creature that attacked me in Thor and had run into me in the sacristy. It strode It strode toward me with big lumbering steps. It carried the sword at its side. I had no choice but to run straight past it to the door once again. I grimaced. I was good at getting myself into the same scrape repeatedly. I sprinted straight ahead and dove forward, sliding across the stone painfully and falling beneath its legs to reach the landing once again. I pushed myself away from it by keeping against its metal boot. When I rose to my feet, I had to steady myself against the stone railing with my free hand. I turned around as I did so. I had to assess my next move. The beast turned. Then it did something very odd. It raised a confident hand to its face, if it could indeed be called that, and gestured for me to stay quiet. I did not know what to make of this, but I knew that I was still in danger. I did not scream, not because I was told not to, but because I did not want to endanger anyone else. But I did run. I just had to keep moving. If I could stay alive, I could think of something. I just needed to keep moving. I ran back down the stairs and into the cloister. Braving the snowy grass with my bare legs, I tried to get away. I dared not turn around to see how close behind my pursuer was. The sound of his metal boots against the cobblestones was enough to keep me moving. I glanced toward the archway. Could I make it to the camp? It seemed irresponsible to bring this demon any closer to more people, but I had precious few other ideas. I was but one more man who knew nothing about swordplay. The builders, at the very least, had missiles and hammers. My lungs were filling and emptying in such totality that I had no opportunity to scream. So when my shoulders were yanked backward and my legs flew out in front of me, I made no noise. My robe had been caught from behind. I could hear the threads buckling as my body struggled against the cloth. I let go of the sword as the cloak's buckle dug into my neck. Uh, it was flung far afield. I watched helplessly as it sailed away. The superior's old traveling cloak finally tore, and I fell into the snow, free from the beast's grip. The creature loomed over me, blade in hand. Catherine, the monster shook its head. As the beast began to step toward me, I felt a surge of responsibility. I could not endanger the builders, or the other sisters, or anybody else. Where would I run if the men could not bring this demon down? The village? They were stricken with curses already. Would I run until I fell into a ditch on the way to London? I had set aside my duties in favor of simple debauchery. I was the reason things had got this dire. I could repent later, but right then, right there, the only thing in the world that made sense to me was rising to the occasion in front of me. Selfishly, thoughtlessly, I allowed pride to alienate me. What are you? The monster raised a coordinated hand to its gnarled face to silence me once again. Tell me. To tell me, or I will scream so loud the whole abbey will wake up. The builders, too. I was nude, bloodied, bruised, and shivering. I had nothing left to gamble with, and no leverage against this beast, other than the fact that it wanted my silence. I can't understand you. I just hear noise. The looming figure seemed to consider for a moment. Then, slowly, it raised its sword. I tensed up, but the beast held its other hand out to steady me. I had turned the sword toward itself. At first, I thought it meant to harm itself, but instead it seemed to be trying to cut something. The sword was far too long and unwieldy for this task, however. Apparently frustrated, the creature fell to his knees and placed the sword in front of me. For what? It pulled his robe aside to reveal that under its heavy cloak it was wearing chainmail. Layered on top of his armor were leather straps. Slowly it pointed these straps and then to its own head, and indicated for me to pick up the sword. You want me to cut those free? I bent down to pick up the blade, turning it in my hands slowly. The creature looked oddly pathetic, kneeling here. It held its robes open, gesturing eagerly at me. It continued speaking in a muffled and dark tongue. This close, I could sense a familiar sulphurous stench. I could not bring myself to look directly at this thing, and even out of the corner of my eye, there was nothing that I could see that was worthy of pity. The creature's face was nothing but bone and burnt skin. There were no real eyes, nothing to look into and understand. It just looked evil, and I had spent enough time allowing evil to manipulate me. This was all a trick, I thought to myself. I was being played with. Why was I entertaining the request of a mad beast that had attacked me many times before? What was there to gain from parleying with a monster I could not understand? Quia non est veritas in eo, cum loquitur mendacium ex proprius loquitur, quia menda est et pater ejus. I let out as many a bellow as I could, the loudest sound of fury I could muster. I brought my blade down onto the monster's head. The horrid visage cracked open to strike a barrel. Bone fragments fell into the snow. I pushed as hard as I could. When I felt resistance, I began to saw back and forth. I had to be sure. I could not suffer this thing to live. I was not even sure that attacking it in this manner would kill it, but it seemed to me a better choice than going along with whatever little game it had planned for me. Eventually, I could saw no more. I tugged the blade out with a pop. The metal was soaked in blood. I expected the monster to fall, but it did not. It remained kneeling, its hands resting at its sides, its head slumped downward. Through the broken skull I could see viscera, an eye bulging outward, a face cloven in two, a soul leaving its body through a gaping wound I had created. Even through mangled skin and bone I recognized the poor creature. James. Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! And now I am here, back where I belong. Everything that happened after that fateful sword stroke is a bit of a blur. I remember a few sisters and a few builders coming to inspect the commotion. I know the fire was put out. I believe that Angela is now our mother superior, and as far as I know, work continues apace on the clock tower. Right away, I knew that I had to be put back in my cell, but the bishop was long gone. Perhaps he took a mule or horse from the builder's camp, or perhaps he simply walked down the hill. At any rate, there is nobody to perform a ceremony for me, so I am not an official ingress. But it will do. I must apologize if you were expecting some sort of revelation. The story is a chronicle of my failure, not of the solving of any big mystery. The simple truth of the matter is this: I failed. Perhaps I was too slow. I was certainly too stupid. But above all else, I was not prepared to exist outside of this cell. I am a prickly thing, aren't I? I harm anything that comes my way, and I stick to people like a burr. I cannot control myself, not my rage, and certainly not my lust. At least now I am content. Me and my irascible friend are happy in here. Hello? I have my books, and she has my body. At least here, my insatiable desire for sin harms only myself. And who knows? I have a lot of time to make amends with myself and with God. I doubt I shall ever see heaven, but one day I imagine I might crack open one of the Bibles on my shelf and try and find a way to fix myself. Until then, I am relieved to be caged once more.
Stream
Flora is
elements.
dead because of
Said.
me.
Stay
The
moist, my
Superior is
friends,
dead
hydrate.
because of me. And I allowed my demons to get the better of me once again. And I killed James, even if he, too, is guilty of grave transgressions. He was asking me for help. I denied him a chance to repent, and now nobody will ever know the truth about Kathy Finn's death. There is a much grander mystery here, but the truth died with him. So, that is all. I have told you everything I can. What are you doing? And that one is not even out yet. I don't know when there are plans to get out. I don't even see any discussions in Steam about it coming out. But we can hope, because I have been thoroughly enjoying myself. Although I was not prepared for quite as much nudity as they did warn me, but we saw a lot of titties. We saw a lot of titties. Okay, I've been thoroughly enjoying this, that's for sure. Surprise! Or maybe not. Of course you would come rushing here as soon as you could. I should have thought of a more creative hiding spot this time. Oh well, there's always the next go around. Anyway, you won't be disappointed in what I have to show you this time. Or maybe you will. There's a chance you will be a bit pissed. Sorry to say, but this is always how the story was going to go. The twist you've been dreading is right around the corner. If you've got a problem with it, I suggest you take it up with... Oh, I shouldn't spoil it. Suffice to say, we had many conversations about it. Conversations that I won. Anyway, this will be fun. And don't you worry, everything that happens matters. I just think it's important to set reasonable expectations. It took a while to drive down into the valley. The road going down the other side of the hill was even more fucked up than the one Jim had taken me up earlier. He wasn't driving this time. He sat in the back with me, watching the dead guy. Not sure why. He wasn't going anywhere. Jim and the others had loaded the body into the van, insisting that I not touch the corpse. They didn't want me involved. I appreciated the thought, I guess, except that I was then told to get in the van anyway. That felt pretty involved. I wasn't sure if it was the body or the bumpy road that was making me queasy. Either way, I didn't feel good. Jim kept smiling at me reassuringly. It didn't work. It's alright. Nothing to worry about. God knows this isn't going to be the only body buried out here. Cool. You didn't do anything wrong. Am I going to get in trouble? Of course not. Nobody saw us. Nobody heard us. The gunshot was pretty loud. Cars back by around here all the time. Isn't that right? Yeah. Plus there's farmers with guns up and down the hill here, scaring away dogs and whatnot. We would have heard sirens by now and you would have thought twice about it. Okay. First time seeing someone die? No. A couple grandparents. We didn't watch him get shot though, I imagine. I shook my head. Well, I do apologize for that. It was him or us, though, and I wasn't about to put you in danger or legal trouble. Oh, word? He laughed. Well, not his kind of danger or legal trouble. So that guy was a spy. Indeed he was. Never liked him. He was always fishy. What gave it away? Like I said, funny feeling. This wasn't really putting me at ease. So you shot a government agent who's already aware of whatever it is you're doing. Oh God. Oh God. Unfucked. We're all fucked. Language, young lady. I'll take care of it. You have nothing to worry about. I would actually like to know how you're going to take care of it, Jim. Ain't saying she's right, but I'll take care of it. He looked kind of serious. A different kind of serious than when he had shot the guy, too. Before he had still looked calm and cool. He looked darker now, like he had just had some kind of revelation. So what were you guys doing anyway? Don't answer that. We're in enough trouble as it is. Something important. Uh-huh. She's already in trouble with the government. Don't make her a liability for us, too. Who's us? I don't want to lie to you. Okay, so I shouldn't say nothing. That's fair, I guess. He was quiet for a bit, and then grinned at me kind of mischievously. You seem clever. I'm sure you can figure it out. Jim, that's all I'm saying. She's not stupid. Could have fooled me. Jim looked as if he wanted to say something, then just smiled and tilted his head back. He napped the rest of the way down the hill. Not sure how. It was bumpy as shit for the last few minutes. Eventually, the van came to a stop. We all got out, and the man began to deal with the body. Jim handed me a flashlight. Sorry, torch, and pointed into the darkness. Would you mind lighting the way for us? I know I said I didn't want you involved, but it's cool. I'll do it. Jesus. Hiya. Tatiana was there, wearing another new outfit. Maybe just a new jacket. You scared the shit out of me. Where were you? Had to make a phone call. How did you get here? I walked. Anyway, enough about me. What happened to you? Oh, who is this? What the fuck is going on tonight? Relax, she's a friend. I'm tired of running into friends of yours. I'm a friend of yours too. She looked the other two men up and down. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I recognize her. Of course you do. She's in charge of the whole thing. Isn't that right? Something like that. I hope you boys have been nice to Alex. They started to walk and talk. Tatiana took the lead. The masked man carried the dead mole, and Jim carried a shovel. Or spade. Whatever. Nice time to take a phone call. Who was it with? The president. It was urgent, I promise. Where did you even make a call? The visitor center, silly. It was still open. Imagine that. Yeah, imagine that. She stopped suddenly and swept the ground in front of her with her boot. Here is good. What's that? I said, here is good. We're taking orders from her now. Easy. It's not orders, it's suggestions. Isn't that right? Of course. What's your name anyway? Now, that's not a fair question in this line of work. Tatiana. Russian. This is getting a bit too international for my taste. Bristol, actually. It's probably not her real name. Were you two born yesterday? Anyway, I trust her. That should be good enough. Now shall we get this poor sod married and get on with our lives? Tatiana's lips curled into that demon smile she loved doing. Here is good. Jim broke ground first. It didn't take long for him to get tired, though. Hard to blame him. He was an older guy, and the ground was pretty bushy. I offered to help, but he shook his head. He and his comrades began taking turns. Tatiana watched for a while, and got bored or something, and turned away. You boys mind if I smoke? Yeah, go on. She turned to me, jerking her head toward a spot a few feet or yards away, or whatever away. You want one too? Yeah, actually. Thanks. Keep the lighter covered so you don't give us away. They are clever, aren't they? We stepped away. Tatiana offered me a cig, but even after a few puffs, I wasn't feeling much cooler. Nervous? Duh. Don't be. I got it all figured out. So you're a spy too. Or assassin. Or whatever. I work in publishing. How long have you been smoking? A few years. Do your parents know? Hell no. That explains it. You hold it funny. Like you're going to have to put it out at any minute. I'm in college, you know? It takes a long time to break a habit. They definitely know, by the way. They've never said anything. Of course they haven't. Why would they? Smoking's bad for you. Hasn't stopped you so far, though, has it? I was really not in the mood for her bullshit. I'm only trying to lighten the mood. You have nothing to be worried about. I just saw a guy get shot. We're making memories. I opened my mouth to respond, but saw something that shut me up quick. Headlights in the distance. Oh shit. Put these out. Hmm? Car coming. Cops, cops, cops. Tatiana. Keep digging. She turned around. She looked as smug as ever. This is a friend. You have too many friends. I swear I saw Tatiana roll her eyes behind her bangs. She turned around to face the oncoming vehicle. It was a boxy off-roader. It bounced over the boggy terrain. It came to an awkward halt, nearly spraying me and Tatiana with mud. The door opened, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Eustace? Hi. Get in the car. I didn't need to be asked twice, but I heard protests behind me. What's going on? I called a ride for our young friend, so you don't have to worry about getting her home. Probably shouldn't stay at my place again, I'm sorry to say. Already thought of that. I told them to swing by and pick up her things. Did you now? I hope that's all right. I'm sure Eustace was perfectly lovely to marry. He can be a little prickly, but he knows when to be polite. Isn't that right? Sure. Your wife says to make sure to come in quietly. Always do. We really need to move. Were there pole ice? No, but the longer we stick around, the more suspicious this looks. Right you are. Alex, now's the time to say goodbye to old Jim. I doubt you'll see each other again. Yeah. Uh, Thanks for letting me stay with you, man. Not at all. He paused for a moment. Sorry it all turned out like this. Yeah, me too. Good luck with whatever it is you're doing. I think you would probably approve, but for both our sakes, I think it best I not say. Correct. Take care then. Tatiana and Eustace got back into the car. Eustace, I hadn't even begun processing how weird it was seeing him here. I turned to get back into the back seat, but stopped. Weird as it sounds, I didn't feel good leaving Jim so soon. What was your son's name? What's that? You mentioned having a son. What was his name? Could we, I don't know, get in touch? I appreciate that, love, but I don't think that's a good idea. You know, he nodded toward the grave and winked. Right. He would have gotten along, I'm sure. I think so. His dad was an interesting guy. Jim waved and then turned back toward his comrades. That was the last time I ever saw him. I got into the back seat and Eustace pulled us away. That ended nicely, I thought, and a little bittersweet, just like how I like things. He had the radio turned all the way up. It made it kind of hard to hear. Shut up. We haven't seen each other in so long. That's no way to talk to an old friend. You two know each other. I know. What are the odds? When you mentioned you had a friend who was researching the farm, I had an inkling. You're so full of shit. I'd like a new book. It's not a new book. It's been a while since I last saw you, so I like how I look. Sometimes it's one way, sometimes it's another way. I like the uniform. It's not a uniform. Okay. Battery's not going to get you anywhere. I'm not impressed with you. A dead son. Really? I don't know what you mean. Jim's son died? Of course he did. Nice to see you, by the way. Sure. Yeah. It's nice to see you, too. Jim's a folk hero motivated by tragedy. It's trashy. It never happened. That's rich, coming from you. It didn't even come close to happening. Still rich. I think it's great stuff. Anyway, we can talk about this later. We have so much else to catch up on. I had no idea Limbara was still on your mind after all these years. Yeah, I don't know. Of course it was. It, it was a hard one to forget. No thanks to you. No thanks to you, he says. It's just because he was grouchy at your acrylic classes. No, kinda. Uh-oh. I mean, I don't know. I like it. I sort of respect it. She likes you. Hey, Jesus Christ. New topic, please. Ouch. Okay. Why did you mess with my book? What book? None left behind. That's not your book. But the book somebody here wrote about. Lindborough. Yeah. I gave it to Alex because I thought it might be a nice primer and you could read everything in it. I did that ages ago. Got an internship at the publisher and swapped out the press. Just to fuck with me. Really. I've been following the rules. Mostly. Really. Hand on heart. I'm a little touched. So you just never looked inside the test book. You knew it was rubbish. It's not rubbish. The cover is nice. Speaking of following the rules, how come that? Not in front of our guest. Not yet, at any rate. I kept hearing the same shit that I wanted to jump in and ask about, but to be honest, I was still reeling from Eustace's reaction earlier. Jesus Christ. I knew it was a long shot, I guess, but shit. All I could do to fight the heartburn was listen to their bickering. The cover is great, but you know everything on the inside is total wrong. You know that all of these conspiracy theorists are completely wrong, right? I think it's cute that you care this much. All this time, and you're still clinging to your obsession with accuracy. I've never seen somebody quite so unable to ignore their own fantasies. I don't want to have this argument right now. I haven't budged, and it sounds like you haven't either. I gave you all this time to reflect, and you still won't admit what impressed you about Lindborough. My goodness. Maybe I did admit it to someone. Maybe I just won't admit it to you. Alright then. We drove in silence for a while. At this point, we were already halfway back up the hill. I was very grateful to be on an even for the longest dirt road, after being shaken around off-road for so long. You're at least sort of right about none left behind. Don't start. It's not as good as yours. I just think it makes an interesting point. I said I didn't want to talk about this. It doesn't actually make that many changes. I had made enough. I didn't like how it portrayed Captain Lee with a K. Yeah, you have to admit, the evidence is pretty compelling. Anything can be made to look compelling when you're that far away from it. It's easy to stitch a handful of clues together. Not so easy when Tatiana arched an eyebrow. When you know it's more complicated than that. Fair enough. You know what I think is funny though? He gets one really crazy detail right. I doubt that. It does. In fact, it gets the detail right, which makes me right by the way. If somebody here is able to piece it together, coincidence, I'm sure, then this was always. Tuesday slammed the brakes hard. My head looked into the seat in front of me. Careful. Honestly, you and your temper tantrums. I don't want to talk about this while Alex is here. Okay? It's been ages since I last saw you, and I was really hoping that we wouldn't have to get back into it. What's it? Stop playing dumb. Just put a sock in it for the rest of the drive, okay? Is that okay? Suit yourself then. We drove back down the other side of the hill towards the range silence. I felt sick. I had seen a guy get shot, and Tatiana had blown it up for me with my crush. It was honestly difficult to decide which was weighing on me more. Either way, being stuck in the car with the two of them arguing was making it so much worse. I'd like the license plate, by the way. Total coincidence, if you can believe it. I can't. We finally arrived in the village. Eustace stopped the car in front of the pub I had visited the night before. Get out here and I call her a taxi or something. I'm not driving you two all the way to Heathrow. Me and Tatiana stepped out onto the curb. She helped me grab my suitcase from the back. Eustace fired the engine back up again. Tatiana wrapped her knuckles on the window politely. What? Park up and have a drink with us. No. Oh, don't be mean. I'm sorry we got off to a bad start. Come on. I'll pay. Eustace thought for a moment and rolled his eyes. The car pulled away. So, think he'll join us? Yeah. Come on, let's get a seat. The pub was pretty much empty, same as last time. Our table was free again. We sat down. The mood was really low. Tatiana's smile was impervious, of course. Well, that's the publishing busyness for you. Somebody's nose is going to get knocked out at some point. Somebody got shot. I was shaking a little. How was I going to explain this to friends? Fanny me. I'm a staunch fuck talking to cops believer too, but like, I don't know. He was a bad guy. Okay, but that's still super illegal. Like, we should not be talking about it here. Illegal. You think the landlord's a spy for MI6? Don't worry, I already thought of that actually. And it does stretch credulity a bit, don't you think? I don't know. I guess so. But at this point, I would believe anything. Is that a promise? She looked like she had just thought of something really funny. What are you talking about? You packed the book, yeah? I think so. I put it back in my suitcase this morning. Take it out. I didn't feel like arguing, so I unzipped the case and started peeling around until I had the book. Here, open it up. It's going to be blank. Well, mostly. He put a bunch of creepy text at the beginning. What did it say? Don't. A message for me. That's cute. Flip through towards the back. I did. Any pictures? No. Wait, yes. Right at the end. She grinned broadly. I knew it. That had to be printed on a different machine. We don't normally put illustrations and whatnot in this format. I held the book open to the page that had seen the black shape on. Why is there a picture of Christopher Columbus in this book about English nuns? There was that demon smile again. I shivered. Why indeed? Okay, why indeed, I guess. Stay safe, friends. Maybe I will see you tomorrow.